Greetings, Imagine. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make they carve the mold. The mold of
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your yada, yada, yada. Call me what you want, whatever you want. All these nicknames didn't come from me, they came from you. You want to make another one up? There's been a lot of people calling me a lot of names in the last couple days, so hey, maybe I'll make artwork and put those up too. Welcome to Midnight Musings, episode 68. We have not been around for a month. We haven't done one of these in a month. I was traveling. I went and did some crisis medicine. I'm going to Chicago on Monday to work on our big audio drama, which the proof of concept is almost complete. We can talk about that later, but it ain't a show. It's not just with me. You know her, you love her. She's one of the holy trinity of this show. She's, how are you? I have missed your billowing hair and your lovely face.
Well, thank you, Robert. It's so good to see you.
It's good to be back.
I am well. It's great to be on the show again. I just love doing the show with you, and it is such a great night. So much is going on, Robert. There's so much we haven't spoken about, and it's good to be back.
It is good to be back. There's so much to discuss. A lot of good in the world. Then, not so good, but there's a lot of good stuff happening. You were just showing me a book before we went on. Show the folks at home. Show the folks at home this book. What is this book?
Robert, this is an omnibus of the hip hop family tree created by Ed Piskor. He started the hip hop family tree in 2014. It's a comic book that it tells you the history of hip hop over a 20 to 30 year period. And here's the book, Robert. When I saw the book at first, I had no idea it was so beautiful.
Look at that.
It's amazing. It's got gold print on it. When you go in a little bit closer, you can see that's Grandmaster Flash. It's gold in the front and the back. It's got the records. But inside, Robert, is the most phenomenal drawings in history about hip hop I've ever seen. And we're talking old school hip hop, Run DMC, Grandmaster Flash, Salt and Pep, Flava Flav, all the greats that you expect to see. And it's done so beautifully, Robert. I can't get over the craftsmanship that Piskor has to make a book like this and to give it to us in this edition. It's available on Amazon. I did review it for the channel.
Wow.
But Robert, the experience of even looking at it and holding it it's just phenomenal, because There's so much in it, Robert. There are no panels that are just blank. It has layers and layers of drawings and the outfits, the Kangol, the rope chains, the Pumas, the tracksuits, you name it. It's all in here. All of the sayings, all of the record label, different things. The even breakdancing is in this. You even have rival groups doing rap battles. It's phenomenal, Robert. I've never seen anything like this, and I think this is probably one of the top 100 omnibuses of comics, graphic novels ever made because of what Piscor has done. I can't say enough about this. I think it's on sale around $50. You can get it on Amazon. It's over 400 pages in the size of an omnibus.
Wow, I mean, and I love my hardcover omnibuses, and that is a beautiful version. Ooh-wee.
It's just so phenomenal. I can't get over it. I can't stop talking about it. I've been looking at it from time to time. Robert, you can't read all of this book in one day, in 1 week. Maybe it would take you a year to get through this whole thing. It's just so amazing to look at. And I just love the color choices that Piscor has decided to do, the textures. You can feel the passion in this one rap battle. It's like Run DMC and Jam Master Jay there, and you can kind of see and get the feeling, the house party, the club, whatever it was, it's all captured in here. All those important things. Biggie Smalls is in here. They even have an index that tells you, like, if you've forgotten the names of the rappers, I don't remember all their names, but there's an index in here where you can see everybody's name. There's annotations to describe exactly what's going on in some of the graphic portions, where they'll describe, Ed Piscor will tell you, well, this was inspired by this movie or this particular incident. It's the most remarkable omnibus I've ever seen, Robert.
Wow, I got to get that.
It's just stunning. And I think that when somebody makes an omnibus like this, he doesn't have to make a hip hop family tree graphic novel, but he wanted to do it out of love. And I think he was as inspired by hip hop as we all were, growing up with so many amazing artists who had, for a good portion of their career, also used superhero comments in their rap lyrics.
Oh, yeah. And movies, too.
Absolutely. Their names all inspired by superhero lore and fantasy. The care that was taken, the detail in this, I can't get over it, Robert. It really was something that was done. Ed Piscor is famous for, of course, Cartoonist Kayfabe, their channel here on YouTube. But I have never seen anything like this in my life when it comes to, rap music and hip hop. I think that the desire to create something and to preserve the history and the feelings and sentiments we have for all of those fantastic songs and videos and style of hip hop, the dancing, the big boom boxes, it's all in here. Not to mention a lot of things that you may not have heard that have went on through the years. But to go ahead and try and do a rap battle, that's not the easiest thing to document. But I think that he does it so well. And the layers and the uniqueness of each panel and each portion is just unmatched. I've never seen a book like this before in my life, Robert. I can't get over how incredible it is. What a unique opportunity to get something. If you know someone who loves hip hop or rap, if you were a fan.
I love that art. That's so cool.
Yeah, he is amazing. There's so many pages of it. I mean, it goes on and on. All these famous artists that we know and love. De La Soul, just it's unbelievable here. Humpty Hump, do the Humpty Hump. Oh, do it, baby. Do the Humpty Hump. You remember all that good stuff?
Oh, I do. That's not that long ago.
It's not that long ago. I think some of the comments in the beginning of it is very telling. When you have famous artists say, for example, Bismarck, he says, "This is the comic of all time." And Daryl from DMC says he's not just doing a comic book, he's doing a piece of history. And this is a piece of history. This could be considered an educational graphic novel. It's very special, very unique. Robert, you remember the first time you saw Grandmaster Flash wear his outfit.
And the Furious Five. Yeah.
You remember that. And I think that the beauty of this illustration shows Piscor's respect for the medium, and he was also inspired so much by these fantastic artists' expression. Back then, you had to be incredibly creative and expressive. There weren't that many special effects in rap videos. You had a few, but it's not like today where we're getting full-on production style videos. Back then, you had to come up and perform and be at your best, ability as a performance artist, as well as have amazing lyrics and be able to connect with an audience. And I think that this book actually does a lot of that. There's even some very interesting stories, as I said in here, that you may not have heard of in the history of rap. It's just so remarkable. Every single page has so much on it. Robert, you've seen so many different books. This is just unbelievable in its comprehensiveness. And it really is it's like a magnum opus of hip hop. That's what I kind of look at it. It's an omnibus, but if you know someone who loves rap, loves hip hop, this is the gift to get them. It's on Amazon. I think it's around $50. It's 400 pages, Robert, of hip hop fun, hip hop culture, hip hop in comics. It's remarkable, and I can't get over how great it is. I absolutely love it.
Well, one of my favorite I do check Amazon, but I usually just there's cheapgraphicnovels.com.
Yes.
Is a real place. cheapgraphicnovels.com. I am a huge fan of cheapgraphicnovels.com because, well, one, I support them, but when they send you stuff, it's packed. It could probably survive a nuclear explosion. It all and I recently I put them on the shelf. I don't know. I've been dipping into X-Men. So the last thing I did, Cheap Graphic Novels just sent this to me. I just got The Sins of Sinister. Because I'm totally going back and rereading. I read some of Hickman's Krakoa era of X-Men, which I'm completely obsessed with. I know a lot of people aren't. And then I picked up this X-Men Extreme because I'm going back and filling in all the blanks in my X-Men collection because I've got almost a complete run of X-Men omnibuses from issue 1 because I love the X-Men. But I hadn't been. Now how you have stuff and you haven't looked. Well, I don't know. I've got stuff I haven't really looked at for like 20 years, and then suddenly it's like, oh, I'm gonna go on a jag and read all this stuff that I already have, and I'm like, cool. And then I'm missing stuff because they've expanded omnibuses and so now I've got to go back and get all the new versions of the stuff and put the other stuff up to sell. But I'm obsessed. But Cheap Graphic Novels has Hip Hop Family Tree, the omnibus, for $56.25. And even if that's a little more expensive than Amazon, support Cheap Graphic Novels because they're great. And with that cover, you want to make sure it's taken care of. So Cheap Graphic Novels, and that deluxe edition has over 140 pages of extras.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It's got
it was first published. They published 4 volumes, and then they're all collected there, beginning in 2013.
Yes.
And it spanned multiple printings, 14 comic books, with the author's wildly popular YouTube comics channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe, with fellow cartoonist Jim Rugg. Yet the series has never been collected under one cover until now.
Yay.
So there you go.
It's amazing, Robert. And as I said, there are annotations, which is perfect for someone like me because I'll see things, but I don't remember all the details. Like, for example, here, he explains, if I had to do this page over again, I would mention the West Indian roots of the Holy Trinity. Cool Herc is from Kingston, Jamaica. Grandmaster Flash migrated from Barbados as a boy.
Oh, wow.
And Busta's heritage is from both Barbados and Jamaica. This is very important to note because the traditions is toasting and loud ass systems of early hip hop derived straight from the Caribbean. And another thing too is that Caribbean music, especially depending on what island you were from, my family is from St. Lucia and Martinique. A lot of the music is very political. So, you're singing a Calypso song and you're talking about the governor or some politician. And, I'm surprised, a little bit of hip hop some of it might include that, but I think it's so important to talk about the background of a lot of these artists that a lot of people don't really understand or know. And, he didn't have to put that in here, Robert. He didn't have to include that, but he felt it was important to include it because he realized what a masterpiece this book really is. It's just so phenomenal, Robert. And I did also want to mention, I don't know whether it's Jim Rugg or Ed Piskor, but they did X-Men Grand Design and the Hulk Grand Design, a number of other famous comics. I don't know their full inventory and everything they've done, but the two of them on that channel are phenomenal when it comes to comics, especially indie comics. As you know, I like indie comics like this, but I also think that they're fun to watch. They do so much more in interviews and things.
Oh, yeah.
So it is. I love that channel, and I love Ed Piskor and Jim Rugg. I think they're great artists as well. But Robert, I can't tell you how good I actually feel good reading the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus, and I didn't know how I was going to feel.
It's Eisner Award winning too.
Yes.
Which is the Academy Awards of comic books, to win an Eisner for that. And then, Ed Piskor did American Splendor with and then, he did a miniseries focusing on the history of the X-Men Grand Design, like you said.
Yes.
Which now I have to go. I don't have that. Now I have to go get that. So, yeah.
I mean, you remember Salt and Pepper, right? I mean,
of course, who doesn't?
Just even kind of like, this is, of course, their artists.
If I would, looking at me, I would say, like, you remember Salt and Pepper, that band with those girls, Salt and Pepper?
Salt and pepper here. Ooh, baby, baby. I was going to say that.
Well,
you were clean shaven. You're all clean shaven and looking young, and
I'm looking young.
Yes.
Yeah, that I think a mistake looking young. Everyone's like, Elizabeth's like, why don't you? I'm not going to dye my hair. I like my hair. I like the color of my hair. I'm not going to dye it. Of course, what am I going to do? Am I going to start what? Trying to bang 30-year-olds or something? I mean, come on. They don't even want to have sex anymore unless you're paying them money on their OnlyFans channels.
Oh my God, that's awful.
Oh, well, I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying. I think I'm going to start a dirty Playmobil OnlyFans channel, though. I think Martino Simone. By the way, if you haven't seen, no one watches this. More people should watch this. But Martino Simone's play trek that he made on the channel with Playmobiles. I don't know if you watch it. Hardly everybody should watch this. His making of the play trek series. He made a making of documentary series about how he made it. It's awesome. It's really, really, you can tell from the Enterprise, the Playmobil Enterprise is flying in, and then it dissolves from space, and it's sitting on a sound stage with all. It was great. Martino's great, and I wish more people watched his show. I wish more people watch your shows and King Tannic shows. They
will.
Well, they'll find it, unless people are, oh, Rob, unsubscribe. There's a lot of people that are angry with me. Unsubscribe. I'm like, you wait, kids. You wait. But I can't wait to get that. I'll get that omnibus. It's great.
God, I can't.
It makes me want to go back and watch. I don't know if people don't even talk about this. It's like it disappeared. But Baz Luhrmann's The Get Down, which was about the dawn, the birth of hip hop in New York with Kool Herc and all those. I really liked that show. The second season, it was so clear that they lost, because the first season was hugely expensive. And the second season, they didn't have the money, so they just let's just do an animated sequence because we can't afford to shoot this live action rap battle or whatever they were doing. It was pretty funny. But I really liked, the 70s. Like when I was in high school and junior high, there were all those cool movies about New York hip hop, like Wild Style. Did you ever see Wild Style?
I don't know if I have. Maybe.
Which is it's documentary and stuff like that. And then, of course, the movies. I loved Breakin' and Breakin' 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
I mean, those are real movies. And it was such a weird, to me, it's such a funny thing about how while to me, hip hop was always really joyous and interesting. But then when because 80s hip hop is fun.
Yes.
And then it took this dark turn because of like the Bloods and the Crips and what was going on, and the gangster rap and the West Coast rap
Coast
and
versus West
NWA
Coast.
but I mean, I still liked all that stuff, but it just changed, the whole thing. But it's interesting. But I do like the emergence of hip hop in that show. The Get Down, I think, is really, at least the first season, is really, really good. And it sounds like I can't wait to talk. I can't wait to buy that. I'll put that on my list. It's in
when you get it, Robert, you absolutely have to call me and let me know what you think of it, because I've never seen something so cool. It's just so remarkable. And certainly I think that the culture and the beauty and the fun of it, that fun feeling that you got when you first heard some of these songs, because they were really, they were prideful, they were joyful, as you said. And certainly you got inspired by it. You wanted to say these rap songs and be like these rap artists, because for many of them, they didn't have, not all of them, but for many of them, they didn't have the best background, and they were fighting against that and made something of themselves as very talented artists and musicians. So I think it is something to celebrate what many of them were able to accomplish. And certainly, when I was watching and reviewing For All Mankind with Julian, we were doing a review of seasons 1, 2, and 3. Season 2, episode 1 has Run DMC in it in the beginning. And I said they could have chosen anybody on earth to put in this show. Why did they choose Run DMC? I think it's because Run DMC felt like they needed to bring the entire musical, all more than one genre together, their work with Aerosmith. And they've just been so profound in the world of rap that everybody loves them and still relates to their music. You listen to it now. I mean, when I watch Die Hard, the Christmas in Hollis song is, I could play that today and still, enjoy that and not feel like it's dated or anything like that. So I think that their music has stood the test of time. And that Walk This Way combination with Aerosmith was just unbelievable.
Oh, and that brought Aerosmith back. Which is really, well, kind of. I mean, Aerosmith was kind of moribund with their drug issues, and they were big in the 70s and stuff. But when they teamed up with Run DMC, which is arguably one of the most genius moves in pop music history, because I remember when that video dropped, that was just huge.
Because she told me how to walk this way. She told me to walk this way.
It was great. I mean, and I was a fan. I was just talking about this on Anthony's show just a couple hours ago. I loved early LL Cool J.
Oh yeah.
Because his albums, I love the swagger. It was all about the ladies.
My Adidas, I'm bad.
I need love.
She got a big old butt.
That song. There was. I want to. Oh, yeah. It was so. Plus, I mean, I bought his workout book. I have LL Cool J. He did that later. I mean, he was one handsome. But my favorite hip hop video, maybe of all time, is Going Back to Cali. Mm-hmm. And he did that was on the Less Than Zero soundtrack. Mm-hmm. And just the way the black and white and the way it was shot, it's obviously it's atypical, but I loved that video.
He had to do a lot of his own style, because it was sort of like he's like, I'm styling, profiling, going, like it had a lot of his I guess inflection in the way that he speaks as a lyricist. Was so important in Going Back to Cali, and it also had an incredible jazz section as the hook.
Oh yeah, really it started with the horn like wow wow wow. It was dun 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 dun. Mm-hmm. It was so good. Styling, profiling. I mean, that vibe is. I love that song. I love that. It's so good. But I missed that. I missed that sort of LL Cool J. Like, he was all about, I want to go meet the ladies. I want to get laid. Yeah. I want girls with big asses. I mean, there was something in there that I could completely relate to. Mm-hmm. And then it changed. I mean, while Eric B and Rakim, I mean, everyone's always making fun of how I pronounce Rakim. See, I used to, if I would say like Eric B and Rakim, Eric B and Rakim.
We used to say Rakim. That's what we would say.
Yeah, Rakim, not Rakim. But again, I mean, Paid in Full, the lyrical flow. I mean, I love that stuff. And I was a big fan of early Too Short. That's because USC stuff. Yeah, I mean, I love that stuff.
Look at how cool that is, Robert. He doesn't have to put that in the book. That doesn't have to be in there, but there's pages and pages of breakdancing in here. And I think that that's so important for people to understand what was happening while these guys were literally on a folding table, in the Bronx or wherever, with a turntable, and there'd be kids putting out cardboard boxes so they could start breakdancing. This was the way they were expressing themselves, and it was serious. Like, it was a competition. Here's another one here in the corner. There's much more in the book. Look at you. Remember, Rob? You remember what it was like. We remember this.
Oh yeah, and it was in in the movies and stuff too. Our man Kaz Graphics, the official cheesemonger of the Burnettwork, he's back. He says, "Hello, everyone. I'm still here. I'm just working a lot, creating new art. God bless you, sir. As well, you should be. I need to come up to Seattle. Kaz is one of the people I really want to meet of the Post-Geek Singularity. I want to go buy him dinner and go. I want to hang out with you one day. Wander around Seattle." Darth Plato says, should have hosted on MTV.
Oh, I wish. I would have loved to have been an MTV host. Thank you, Darth Plato. How did you know I wanted to do that?
And Darth Plato says, I look like Charles Nelson Riley. Really? Charles Nelson Riley? The sexy Irene Jobson is here and says, for beautiful, she sends in a super chat and she says, for beautiful and my handsome Rob and the puppies, obviously. Elizabeth, too. Elizabeth's watching some crazy show where they're torturing people. I don't know. It's weird. In a fun way. Al Renshaw's here. Hello, Al. Sends in a $20 super chat. I'm right here with you. Al says, Variety article pissed me off when it said Shang-Chi and the Eternals were experiments. Shang-Chi and his father and Michelle Yeoh and the Eternals relationships, Makari and Druig, are some of the best characters and stories in the MCU. Your thoughts? That article pissed me off so much. I did the last Robservations. By the way, do you know that the next Robservations is Robservations 900?
What? Robert, no way.
Yeah. And you know what? I decided to not plan for it and just be like, let it happen. I'm going to plan for the 1,000th. Okay. Yeah, because that's 100 episodes from now. I figure I can pre-record some really choice interviews for the 1,000th show. And I'm going to do a 1,000-minute show.
Wow.
Yeah. 1,000-minute show. Because why not?
Cool.
I might retire, though, Robservations.
What?
I might retire it.
You're going to throw that out there right now? What? I don't know whether I can handle that.
I know. I'm thinking about it, though. Because no, there'll be a new show. But 1,000 shows. Yeah. I mean, I was telling somebody, I don't know. Even I catch myself telling the same stories over and over again. I am boring myself. I'm like, how it must be boring the audience too. I don't know, but I might not. I might just keep it going. Joe Rogan didn't retire his show. By the way, Dan Candy wants to know if the Rappin' Duke is in the omnibus.
I have to look.
The Rappin' Duke.
I'll look
I don't know the answer to that because I don't have that omnibus. But
I don't know if he's in here, so I'm sorry. Let me see if I can find it in the list, and I will let you know as soon as I look at the list of rap artists in here.
By the way, I did find out a way, because when people are members and they get the free comments, sometimes I was missing them. Yes. Now I've figured out how to not miss them.
Well, that's wonderful. So those are the member milestone chats.
Member milestone chats. So I will have those. Irene Jobson says, Elizabeth sounds like my person. I mean, torture. Well, yeah, it's a funny show, whatever it is. I don't know. They're doing weird psychological experiments on people. Tom Jr. Jackson says, always looking stunning. And Rob, you look dapper, but you also remind me a little of Harry Carey. Watch the Stallone doc on Netflix. It's great. Yeah, I have to see that. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. And we are all good people. Tom Jr. Jackson, an important member of the Burnettwork family. Thank you, Tom, for everything you do. That Sly documentary looks amazing.
Yeah, it really does. Irene Jobson's been a member for 12 months.
Wow.
So thank you, Irene. Appreciate that. The Jughead from the UK is here. The Jughead says, "Good morning, guys. Love and respect from the UK." Well, thank you, sir. Thank you to the Jughead. By the way, you know what I have to show you that I was that I'm particularly fond of. So I'm a huge Prince fan.
Yes.
Right. So they've been releasing Prince albums in these forms. So this is the new Diamonds and Pearls box set that came out. Now these things are so dope because, like, okay, so it comes with this huge hardcover book.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and these hardcover books are amazing. In the back of the book, it has a Blu-ray of a concert from, I think, '93. I haven't even delved into this yet, but I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Wait, wrong one. Wait, you can't see it yet. Prince in his boudoir. So, I mean, they did one of these for 1999. They did one of these for Sign of the Times, and these, they're amazing, and they come with, of course. What's amazing about this is that it has 50 vault tracks that no one's ever heard before. And here is where they all go.
Oh, wow. That is amazing, Robert. That is
7
amazing.
discs. Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know why one is missing. I guess that's where the Blu-ray goes. I don't know.
That's spectacular.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's got and it's all remastered. Mm-hmm. So I'm very excited to have this. And I know people are going to be like, well, Rob, why don't you get the vinyl? I'm like, you know what? I'm sorry. Vinyl's great. And heavy gauge vinyl that they have today is amazing. But fuck vinyl. Sorry. I know. Vinyl's fine. And we're talking hip hop. And I get it. But I don't need vinyl in my life. But that Prince album, it's not hip hop, but it's great.
It's fantastic.
Tom Jr. Jackson just gifted a membership. So thanks, Tom. Appreciate that. So now let's get to the nitty gritty. We're talking hip hop. I got to talk Loki. I haven't talked Loki with anybody. Haven't been on the John Campea show. Joey Johnson says, "Hey, Rob and love you both." By the way, Lael's going to be here, but he said that he was actually helping one of his daughters deal with a breakup.
Oh.
I told him to tell her if she needed some LA muscle, we'd send some people over to straighten him out. So
I hope it works out well for her and that she's able to just kind of, recover quickly, because sometimes you get into these breakups and it's tough.
It's true. It is true. So Loki, have you watched it? Have you seen the new episode?
I've been watching it. I've been talking to Tom Jr. Jackson about it, and I have seen it. And I am going to say that I feel like season 2 is very different from season 1 for me.
Yes. I mean, I guess I'm enjoying it. I just feel that not a whole lot has happened. Like, I don't quite know what I'm supposed to do. I mean, I've been enjoying it a lot. Like the not this week's episode, but last week's episode. What a banger of an ending. And I thought, but then they just go back to the same TVA set, and there was just nobody there. It feels like they should be. I felt Loki season 1 had all of this scope to it, and so much of this show is like taking place in their standing sets. It's like, we have to do another Loki series, but we have to cut the budget in half. But I mean, that could just be me. It's interesting. I thought this episode was really, really good because finally Loki had a fundamental character shift where it finally dawns on him, that he's been such a selfish prick his whole life. He didn't realize that, through the power of his own emotions or feelings or whatever, he could overcome this. He could transcend space and time through love of comrades. are friends. And I thought that was great. The episode, I think, was called Science Fiction, I think.
Yes.
So I thought it was good. I really liked it.
Well, I think it's interesting because, you know, I don't know whether in the first season, you know, they had to explain everything. And there was this tension associated with the first season because of the Infinity Stones, to be very specific.
Right.
And I was not expecting to feel that type of tension about a show. When I saw the stones in the drawer and, you know, it was like they were like paperweights or something, it was confusing. But then I said to myself, those are not the actual Infinity Stones that we know. This is just a, you know, let's say in this arbitrary space, and it looks like them, but maybe that's not actually the ones that Thanos ended up having, let's say, in the end.
Right.
So once I got over that, then I was trying to figure out, you know, this whole thing with, you know, the timeline, and then having to kind of prune it like a tree. And the timeline would constantly have different shoots off of it, and they'd have to prune it. And everybody who was involved in sort of these distortions would end up getting zapped, you know, wherever they would end up. And then I realized that, you know, this was sort of like a last resort of having to deal with it. Maybe this has been going on for millennia, you know, like for however long it's been occurring. And now that it's come out, and you know, this is not the right thing to do anymore, I guess we're not going to do that anymore. So that's where we were kind of left off, right, Robert? That was the end of season 1. But season 2 does have a different feel to it, because it just, when you think that they've solved the problem, then something else seems to come up. And I think that it is like the problems from episode 1 all the way to the end. Will we actually get a resolution to what they were trying to solve in season 1? And I'm a little skeptical about it. It was odd to see the timeline, or people turn into timelines, just, you know, squiggly lines, if you will. I wasn't expecting to see anything like that. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. However, the season 2 looks stunning and spectacular and perfectly edited. I think it looks nice. There's a lot of surprise and amazing moments. But are they going to solve this, Robert? Are we going to be presented with a solution that will work?
I don't, in one episode? Like, I don't.
I mean, by the end of the season.
Yeah, well, that's one more, isn't it? It's only one more episode. So,
oh, is it?
Yeah, and there's something really interesting. The AV Club, which I used to love, and then it became a horrible activist cesspool of ridiculousness. But they did publish. I do read them still. This is interesting. This is from their review of this week's episode, the science fiction episode of Loki. Science fiction as metaphor is a fine and long tradition, of course, but it has to be used with some care, lest your whole story dissolve into strictly figurative soup. To take an example from this episode, Sylvie is in no way wrong when she diagnoses Loki with mixed-up motivations for his jaunts through time, ultimately pushing him to admit he's less interested in the preservation of the timelines or the TVA than he is in holding on to the first place where he's ever felt like he has friends who accept him for who he is. Said speech is metaphorically spot on, making some very trenchant points about Loki's blinkered devotion to the TVA, and for someone who literally started last week's review by asking what the hell Loki wants, it was pretty dang satisfying to hear a character put it into words. But since the plot side of that speech also advises totally ignoring the CGI space wedgie that exploded last week, and which is now apparently turning every timeline into so much temporal spaghetti, it runs the risk of recasting her very fair points about Loki's motivations as potentially lethal distractions. The issue here is that Loki is obviously far more interested in solving what Doug would call the fiction problem, sketching out the steps required to get Loki to a place where he realizes that all he wants in life is the power to protect his friends, which includes, as it turns out, watching them all get existentially linguinied in a series of legitimately disturbing effect sequences. But we, in the audience, still have to stick around for the many scenes devoted to the science side of the plot. caring at least a little bit about the mechanics of exploding time looms, temporal auras, etc. By aiming relentlessly for the metaphorical truth, Loki sometimes cuts its own practical storytelling to shreds. And I thought that was kind of correct. I mean, I feel like I really liked what Loki this episode was saying. I just didn't like so much the way that they did it. You know, I thought that Loki could have been a little bit more effective in the way that it presented the story, but I still really liked it. You know, I'm fascinated. This show is so vastly different than anything else Marvel has attempted. And I think for that reason alone, I find it interesting, although I think there's a case to be made that Loki has broken the MCU in a way because it's so out there. Mm-hmm. It's dealing with concepts that are so out there. And you know who can help us look into that? Our man, the 1/6 scale man, in fact. Lael Rockwell, who, by the way, I just want to point out, is now gazing at us from the other side of the half-century mark. I just want to say that. There he is. He doesn't look a day older than 35. He's looked the same way for 15 years.
Happy belated birthday.
Happy birthday, my friend.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, if we can get you a little louder, though.
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to do. For some reason,
Oh, that sounds good.
Not. Hold on. It's coming through. It's not coming through. So I'm trying to work on that.
Yeah, that sounds good right now. Whatever you did.
Yeah, but I can't hear you through the microphone. I mean, from my headset.
Oh,
I mean,
my God.
Everything is coming through the computer, so it's a little wild. I'm trying to work on it right now. Give me a second.
Would you say it's wild style? Have you seen that movie?
Much. Yeah, you already know I've seen Wild Style, man.
I know. Just checking. We were just talking about the hip hop omnibus, the Ed Piskor's History of Hip Hop. I need to get that. It's going to be my next purchase.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. That's crazy. Love it. Hey, I'm gonna come out and come back in.
That's what she said.
That's exactly what she said too.
That's what Irene Jobson said.
Be careful.
I'll be right back.
We'll see if he's going to be right back.
I think they make a good point about it. For example, we had learned that each one of the people who worked for the TVA were variants and that they had their memories erased. And we knew this happened. And then we got to see it again. Like we heard that it was true. And then we got to see it. And I thought to myself, there must be a reason why they're showing us this, right? They're showing us this for a reason. Not sure if I could figure out what that reason was, but it looked good. Like it was fun to see, Owen on the motorbikes, I'm sorry.
I love that.
Sea-Doo. Yeah. And he's like, come on, you want a Sea-Doo, don't you? And I'm like, yeah, he could sell me a car. He could sell me a Sea-Doo. Yes, I would buy an ATV from him, because he makes it fun to do it. But I thought that there was a lot of redundancies in season 2, but they wanted to show us something for a reason. I think that it looks good. It does look good.
I think so too. Now, Lael, are you good? You sound good.
You can. I'm just. It's not coming through here, but I can hear you through the. I can hear you. If you can hear me, I can hear you through the computer. It's just not coming through the headset.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. As long as you can hear me.
I'm how's curious. The mic sound? Does the mic sound
sounds great? You sound great.
Okay, good.
You sound the dulcet tones of your voice are very hypnotic tonight, sir. You've been saying, by the way, Irene Jobson sends in a super chat and says, "Happy birthday, my friend."
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And Nathan Trujillo says, "Since time is a loop, I think the end of time is the beginning of time also. Loki is trying to stop Kang or He Who Remains, but ends up creating him." I like that. That could be... Yeah. So, well, let me ask you this, Lael. You've been a staunch supporter of Loki Season 2 on social media. You've been talking about how much you've loved it.
Yeah.
Why don't you weigh in? What did you think of this past episode? because I really enjoyed the message of it all. That we've seen Loki fundamentally. He spent so much of his life scheming and just being a dick, and now he finally, he comes to the realization that he likes these people. He's got friends, he's got collaborators, I'm not saying it's as profound as maybe Tony Stark in Iron Man 1 coming to grips with what Stark Industries, what he's been squandering his genius on by building munitions that kill people, but it is along those lines. And I kind of thought, what did you think of episode 5 of Loki?
It's probably one of my favorite of the season so far. And again, for those, if you haven't been following Loki's journey, source material wise, if you haven't been following as far as the comics are concerned, then basically the evolution of Loki's character, where he is right now. He is basically the official god of stories, in the books. So he's right there, if not above, the one above all. And he's literally the one of the most powerful beings in the Marvel universe right now, based on his journey. Of course, we know where it started. Everything started with the siege. Once he was killed during the siege, he was resurrected. He did come back as Kid Loki. He did basically make a deal with Hela, whereas his name was basically removed from the Book of the Damned, which granted him the ability to come back, or to get that resurrection, but decided that within that resurrection, he no longer wanted to be the god of mischief, the one who fails. So what's happening is right now, or what has been happening in the books, is that he developed, the power, or actually he's become the god of stories. And I think that what the cinematic universe is doing right now is they're taking a page from that. They're taking a page.
I think so too.
Yeah, it's their own iteration of the god of stories. So again, from him discovering that he can rewrite, from him, pretty much, now learning that he is the key, but also possibly.
Oh, sorry for that. I didn't mean to cut right in on you drinking.
Yeah. He's the key and almost the possible demise at the same time. But I think that for him, it is a value journey. It is basically where, what I like about this is that we're seeing that transition, and they also discussed how they wanted to get Loki. They wanted to get that reunion between Loki and Thor. It wasn't going to be something that was going to happen drastically. They knew that Loki had to go through a change. What I like about this film, about this show, is right off the bat, first episode we were right in the thick of things. There was no holding back. We have been on this adventure from the word go.
Yeah.
With this episode and where it's gotten to this episode, a lot of people, I've seen a couple people talk about where it felt like a filler. No, this wasn't a filler at all. It definitely was not a filler, because, again, all the questions that we had about those who were, that had their mind wiped and became part of the TVA. Those questions that we have now been answered. And I like how they have been answered, so far. And the people that were chosen, And again, this next episode is probably, for the cinematic universe, one of the most important episodes.
Well, that's what I think too. Here's what's really interesting. Like, I love Jonathan Majors as a performer. And I feel that they have not done a great job with Kang setting him up. He's defeated. Timely walks out and he gets defeated. Jonathan Majors as Kang in various iterations keeps getting defeated. And in the first, I'm a huge MCU fan of the first 3 phases. I will not ever stop talking about how much I love the first 3 phases of the MCU. I go back and I watch those movies. I take such joy in them, because when I was a kid, I dreamed of seeing movies like that, and it was the realization. Like I remember reading, not so much the first Secret Wars, but going back and reading things like, the Dark Phoenix storyline, or the Avengers, the Kree Skrull War, or any of that stuff, and I was like, I wonder if they could ever make this into a movie, and I thought, there's no way they'll never do this. And like I remember reading even DC's Crisis on Infinite Earths, which I loved. I'm like, man, this would be so cool. But I knew intellectually that there's just no way that you could ever make a movie of this stuff, because it would take too much time. You'd have to have movies of each individual character, then build. And they did that. And then seeing Infinity War and Endgame together, watching them, wildly entertaining. Why I've watched those movies countless times. Wildly entertaining movies. I can't believe that they exist. That said, I felt that, and they did a really good job of establishing Thanos as this out there threat, and they never diminished him. Like when if you want something done right, you do it yourself, and he sticks his hand in the gauntlet. I feel that with Kang, who I love Kang in the comics as an Avengers villain. Kang was always really interesting, and anyone else he came across, and Ramatep and all the different things. I mean, knowing Apocalypse back in the day, and all that stuff. I mean, Kang and the Kang Dynasty comic is bananas, because everybody's involved, and the X-Men. It's too bad there's no X-Men, but whatever. And I just feel that they've really done a disservice to Kang, whereas I almost feel like the TVA should have kept Kang to itself. In a way, because like you said, whatever's going to happen, and I read that Marvel article that was in Variety talking about the trouble at Marvel. There was one executive who's seen the whole season and said that this last episode of Loki really sets up Kang. And now they have a problem, because in his personal life, obviously, he's going to court, and there's but Kang can be, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but he can be recast, because he's variants. It's very easy, and they've already done that. They recast. Obviously, Terrence Howard became Don Cheadle, and that worked out really, really well. Hey, we're all about that superhero life. That's one of my favorite lines in any movie ever. When he says that to Captain Marvel, I love. First of all, I just love Don Cheadle, but I love that line. I love that line. So I would suspect that if Jonathan Majors doesn't beat the rap, or this doesn't go his way, they will, because they haven't started shooting these Avengers movies.
Not yet. No.
But I mean, how do you feel then? How do you both feel about Kang as a villain? Have they set him up? Do you think he's can be effective? And will they even make Kang Dynasty?
I hope they do. I to be honest with you, I feel terrible that Jonathan Majors is having to deal with this situation, and I hope it gets worked out. And I hope that, I'm hoping that it's all a misunderstanding, and that, it just works out that way. But I think he's an incredibly talented actor. He also made another movie. He was in Devotion, which I thought he did a stellar job in that film, but he was also in another movie called Magazine Dreams, where he plays a bodybuilder, and I'm dying to see that.
And they just pulled that off the schedule. Searchlight picked that up, and now it's, who knows when we'll see it.
So I'm robbed of that. And, but I do think he's a wonderful actor, and he's been wonderful in the Loki series as well. So I don't know what to say about it. I think he's really a wonderful presence on the screen. And
yeah, me too.
Yeah, he could have his own film, his whole own series. To be honest with you, that's how I view his potential. Yes, they could get a replacement actor in there, of course, but I think he's already laid such a groundwork for the character. And I want to see him, be badass and wicked and evil too. I want to see all that good stuff. If that's what they're going to do, let's say if that's his fate as a character. So yeah, I'm hoping we do get to that. I just don't like this obstacle that he has in front of him. Times are hard enough, and this is not making it easier for these things to be pulled together, to come together, so we can get that. So I'm just praying it works out.
Yeah, I don't pretend to know. That's the thing, is like with this whole situation, I don't pretend to know how the legal system kind of. I mean, I know how it works, but in regards to this situation, we know that you're innocent until proven guilty. Um, you know, on both parts.
Theoretically, not in this
Theoretically.
day and age, people are getting prosecuted in the
Before they
press.
even
Yeah.
they get prosecuted in the press. People have already formulated their opinions. People already labeling him a certain way. Just how it is. I the thing is, it's like, look, I never want to see a person fail. And the guy is, he's an amazing actor. He's an amazing talent. You know what I mean? And the thing is, it's hard enough that, I just think that sometimes I think that some of the wrong voices have been given way too much power, bro. You know what I mean? Literally.
Oh, I feel that every day.
All the time. Like, the wrong people have been given way too much power, especially among social media, and the way they're using it and voicing their opinions. And sometimes, like I said, a person is guilty just off the sheer essence of a person's opinion, that the essence of a public opinion.
Oh,
You know what I mean? If you have so many people talking about it, then automatically this person is guilty, without even knowing, the evidence or anything that's basically out there, and not even, letting the courts decide. People have already decided that. And then because of that, because those voices are so loud, then you have like, studios, you have, management companies, agents turning their back on it before, even a verdict is given. You know what I mean? And I think that something like that is real foul.
Everyone's terrified. I mean, look, in this day and age, people will call for your head. I mean, I've been experiencing it over the last couple weeks about my I haven't talked about the fact that I mean, I'm not very religious, but I was brought up in a Jewish household.
Yeah.
My cousins lived in Israel on kibbutzes. As a matter of fact, I was talking to my cousin the other day. The kibbutz he lived on when he was in high school was one of the kibbutzes attacked, and he still keeps in touch with people there. And there have been people. John Campia contacted me today and said, "Why are people calling me and they're saying they're not going to watch the show if you're on it?"
Wow.
Yeah, and what's really interesting to me is that nowadays, if someone doesn't like one opinion that you have, they will seek to interrupt your livelihood. I mean, if you think about it, like, I have people that rely on me, like family members, dogs, and you have people that think it's okay to call up your employer and say, now, I understand there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to say, I'm not going to watch this show if Rob Burnett is on your program. You have that prerogative, and I have no problem with that. But rather than engage in a debate with me, they're calling my employer. And I can understand if they don't want to watch me, don't watch me. But to call or contact my employer to get me fired, which is fine. But I mean, that's where we're at. Like, if you don't like somebody, I'm not going to watch you. I guess you can do that, but we're there. And so people we're at that place in our society. Rather than engage in cogent, learned debate, we would rather silence those that we disagree with. And it's because I think what's happened is, and we were talking about this earlier on the show, and this, going over to entertainment, I think a lot of people, especially younger people, they've never lived in a world where the ramifications of these actions are understood by them. We grew up in a world where we had to deal with history. We saw the ramifications of certain kinds of people and how people grew up, and we saw things happening in countries that nowadays, though, a lot of people haven't seen that before. And like this conflict in Israel is something that a lot of people haven't seen, and they don't quite understand it. They don't understand the long-term ramifications, and they don't understand the historical underpinnings of it. And then also, I think the same is true of a lot of our stories, our storytelling. Like, I can sit there, like, people complain about, like, and I complain about the MCU or Star Wars, but I also know that I lived in a time where these things didn't even exist. And I've got to see, we've got so much really cool stuff now that we can be. I mean, I understand people bag on it and they get cynical, but we have so much great stuff overall that is pretty amazing. And I think sometimes we forget about that.
I mean, bro, like, I was talking to Toya about this 2 weeks ago. As a matter of fact, I was talking to her about this, around, my birthday, and,
You mean when you turned half a century old?
yeah, bro, half a century old, bro.
It's not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. It's just a number. It didn't feel like anything.
Do you
Like,
feel
what I
that
mean?
old? You don't feel that old.
Nah, hell no, I don't. I definitely don't feel 50. Bro.
By the way, you
But-
look like you had a great birthday too.
Bro, I did. I had such a great time. We got to New York. We went to a concert, and then a friend, like a family, her cousin, just opened up a second dental practice in Harlem. You know what I mean? So he has one in Brooklyn, but he opened up one in Harlem. So we celebrated that. It was such a good weekend. It was an amazing weekend. We had so much fun. Came back and had a good time as well with the family.
Did the dentist, did he sing the Steve Martin number from Little Shop of Horrors? It's because I'm a dentist.
Nah.
Well,
He no, he didn't. He you know what? Literally, bro, like, he's such a good guy. Like, I have to say, like, shout out to Corey, and it's called Smile Space. You can definitely look it up.
that's
If
a
you're in New
great
York.
that's a great name for a dental office.
Yeah, it's called Smile Space, and it's definitely great. There's one in Brooklyn, and then there's, again, one in Harlem. So he has both of them. The one in Harlem is a bit bigger. But it was so amazing, to be there amongst, them. And I was talking to Toy, and I was like, yo, like, being away from just, because we're locked in visibly on social media. This is basically what we do. It's informative. Like, we're content creators, we're influencers. People label us influencers and stuff like that. But stepping away for a few days, I had a chance to kind of just look at some of the conversations that were kind of rotating through different groups. But just also just on certain shows, like, and I was just thinking about it. It's like, yo, what would it feel like? What would it be like if I officially decided, hey, I'm just going to step away from it all? You know what I mean? Just step away from it all and just be on the back burner, because I just felt as though if I did, then I wouldn't hear any of this. Like, the negative noise wouldn't be so loud. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't be so loud. But then it's just like, yo, you can't run away from that. You can't run away from it, because it's not only just amongst social media, YouTube, but even in not even just the news, but these conversations are, just endless, and even in person. You know what I mean? These things, people are not, we live in a space where you're not really allowed to have an opinion. And if you do, you're challenged for it, or they place you in a box, and automatically you're canceled because of an opinion. And I'm like, well, if you believe in freedom of speech, because some of these same people that are canceling people because of their opinion also say that, well, I have the freedom to say what I want. Okay, then if you feel that way, then how come the other person doesn't have freedom? Has that same equal? How come it isn't equal? Like, it doesn't feel equal.
Well, I think there's the rub. It's really interesting that, like, I think that there's been a generational shift, and I've been watching a lot of this, that people they might intellectually understand that, okay, there's two different points of view, but they haven't understood, and I blame, since the rise of the smartphone beginning in 2007, they don't understand, because the other half of that is that people they've grown up learning they want to feel okay. I want to feel good about myself, and I want to feel good about my life and all that, and I don't want to have to deal with anything that's difficult. If it's something I don't like, I'm going to lash out against it. And if it's something that makes me feel not good, and if they say something that I think is mean or whatever, they just become the enemy. As opposed to, like, I didn't grow up in that world. You know, I was thinking that because I've often thought, so if someone says something you don't like, you'll go after their livelihood. You know, you'll go after. To me, it's a really weird thing. Like, I grew up understanding, lots of people are going to say some things that I don't like, and my whole thing was like, well, why don't I like? I would put on myself. I'm like, why don't I like what that person is saying? What is it about what they're, and I would want to understand from my perspective why I don't like what they're saying. And I would try and understand, why does that person believe what they're saying? How come they believe that, and how come I don't? And to me, it was always about that inquiry. It was about intellectual inquiry. And I never looked at somebody that had a different opinion from mine as being evil or bad or somebody to destroy. I mean, sure, if you want to talk about like Adolf Hitler or Nazism or something like that, I think that's bad. But I what I've missed is the discourse. I mean, I think we all grew up, the three of us all grew up where you'd go to a bar or a diner and you could end up having a 4-hour conversation with your friend that you might be on the opposite side of an issue on, but you could have a really great conversation and you would leave that diner and think, wow, that was 4 hours really well spent. We just had a great conversation, and you'd explore all the issues, and it felt like that was really engaging. Like you and I were really present, and we were really talking it out and hashing it out, and I learned something from you and you learned something from me. And I miss that. And I think a lot of the time, what's interesting is I was on that stream with Anthony, and we might be talking about action figures, or like we're having a conversation about, do we think that artisan figures are they truly more valuable? We were having a good conversation. Everybody was, and I'm like, this is an interesting philosophical conversation that I think was a good, even though it's in the action figure space, it was a good conversation to have. And I felt like, wow, that was a really gratifying 2 hours of time I spent on the internet talking with my friends.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, it should be in the space of creativity, art, and expression, bro. Like, I don't bag anybody from, you're allowed to basically have your opinions. And the thing is, it's like, this world is built upon opinions. We need to really, really stress that, bro. But it's like the personal attacks, like the, threats. A friend of mine who's basically receiving like death threats through texts, through messages and stuff like that because of his opinions. And I'm like, yo, like, we live in a space now that no matter how strong your opinion may be, or sometimes you may be that one person that needs to really voice how you feel. Or maybe you might even be a person that on both sides have families that are experiencing turmoil, right? And this is what we're looking at on both sides.
Yes.
There are people dying. There are families that are suffering on both sides. There's death. You know what I mean? And you might be a person who has family members that are experiencing that.
I totally
agree.
agree.
It becomes a space where you are wrong if you talk about it.
Well, I mean, look, I've always the death of anyone is a loss. Yeah. I say on this channel all the time that in the cosmic infinitude of the universe, each one of us is a miracle. Alan Moore wrote that into Watchmen, in 35 years ago, the thermodynamic miracle of life. That's why Dr. Manhattan comes back and decides to save the earth. And the loss of any human being is tragic. It is needless, and it is something to be mourned no matter who it is. And I think, like you say, people are being affected on both sides. But there's also, that said, there are also ancient hatreds and rivalries that we've never gotten over, and we've also never really had an honest conversation about it. And we're seeing a lot of that stuff manifest. I'm quite frankly shocked at what I've seen over the last month from all sides. Shocking. Yeah. and I'm like, when did this happen? Like how and why did it happen now? I mean, we've had so many different kinds of conflicts worldwide that no one has spoken up about, especially in the region. I mean, if you ask somebody to talk about, do you know what happened in Syria over the last 5 years? Do you know what has happened in Yemen? You would get blank expressions. No one would look.
What's still basically happening right now in the Congo that nobody basically is still mentioning, and there's still genocide over there. There's still things that are happening over there.
Yes.
And again, I have my feelings about it. I have strong opinions about it, and I wish that there was some light shine there as well.
Agreed.
I mean? Not just in places where people feel as though they have something to gain, resources to gain. So let me align myself. Not just that, but talk about some of the places that, again, have experienced this and are still experiencing it right now, bro. Like, and I have huge opinions about it, but I'm like, you know what? I want to watch and see how everything itself just plays out and just sit in the back end and just observe. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to get caught up in that political banter, bro, because that's what it becomes. I love to talk about art. I love to talk about everything surrounding art, the politics. I just, I have my feelings and I know where I align myself with, what I support, what I don't support. And I'm just in this space right now where I don't really need to tell anybody shit. I don't need to tell you where I stand. I really don't I don't need to get on social media and tell you whatever I feel. I just support what I support and I just keep it moving. And you don't need to know. You know enough. You think you know enough.
I disagree. I think there's something coming that I need you to talk about.
What's that?
The Marvels.
Okay.
I think we need to talk a little Marvels because I got to tell you, I had a very a trusted friend who saw the Marvels. And an industry friend, trust him, and he said he liked it. He said it was entertaining. He said it was, now he's not a comic book aficionado or anything like that. He's a smart guy, but he looks at it more from a business, like is this movie entertaining? Yeah. Is it good? And he said he thought it was good, and he said it was on par with the first film. Now, I liked Captain Marvel. I didn't think it's Winter Soldier. Yeah. It was lower tier Marvel, but I enjoyed watching it. There was nothing in it that I wasn't entertained by. I thought this is interesting. I mean, did it take me to the highs of? No, but the idea, I thought how they portrayed the Skrulls was interesting. How they went back in time, and I thought it was interesting. I was entertained the whole way through, and to be honest, I saw it 3 times in the theater. I liked it, and the pushback that it's like no one has. I don't think anyone can objectively even talk about Captain Marvel because of Brie Larson, this Brie Larson hate, and I'm like, she won an Academy Award. She's an Academy Award winning actress.
Bro, you know what? Like,
I understand there's a Bollywood scene in the movie, and I think that's fascinating. I think it's going to be fun to see how they put that in there, and I also think the trailer looks good. I like the way the trailer looks good, and I love Monica Rambeau. She's one of my favorite characters, so I hope we get to see. I mean, obviously it's about the 3 of them, but I really want to see Monica shine because Monica, although she was in WandaVision, didn't really have as much airtime as far as I'm concerned compared to Kamala and compared to
certainly not as a superhero. Like now she's what is she now? We don't even. I love her. I love the actress. Look, given my druthers, she should have been the Captain Marvel. I wanted that black and white, total fro Captain Marvel character that I loved in the 80s, who was an Avenger. I love that Captain Marvel. And
who was officially the first Captain Marvel to carry the name Captain Marvel after Marvel.
Right.
She was the first to carry that moniker. People need to know that. She was the very first. Monica Rambeau was the very first female Captain Marvel. So,
and she was in the comics. She was sassy.
She was, bro, and she was sassy. Right now, I mean, well, the last iteration that we knew with her is that she was with the Ultimates, and again, She also has been aligned with the goddess stories as well, with Loki in the books. So again, there's so much importance of that character, and I hope they give her the shine that she needs, because that's probably one of the biggest reasons why I want to see this film, is because of her.
Well, the more I see of it,
yeah.
they keep showing scenes, and it becomes more and more
Yeah.
interesting. The trailers didn't tell me.
Yeah.
They're like, why am I watching this movie? All I know is that the three of them are shifting their powers. But these
Yeah.
clips that they keep showing, I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
there's a lot more. How did they not put any of this in the marketing? I mean, it has a much more of an intellectual hook for me than it used to. Like, I could care less if they're shifting their powers, but if this is like Thanos plan B, that this accuser was meant to implement, or whatever's going on, I mean, they did not do a good job conveying this and why we should want to see it.
Well,
Hey, go ahead.
You remember when of course you guys remember when she was in WandaVision, and she had to kind of like, first of all, we saw her come out of the snap because she came back.
Which I loved.
It was so good because she's in the hospital, and first there's nothing, and then you can kind of hear voices and you realize what's happened. And it's what you would expect in that scenario. But she also, when she's able to go through what Wanda has created, and she's Geraldine, this other character, she's completely aware of what's going on. She's the only one, or one of the few people who told Wanda about her brother being killed by Ultron, and she was very direct about it. Your brother was killed by Ultron, and it's like, wait, that doesn't sound like this fantasy world that Wanda's living in. And it was kind of like that aha moment where you're like, okay, there's a reason why she told her that. I still don't know the reason why she said that to Wanda, but maybe it was because she wants to snap her out of it.
Well, yeah, she wanted to bring her down to earth. I mean, I'm really curious, and that's the thing. There's so much, to me, there's a lot of interesting stuff that I want to, because I think we're all of the opinion, and like you were saying, Lael, to speak to the space that we exist in, the fan space has become so toxic, and so between the bile everybody has. And look, I've been guilty of it myself, to be honest, over Star Trek. I mean, no one's gonna. No, dude, I've gone hard. But on the other hand, I also got Star Trek Picard season 3 that I loved. Yeah. So I had something I could really get behind and love, and I genuinely did like that. But I've been just as guilty, because I think that to me, Star Trek always represented aspiring to be the best you can be. And I think that the messaging, meritocracy and excellence and demanding hard work from people, and all of that has become something to shun in our society, which I do not understand. And we cannot survive. We have to start picking ourselves up by the bootstraps and deciding what kind of a civilization we want to live in, because mediocrity is not good for anyone. And like I've always said, a educated and healthy population is the first line of national defense. And but
I you know what, bro, like, the crazy part is, like, no one, aside from like maybe a few people, and a lot of early screenings, no one has seen this film yet.
Right. No one.
Right? No one has seen the film yet. Yet everybody is saying, "Oh, this movie's shit."
Well, they did. I mean, Marvel did. They embargoed it till the day before it was released, and they've never done that before.
But okay, even and here's the thing, bro, because I hear Campia harp about that constantly, bro. But you know what I mean? Like, does that necessarily mean that because they're doing it that way, that the movie is? I'm just saying this because does it necessarily mean? Do we always place, because the review embargo doesn't lift until a certain time? Do we base that on it? Are we really supposed to say that it's shit because of that, bro?
No, I don't think we would, but it does send a message out to the critical community. It does send a message out to people that review movies for a living, and the genre press, the movie pundits.
And I get that point. But my point is, maybe they're doing this because, and I'm not saying that this is what's happening, bro, by any stretch. I'm just saying, possibly, could they be doing this because they know that, number one, the amount of criticism, hate that, again, Brie Larson receives, they know that there might be a few people
that's true.
Use that as an advantage during that embargo once it lifts to cast that type of negative response. And do you think that they can be doing that because they already know that that's there? I'm not. Here's the thing: the movie, for all intents and purposes, could be horrible. I'm not saying it's great or it's bad. I'm just saying, like, do you think that could be the possibility of reasons why people are doing it that way? I mean, why they've chosen to go this route?
Oh, I think that's definitely a possibility. I mean, I think that they're aware that people are sharpening because the Brie Larson hate never went away. And I think in a way it's sort of irrational, but I mean I get, because look, it's between Rachel Ziegler, between Brie Larson, between all these other things, there's all this vitriol surrounding all this, and at the same time Disney's stock price has been sort of moribund, and there's a lot of craziness happening.
What do you think that I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that you're supposed to do this, right? But if I was like literally someone's agent, right? Or if I'm your manager, your agent, whatever, and I know that you have certain feelings about something, right? I would say, look, if you have this, if you feel this certain way, right, that's fine. But can you wait until the film comes out?
Well, no, I think that is a very good point. And now with social media, people they have to be like, I'll tell you something about the Snow White thing.
Yeah.
So the pictures of, we saw that one picture of Rachel Ziegler walking through the tall grass with her gaggle of 7 dwarves, but they were just normal people that looked like people were talking about, oh, these are a bunch of diverse. Well, then we see with the final picture that's released that all the faces are CG. They're going to be digital creations, and the human beings are the ones that are playing those roles. Yeah. But now it's and what I found interesting about that is when I was looking at those digital creations, I'm like, I don't know if I buy that. Like I'm watching this going, when I think they're trying to go and make it like, okay, these are more fantasy characters. Like I never thought the 7 dwarves were creatures or not human. I thought they were just, smaller human beings. But what they're doing now is they've turned them into, and to be honest, I don't know how I feel about this. Just seeing that picture, I was like, what is this now? So you're now going to have these digitally created dwarves that look more like their animated counterparts, but Rachel Ziegler's a human being. And I'm like, I don't know if I buy that. Now I need to see it, because what's interesting, we saw, like, I loved, as much as I didn't think the Hobbit movies were up to snuff of Lord of the Rings, I love like the scene in the Hobbit when they come to Bilbo's house and they clean his dishes and stuff. I loved all that. And I liked all the dwarves, like they were dwarves and they used visual effects to create them, but they still were like, they look like people.
But you know what they look like to me? They look like, Mad Magazine. You remember Mad Magazine?
Yeah,
yes. They look just like that.
So it's not just me. They look like
they look like, what, me worry? Yeah. They all look like that. They all look like they're variations on that character.
Yo, you could tell that was waiting when you were talking about it. She's like,
yes.
Well, they all look like the that's Alfred E. Newman.
Yeah.
Is the Mad Magazine guys Alfred E. Newman, and they all look like Alfred E. Newman.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
They totally do.
I thought it was on purpose. I thought it was they contacted, the company and they wanted to incorporate it into this whole thing. So it's not on purpose. It's just a coincidence. Gee, it sure looks like it. I don't know.
I saw it. Personally, like I said, I'm just saying, like my interest in, and I'm just again, it's just me. My interest in them taking, iterations or animated iterations and making live action. I've never been a fan of it because I stick with the animation because the animation is what made it to me more magical. When you're bringing it into live action, okay, all right, it's cool, but you're obviously you're going to change certain elements of the animation, and again, and if that's what I remember, I know, and change is good. I get that and understand it, but I just haven't really been a fan of it. You know what I mean? Like even changing certain elements of the Lion King once they made that live action, even like certain iterations of the Jungle Book, even though it was good, I enjoyed it. Like they've changed certain things. A lot of people didn't like or weren't really connected to Snow White, Beauty and the Beast. I mean, not Snow White, but Beauty and the Beast. You know what I mean? Like, it's again, bro. Like, I mean, I just prefer like the animation because I remember how I felt about it when I saw them first time. So I don't know. But with that being said, if I was a manager or an agent, I would literally say, please, for me and for your career. And also, again, if you have these opinions, you're fine. You can have them and you can talk about them. But for right now, shut the fuck up and let's get that money. Like literally, let's get that money. Let's get that bag. And then after we get the bag and this film is released, if you have any type of opinions, it's because that's up. Like, let's get the bag. And then you talk. Because a lot of that is going on right now. And I'm surprised that Disney's like, yo, like, seriously.
Well,
y'all keep doing this shit.
But they're like, here's the thing, like you said, Rachel Zegler's she's young, she's this young generation does not know how to hold their tongue.
Yeah.
They don't understand there's no understanding of the difference between business and social media credibility or whatever. It's like there's no that it's the same reason. This is something you would have learned in school, but nobody's teaching it. It's like civics. Nobody understands nobody understands all the lessons you need to know about life are in Godfather 1 and 2. They really are. Never let anyone outside the family know what you're thinking. That is a lesson that can be applied anywhere. And if you're working for a company and they're paying you a lot of money and you're in post-production on Snow White, if you're in a movie that's cost $150 or $175 million, you better be on your best fucking behavior until that movie comes out because you have a multinational corporation. I mean, people don't get it. It's like, Tom Holland, for instance, Tom Holland, Spider-Man, when he signed up as Spider-Man, he can't do things like go skiing.
Yeah.
When he's under contract, he can't do
nothing. He
can't do anything. He can't go surfing. He can't do anything because if he gets hurt, I remember him talking. I saw him on a talk show. He said, I'm no longer under contract to Marvel. And he's like, yes, I can go do all these things. But people don't understand that. They don't think that okay, whether it's right or wrong, if you're in a movie that's not coming out for a year or two and they spent $200 million on that movie, by torpedoing that movie or saying the wrong thing in public, you could be held liable for that.
Yeah.
They could come after you and say, you owe us $50 million or $100 million in damages.
Does this younger generation feel a certain sense of pressure, societal pressure to speak up about things that I personally believe they really don't give a shit about?
Oh yeah, but they'll talk about it.
You got a point. You got a point. You have that right there. What you just said And here's my thing. And the reason why I'm so happy you said that, Risnell, because you just gave me a window of opportunity to just ease on in.
Here it comes.
Because here's my thing, bro. And this is what I hate, right? And this is what's been going on for the last couple of years, right? People use these topics, or they use these things to go to the award ceremonies. Once they win a fucking award, bro, they get up there and they get on a soap. Now, here's the thing, bro. You get on a soapbox, but my thing is, it's okay. But do you, like you said, do you believe that? Do you honestly believe it? Or did your publicist or someone say, if you want to get clicks, if you want people to follow you on social media, do you believe that? Because if you do, what are you doing necessarily to change the narrative? What are you doing? Instead of just talking about it and getting up because you just want people, you want to be heard. Do you believe this, or are you just, is it again a thing of monkey see, monkey do? Well, just because this person's doing it, I'm going to talk about it. Because this person's getting shine, I want to get shine. I'm not saying that that's the same for everybody, but some people have been suspect. They get up there, they get on the soapbox, they start talking about this shit. But I'm like, yo, do you honestly believe it? And if you do, what are you doing to change the fucking narrative instead of talking about that shit, bro? Like, literally, you can almost see it coming. And there's a few of them, I don't even want to name, but there's a few of them that have done it just because they want to get the crowd's participation, applause, clicks for social media. Oh, yes, they are for the cause. But are they really? Because anybody can say they are and just go back to their multi-million-dollar home and sit back like shit didn't matter.
Well, I think that everybody, with the news cycle the way it is, everyone feels the need to weigh in on whatever the subject du jour happens to be.
I'm waiting for one person to just say, I don't give a fuck. And just,
yeah.
And just like, like they'll interview, what do you think? I don't give a fuck about it. And just, why haven't we heard those people? Where are they? They're afraid. They're afraid to go ahead and say that, because there has to be somebody out there who just doesn't care about any of this stuff, but is so tired of the press saying, well, what do you feel about global warming? What do you feel about, this and that? And like, it must be overwhelming for these young artists to have to deal with this day in and day out from the press, from social media, from their friends, from just everything. Like,
well, look at what happened to the girl in Only Murders in the Building. Why am I drawing a blank on her name? I'm seeing her face. I hear her
Selena
name.
Gomez?
Yes, Selena Gomez. She has an incredible following on TikTok, and she has not really weighed in on the situation in the Middle East. And people are coming after her because she hadn't weighed in on it. And it's like, I think it's probably smart if you don't know enough about a subject to not opine about it. And look, in our space, in the movie pundit space, that's impossible. Everybody's going to have a million. All we do is listening to people. I spend all day long listening to people talk about Hollywood that have never worked in Hollywood. They've never made a movie. They know nothing about the business. And yet everyone talks, and I'm not saying that I know everything, but I'm saying these people really know nothing. And I'm in this position where I'm like, I'm having to speak, and I get it. They're not even people that necessarily study the business, and it's just like, what do you say to that,
bro? It's in fucking insane, bro. Like, it is like, so a person decides not to say anything. Well, okay, one example, really quick example. Last Saturday, we were at Corey Black, Latoya's cousin. We were at his celebration. We celebrated Rita at the Edge. We were at the top of the Edge. We celebrated there, and then we went from there to the Brooklyn. I think it was called the Brooklyn Chop Shop in Manhattan. So we took the celebration after that there. Well, it was a girl or a lady that he knows. She's a therapist. And I guess they met through social media. I don't know how they met, whatever, but she's a therapist. They were standing up talking. So they were talking while this event was going on, this dinner was going on and everything. We thought it was business related, right? That's what we thought. We thought everything that was going on at that time was business related. but she was talking to him about how he felt about what was going on overseas. And because he told her, well, wait, like, I'm just trying to celebrate the opening and a ribbon cutting of, my dental practice. He was like, I'm not here to talk about that, really. I mean, and it's not my place because, I mean, it's not that my heart doesn't go out, but what can I do right now at this very moment in the middle of a celebration that I am hosting, and I have to basically, she talked to him for an entire 2 hours and we didn't know. We had no idea. But this is what I'm saying. It's the expectation. Like, and if he didn't remark about it, she took offense. And she's a therapist. Shout out to Corey Black, bro. I know you went through it that day, but I got you, bro. I got your back. But it was crazy. It was insane. People expect you to have an opinion, and if you choose not to, so you damned if you do and you damned if you don't. If you choose not to talk about it and stay in your own place, even though you may be doing something about it behind the scenes that people know nothing about, in this day and age, they want you to talk about it. So they want you to put yourself in a line of fire, right? This is what they want you to do. Put yourself in a line of fire, them not really knowing what's at stake, but they are so aggressive about it. They are really, really aggressive about it, bro.
What I think, what I found, I think there's something going on here that social media has created that never existed before. And it was like, in order to find fulfillment in your life, you would find fulfillment family or through your works, your church, your beliefs, whatever it was that would fulfill you. For me personally, I like to make things, whether it's movies, whether it's making YouTube content, whatever it is, writing.
Yeah.
I've written for magazines. I've contributed essays for books. I'm published.
Yeah.
So I've always liked to make things. That's what gives me fulfillment. Nowadays, and having product at the end, having something that you've made through the fruits of your labor that other people can say purchase or download or something that you've made or watch, like right now. But I think nowadays a lot of people don't have that fulfillment. Yeah. And so it's this social media provides this immediacy, like, oh, I can engage with people and get immediate feedback about I'm on the right side of history or whatever. And they're getting that affirmation, and that has replaced actual fulfillment. That's replaced like knowing that you've done a job well done. And what people, it's very interesting to me because when I made Free Enterprise and it came out back in 1999, was it the best movie in the world? Probably not. There were people that liked it. Okay, we won some awards. But for me personally, for somebody that I wanted to make a movie my whole life, and I made a movie with my childhood idol, I was done. I had a moment where I realized I've done this thing. I was in I went to the Cannes Film Festival, the market. We were not in the festival, but I went to fucking France with William Shatner. And I'm like, I'm in fucking France shooting a TV segment for E! On the Riviera. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I can go do whatever I want now because my lifelong dream and aspiration, I fulfilled it. I did it. Now, I
did
just
what you wanted to do. Yeah.
I did what I wanted to do. So I had a level of fulfillment in my life that, and by the way, I didn't tell people like I'm fulfilled because you still have I had a lot of life to lead. That was 25 years ago. And I'm like, but now the pressure is sort of off of me. And so I can just go have fun. I can be a fan. That's why I feel like I can talk on YouTube, or I'm finishing up another movie right now, White Devils. I'm doing the audio podcast with Todd Stashwick. I'm doing, and working with Max Allen Collins. I can go do all this stuff. Do I need to win? Everyone's like, well, you don't win an Academy Award. I'm like, well, okay, no, but I'm still making all this stuff. But I did something. Yeah, and I did something where I risked everything. I risked my entire life in the sense that I wrote this thing, I directed this thing, I put this thing out into the world. Yeah. There's nothing more fucking scary than doing something like that. And it took me 10 years of work 10 years of work in LA to get to that point where I felt I was okay to do it. 10 years of disappointment but when I finally did it, there was a wave of like this weight was taken off my soul.
Yeah.
Because I'm now like, oh, I did what I always wanted to do. And now I can go do whatever the fuck I want. And no one can ever take this away from me. And so I know there's lots of people like, too bad, Rob, you didn't fulfill, your life's dream. I'm like, did I? You mean I didn't? Like I've made movies around the world. I've met all kinds of interesting people. I turned my love of sci-fi, fantasy, and horror. I got to produce documentaries about Lord of the Rings and X-Men and Chronicles of Narnia and Star Trek. I turned my professional, it's been great. But it took the work. And I feel now that social media is going to create an entire generation of people that thought they were doing something. They thought they were being fulfilled. And at the end of the day, they're going to be left with what? Nothing. I mean, all they have is their various opinions and an Instagram feed. But when you have to get up in the morning, you didn't have to do anything. I mean, people like Mr. Beast have. I would say that Mr. Beast is somebody that you look at, he created a business and pioneered YouTube, but we now have a whole generation of people that are looking for meaning. They're looking for meaning in their lives, and they're finding meaning by having these fleeting engagements with people on social media where they get affirmation, but when they walk away and turn off their phones, there's nothing left.
Or they're looking for hacks, like life hacks, where they think there's this shortcut or, there's going to be this easy way to do something. And, three of us and pretty much everybody who's watching this knows that there's no life hack. You have to just work hard and get through life.
Work your ass off.
If you want something, you have to work your ass off to get it. And that's just how it is. But this fantasy of this shortcut life hack is, very debilitating to young people because they think that anything more than a hack, is wrong and that they shouldn't have to put in that amount of effort.
Exactly.
It really
Shortcuts.
It really has changed their drive overall, as and I think it's cut off their mojo. Like they should have strong mojos, even if it's in the wrong direction, but it's not going in any direction.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to bring it back to our favorite subject, that's why young people aren't fucking.
Exactly.
They're not. They've been watching porn, and all it is like you got 2 seconds of action, and then you're done. You're fulfilled, and you walk away.
All you need is some cheeks.
But
all you need is some cheeks.
I'm telling you, man.
All the world needs is some cheeks. That's all you need is some cheeks. Whenever you are angry and upset and frustrated about the world, instead of getting on social media keys, these motherfuckers right here, instead of getting on this shit right here, go upstairs, grab your girl, grab your guy, and be like, yo, I'm ready. Come on, let's go. You guy, grab your girl and be like, yo, I got the lotion, the baby oil. I got whatever you need.
Okay, but then
give me those cheeks now, please. Let me smack them. Let me caress them. Let me just squeeze those motherfuckers right. Yo, just please give me some cheeks. That is the fucking frustration that you need to get out on them cheeks. You grab the girl by her waist. She turns around and smiles, and you like, yeah, you know what's coming. That's all you need is some cheeks. That is all the world needs. I'm a fucking t-shirt that says all you need is some cheeks. That is all you need in the world to be a better.
I don't know. That's the oppressive patriarchy talking.
You need human contact. It can't be just like a solo enterprise either. Go and reach out to somebody.
Oh, it can be a solo enterprise. Let me tell you. You know what I'm saying?
It's not the same.
No, but here's the thing. You know what I'd like? You know what I think everybody should do? Everybody should here's the thing. Speaking to that, when I was a teenager, making out with a girl was like the best thing in the world. And you'd like go to her house after school, and we've talked about this before, but you're making out, you don't realize that time bends, And while you're making out, it takes you 2 hours to work up the courage to even go up her shirt. And then you have to wonder, is the clasp in the front or the back? And then you have to wonder, is my hand in the right position to be able to use one hand to pop it off? Because if those two hooks in the back are a lot harder than being able to do the one on the front. Much more interesting.
Right? I don't want to do all that work. Just wear a T-shirt. That's
no,
all
man,
you need.
I'm telling you.
Man, lingerie. Look, all I want you to wear is wear one of the shortest T-shirts you can. Look. That's all you need is a T-shirt, and I'm fine with it. Lingerie, we can deal with that later on further down in the relationship. But the first go, just a T-shirt. Tell me, does it have to be hard work? Does it? Just getting some cheeks have to be hard work.
You have to reach out to another human. And I understand that there are people out there who have not done that, but make an effort. I know that this dependence on these apps to find people, but what I've heard from friends is that, guess what? These apps do not work out for everybody. Go out and meet people. Go to Comic Cons and meet people.
Yes.
People who have similar feelings that you do.
And it's plenty of cheeks at Comic-Con. I'm telling you.
Go to concerts, do all this stuff and see other people and start talking, get some phone numbers, sign up for that stuff. And I guarantee you're gonna at least have some other human contact. Step away from the computer screen and the solo, lotion.
Step away from it.
Step away from it. And
step away. You get frustrated, just step away from it. I'm going.
Can I just offer some other advice? You got to bring your finesse game, Lael. Lael, I mean, here's the thing. For all you guys out there, when you kiss a girl, you have about 90. You have a second and a half before you've told a girl whether you can kiss well or not. A girl knows. And if you can't make an impression in that split second or that second and a half, you have nothing else to offer her. And she knows it.
Truth.
And then she'll put up with it because she's used to dealing, as Hannibal Lecter said in Silence of the Lambs, the sticky fumblings in the back of a car. You don't ever want to be that guy.
Yeah.
You need to bring your finesse game.
You
don't want to be you don't want to be the PG guy who maybe you'll make something happen. No, man, you got to, and people are not learning this. You're swiping left and right. When you finally get down to the action station that you want to be in, you parachute down onto that Fortnite island. You want to make sure that your weapons are locked and loaded, but that your skill set is ready to rock and roll. And I'll tell you something, if you don't know how to kiss, you don't know how to do anything else any good. So a girl knows from a male perspective, and learning how to kiss and making that an art. That's going to help you in many different, because the philosophy you need to bring in there.
Yeah. And
you are not going to learn how to kiss watching porn.
And everybody has game. So work on your strengths and don't worry about, do not.
How did we get here?
You said something about fucking.
I did. I brought the fucking.
You opened your mouth about fuck. As soon as you said it, perked up because she knew it was that space. This is where we are. And I just came through with the rock and was like, let's go. If we're in this space, let's go. It is a way to relieve frustrations. It is clinically proven. It is a way to relieve frustration. When you are frustrated about what somebody is saying online, don't worry about those keys. Text. You know what? Use these keys. Text your girl. Be like, hey, check it out. I'm downstairs. Somebody pissed me off. Or, hey, I'm at my house. Somebody pissed me off. Like, what you doing? Hey, I ain't doing nothing. Can I come over? Yeah, let's go. That's it. I mean, literally. Yeah. Let's go, man.
Orgasms are the spice of life.
Yes, and it is. It is.
And men, bring your finesse game. Like,
listen.
And make here's another philosophy. Listen. Ladies first. Practice the ladies first philosophy in all things. All right. You go down and you get your cheeks wet. You make sure that you make it a ladies first night. You know
ladies. Or
if you're listen. And by the way, girls will say, "I want to make it." No. If you're a ladies first kind of guy, they'll never forget it. Nope. They'll never forget it. And by the way,
they'll never forget you for it.
Yeah.
They will never forget you for it. And I'm telling you, life after that will just be so serene and euphoric.
Also,
Literally, bro.
learn your
That's
anatomy.
a modern-day
Learn the
utopia
female
if you
anatomy.
put her first, straight up. Learn the Listen, I can text Latoya T right now and be like, "Hey, babe, I'm downstairs. I'm ready to go." And she know what she'll say? Come on.
She'll say,
Michael
"Let's
Jackson,
do
she'll be
it."
like, "Come on."
She won't say like,
Definitely.
"Why don't you come up so you can go down?"
Exactly, bro. Like,
That's
you know
it.
what I mean? Like, that's just the way it is, bro. But you see the space that we are in, right? Cheeks wakes you up. It just gets the juices and the energy just flowing. Get
Shit,
y'all
man.
some cheeks. All you need is cheeks. This segment has been sponsored by Sex Education by Lael, Rockwell, Rob, and
Wow.
for free. And you didn't have to pay $9.95 to get it.
You can do it out there. You can do it.
I mean, between V Shred, I could teach a class. Come on.
Yeah.
By the way, I'd have to get endorsements, of course, which I could get.
Could
Yeah,
we
that's
get
true. That's true.
endorsements for that?
Yes.
Endorsements, or-
Yes. I could call some people. Hey, I need a ringing endorsement.
Yo, can you imagine that? Him? Oh, what is it? What is it? Hymns? Is that what it's called? Like,
Yeah.
Hymns. Oh yeah, hymns. Okay, but
Yeah, that's
okay,
endorsement.
okay,
Hymns.
okay. Here's what's fucking crazy. Okay, brought up hymns. You see those ads? The dudes in those ads are like 28.
Yeah, bro.
They're like
I'm
28.
like, how?
They're like what? I don't need Viagra
Yeah,
now.
bro.
Like, what
Not
the hell are you
now,
talking about? Hymns?
I'm
In
50
case you have sexual dysfunction, take hymns. I'm like, you're a hot dude, and she's
Like, what's going on with you?
Yeah, but maybe they're not getting as much human contact as we did when we were in that age category. Maybe today it isn't happening for them.
Stay away from fucking social media and go
It's not-
outside.
yeah, that's
go to
what
Starbucks. Go
yeah.
to Target. Meet somebody. Goddamn. It's not hard. Like, literally, just
It's
go
not
outside.
hard across the land. It's not hard.
That's the problem.
Big problem. Yeah, it's
Not
like,
hard.
and when it is hard, it's a patriarchal suppression of you're
because
putting.
they can't even jerk off to like a picture of a famous star anymore because there's
Wow.
this guilt that they're feeling. I mean, I think it's
Wow.
terrible that anybody should even feel guilt over something
Bro.
that's natural, that's beautiful.
That reminds me of that scene.
We are musing tonight.
The
Yeah.
scene in Clerks 2. Remember when they were remember when the whole donkey scene, the whole whatever, and the guy who talks about Lord of the Rings and stuff that all the time, and he's basically a Bible thumper. Remember he was in the corner and he was like, "Sorry, Jesus."
Or he could have been saying, "Oh Jesus,
Yo,
God,
Yo.
thank you."
Darth Plato sends in a super chat and says, "Welcome to Midnight Musings, where apparently nothing is off topic."
Music, yes.
It's
we
true.
were gone for a couple weeks. What the fuck y'all expect?
And Mario Lopez is here from Portugal.
Hey,
I hope his mom's not watching this show. No, his mom would understand. Mario, how are you? I hope you're well. Irene Jobson says, for morning breaky, your water, and Lael's whatever he wants to be. XXXOOO.
Wow.
But back to the conversation at hand.
Yes.
There were people that were talking about, oh my God, Zequinox says, does the Panderverse actually exist? Did you guys see South
Yes,
Park?
it does exist. And I think that
What happened?
the Panderverse, South Park
Dude.
Panderverse version,
Dude.
it does exist because I can't tell you how many times I've heard people talk about KK in this way. They even have her picture in this thing. It's brilliant. And I'm glad that somebody is saying something about it.
Lael.
Because
Wait, I'm missing something.
Okay,
what the fuck have I been disconnected from?
She's mentioned more than Alonzo. She's mentioned
What
more.
the fuck is going on?
Okay, wait. So you have to.
Comes out about her.
We have to bring Lael up to speed.
All right.
Yeah.
So the new South Park special.
Okay.
Yes.
It's called Into the Panderverse,
Okay.
and Cartman gets turned into a diverse female, and all the characters get turned into diverse, and it's all a plot. You know what? It's best that you don't know forget what we've said about anything.
Yeah.
You have to go in and watch this South Park special. It is
curvy
beautifully it's beautifully savage.
Yes.
It is so great. And when you find out who the villainess is, you're gonna die. It's
for you to have a laugh at all the discussions and all the comments about certain figures in pop culture. It's specific to pop culture and perhaps incredibly specific.
Maybe to a certain franchise you love.
Yes, and very bold, very daring, very fresh. I don't think I've never seen a YouTube video do a parody of all the other YouTube videos. That's what this feels like to me. It feels like a South Park parody of a common discussion that's been had on YouTube maybe for the past 10 years.
It destroyed all of us. It was a nuclear weapon that it was so beautifully done. I was like, bravo.
Everything that could be said about her has been said after I've seen that. Like after this, no one ever needs to say anything because everything that could be said about her has been said. We can shut it down. No more videos about her because you just have to go to that to get everything you need. It was really very clever and funny, and they had fun making this. Robert and Lael, when you said they had a good time doing this, I was happy.
So where can I find this? Where can I find this?
It's on Paramount Plus. Is on Paramount Plus?
It's about an hour.
Paramount Plus. Okay.
And it was nice to see somebody just have a laugh about it and just kind of look on the bright side and funny part and make some good points too. Very good points. Talked about, didn't skirt around the issues. It was meant for you to have a laugh and go, yeah, it's true, man. Oh, it's so funny. And you can just go about your day. You know, it was fun. It looked at both sides, right, Robert? Both sides.
Dude. It was, first of all, it's amazing. I'll tell you a story. So a lot of people don't remember, but South Park started as a Christmas card. Basically, it was Jesus versus Santa Claus. Mm-hmm. And that was the first South Park thing. And George Clooney saw this video and copied it and sent it all around Hollywood. Mm-hmm. And that's how people saw South Park.
That's how it got off the ground.
That's how it got off the ground. And to see where it's come. Now, this was in the mid-'90s. Mm-hmm. This is an interesting story. I was sort of dating George Clooney's assistant at the time, and we made a birthday video for George Clooney. And we traveled around, and back in the mid-'90s, birthday videos were the big thing. So we interviewed, our George Clooney birthday video has the only Cameron Diaz topless scene ever in it. But what was interesting was, for me, the video opens with a South Park animation that has never appeared anywhere else except our George Clooney birthday video that Amy Cohen produced and I edited for her. And it's because I'd seen The Spirit of Christmas, but this South Park video has never appeared anywhere else. And back then, George Clooney was, I wouldn't say I'm a pimp. Well, maybe I've never, but yes. So this is a true story. It's funny. It's so in this video. So it's the South Park kids, and back then George Clooney was known because he had a pot-bellied pig as a pet. Mm-hmm. And the South Park characters are saying, you know, happy birthday, George Clooney, and Cartman's like, what? Why are we saying happy birthday to George Clooney? Mm-hmm. And one of them's like, why are we saying happy birthday to George Clooney? He's a total pig fucker. Mm-hmm. And Stan's like, what do you mean? What do you mean George Clooney's a pig fucker? And Cartman's like, well, he has a pig. The only reason you have a pig is because you must be a pig fucker. And Stan's like, I guess you're right. Well, happy birthday anyway, George Clooney. Yeah, you pig fucker. And that was the second South Park video ever made.
Wow.
And no one's ever seen it except on that video. That's a true story.
Blazed Asian, I have been saying this I've been saying this since I've known him. Blazing Asian, you have a point. I have been saying this since I know him. Like literally. Yeah, he has to.
All you
This
have to
man-
do, look, all you have to do is stick around LA long enough and anything can happen. You know, I was watching, Elizabeth and I last night were watching my Radiance Blu-ray of Dennis Hopper's The Hot Spot. And Dennis Hopper began his career as an actor in the 50s. Then he became a counterculture figure and kind of fell from grace because he was such a maniac in the 70s. And then with Blue Velvet, he reinvented his career and then became a director again. And he was taught. Then he became a great painter, a great artist. And I was listening to him because I was watching the interview with him on this disc, which was shot in the airport when he was on a press tour. And he said, you know, if you just stick around long enough, your life will be amazing. I'm like, yes, it will. So,
Rob, if you could pick a person, an actor in Hollywood right now, to do a biopic and play your life, play you, who would that be?
well, it's funny because I've already kind of done that when I made Free Enterprise, which was Rafer Weigel. But now, I don't.
I'm not talking about. I'm just now. Like,
You know
if
what?
you can have somebody go back and play.
There's so many great actors that I don't know their names. I don't.
To start, it has to start from the night you jumped out of that girl's window.
Oh, right, yeah.
It would have to start from that scene.
Well, you know what? You could start the whole. It would be a montage. When I jump out, I go out my bathroom window, go across the roof of my house, jump down, get my bike, ride to her house, climb in her window, get a little something, and then come back and sneak back in the window.
That's how it has to start.
Yeah, it's funny.
That's how it has to start.
Yeah.
That
Jennifer.
would be fucking amazing, bro. I gotta write that shit.
By the
down.
way, that girl, Jennifer, she is insanely. She looks like she looked in high school, and she's our age, my age. She's insanely beautiful. She's retained. She's amazing. She's her own. She's an entrepreneur. She's been married to her husband for 20 years. She's got 2 great kids. Both of them got married recently. She's amazing. That girl. She'd think that would be hilarious. She would laugh her ass off if that's how a movie opened.
Bro, somebody has to do it.
And by the way, that girl also, I used to go to her house when I wasn't doing that, and her dad had a bootleg videotape of Star Wars.
No, for real.
And then we would watch it every single day after school. We did. Back in the day, Mikey Lito says he's glad to hear that Loki is worth his time when he binges the entire second season after it ends. It's good to see the PGS Trinity together. Good night. I think I said that already. Nathan Trujillo says something interesting. I think Loki will be the one that builds the multiverse Avengers team for Secret Wars to fight against Kang and Doctor Doom. Yep. Loki might recruit Wolverine in Deadpool 3 since the TVA is rumored for that. Well, that would be pretty interesting. I mean, did you hear what Sean Levy said about Deadpool 3? He was talking about Return of the Jedi. And he says the moment when Vader is searching for Luke, like there's like 40 seconds where Vader's looking around when he's going, "Sister, so you have a twin sister." Yeah. And then Luke raises up, that moment. He goes, I was telling people, he didn't say what this was. He goes, in Deadpool 3, there is what I call the Return of the Jedi moment. And he got the film out and he showed every single shot to the crew and his DP. And he's like, this is what we're going for. We're going for this moment where somebody is searching. And I don't know what that means. Wolverine, Deadpool, I have no idea what that means. But Sean Levy was saying this, and I'm like, well, that sounds pretty fucking cool, because that moment is amazing with the chorus, and then you see the silhouette of them fighting, and the camera's packing. I'm getting chills thinking about it.
Yeah.
I mean that
This-
I'm telling you.
Okay. Rob, I have to ask this question. Okay, let's get serious now. Are we in danger at this moment of being completely dismissive of 2024 when it comes to Hollywood?
When
No.
it comes to
No, because okay, we might not get Deadpool like we were supposed to get it in May.
oh,
But we're getting Dune 2. Can't wait to see that. Did you see all the trailers that dropped the other day? Fall
Yeah.
Guy.
Yeah.
Fall Guy. We saw that at CinemaCon. That's pushed into 2024. I think that movie looks hilarious, and it looked hilarious when we saw it at CinemaCon. Well, we got Godzilla Minus One's coming out. What was the other trailer that dropped the other day? We're getting a new Alien movie. Fede Alvarez, who directed Don't Breathe and Evil Dead, he made the new, I don't think it's called Alien Romulus, but the new Alien film, that's coming out. Looking forward to that. There was another trailer that dropped. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, I saw that.
Dude,
that, yeah.
that shit looked dope. Come on.
But I mean, but what I mean by that is, bro, like we are nowhere near close in agreement yet.
Oh, you mean in terms of getting? No, we're probably fucked for that. But there's enough stuff that's going to come out. Look, I think they're pretty close together. If they don't, they need to have a deal sometime this week, or we can write off a lot of what's going to happen, and nobody really wants that.
Did they say it was? Okay, so this week that just passed that we just ended, wasn't this the final week, or are they saying next week?
Well, I mean, there's always there are always as Spock told Kirk, and Kirk quoted him at the end of Wrath of Khan. There are always possibilities.
Okay.
I mean, who knows if it's November 4th with the holiday season? Here's the thing, if I don't think they can get things up and running fast enough to even get something shot by the end of this year. I mean, you could. Deadpool could, because they've already been shooting. And they've probably already been, they're deep in post. So whatever, they probably got a pretty solid cut of the film with what they've shot. They probably have a lot more to shoot. But I would imagine that it's going to be rough. But the thing is, there's so much stuff that's already been shot that they have to make. I mean, I think we're going to be okay. And there's a lot of independent movies. I think there's an opportunity here for a lot of, like, I just watched recently. I watched Past Lives with Elizabeth. That movie was a knockout. Very quiet film. There's people have made movies, whether they can promote them or not. I think we're going to be okay. I think there's going to be a lot of good stuff, because they dropped the new Godzilla trailer. They dropped Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. They dropped the Fall Guy, and there was one other trailer that came out.
And Godzilla's coming out in December, right?
Yeah.
We're getting it December 17th.
Yeah.
Godzilla 1, is it called Godzilla 1?
Godzilla Minus One.
Minus 1.
Yeah, -1. That looks really good.
It looks so good.
Bro, the Echo trailer looked good too, bro.
That looked again,
It looked
and that's
fucking
coming out in
fantastic, bro.
January.
Yeah.
That looked.
fucking
I mean,
fantastic.
that looked real. I had no interest really until that trailer.
Yeah, the trailer looked really, really good.
It looks really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Vincent D'Onofrio looks great. I mean, it's
Bro, that speech, just him talking in the very beginning was just like, yo, that shit was fucking nuts. It was crazy.
I loved it.
Bro, this the blood on the knuckles, the gunshots, and I was like, yeah, they're going for it somehow. They are. It was really good.
I really liked it. I can't wait. Al Renshaw says Marvel Spotlight is basically DC Elseworlds. Great. Man, I used to love Marvel Spotlight. I had a lot of those. They were expensive, but I like buying them. Is there a Marvel Spotlight omnibus? I don't know if they ever made one. Al Renshaw goes on to say, no matter what happens, I don't think Jonathan Majors should lose the role of Kang. He didn't do anything that would justify that harsh of a punishment. Well, for a company like Disney, if he does get accused or convicted or something of domestic violence, that's a tough one. It's tough.
Yeah.
We shall see. I mean, I want to see Magazine Dreams. I hate the fact that, here's the thing. the age-old question of, maybe you guys can weigh in on this, the art versus the artist. You know, does someone, because I've always looked at like, I've done things I'm not proud of. I've lost my temper and said things that aren't good. I've acted in ways that I wouldn't normally act, and that has nothing to do with the work that I've done. Mm-hmm. Nothing. When I'm working on something, I'm completely focused on that thing. And people are multifaceted. And when you're concentrating on your work, when Jonathan Majors is in front of a camera, whether he's in a $200 million movie or a $200 million TV series, or he's doing independent work, whatever he's doing, you know, his real life really is completely disconnected with the work you're doing. You never know when something might hit you the wrong way and you can snap. It has nothing to do with your work. Mm-hmm. And yet, depending on what happens, people are like, oh, I'm not going to watch that movie because of that person.
Yeah.
Which is very valid. And for my whole life, I've grappled with, you know, can you separate the art from the artist? Can you?
The thing is, bro, I would, because a person's personal life is just plastered across social media.
Well, now it's very different now than it used to be.
It's very different, because you remember, bro, back in like the, you know, 80s, 90s, earlier 2000s, you know, it wasn't the way it was right now. If something was going on behind the scenes, we didn't visibly see it. It was being handled however it was. You know, again, it didn't affect the art because, you know, again, all of our opinions, any opinions that you could have, you know, you didn't have a place where you can just, you know, go in and, you know, we didn't have the YouTubes like that. We didn't have like the Facebooks, the Instagrams and the spaces where people can just talk, and the Twitters where people can just talk. We didn't have all that. You know what I mean? So things were just handled totally different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now it's just like, again, he's, especially because of the subject matter, and here's the thing, bro. As a man myself, I do not and will never condone any type of physical violence towards a woman, period. And this is coming from a man who witnessed, again, physical abuse within my family against a woman. I've witnessed this. I've seen these things. I've seen stuff like that happen. You know what I mean? So I don't condone things like that. So if this is something that he did, if he did this, then yes, whatever happens, he deserves. But with that basically being said, none of that has been proven yet. It hasn't been proven. But we're so focused on that the art is being forgotten. People are forgetting the body of work that this guy has basically produced. And here's the thing, and I'm not just saying that because, well, you like his work, so you're being dismissive of the action. No, I'm not being dismissive of the action, but I don't know what the hell went on, bro. I don't know. I wasn't there when it happened. I wasn't in the car when it happened. I wasn't in that Uber when it happened. I wasn't in, all the individuals surrounding. I'm not in his head, her head. I don't know what they talked about. I have to wait and see how this plays out. But I'm not going to be dismissive of what he's done. The body of work is basically out there. Like, I'm just not. I just can't be that way, bro. Because I don't see it as being a fair shot for anybody, bro. Like, literally for anybody. Because I wouldn't want anybody doing that to me, bro.
I think
Lael, I seen him smack a monkey. Take him off of social media. He shouldn't be on YouTube. He's been abusive. And like,
wait a minute, you smacked a monkey?
No, I ain't smack a monkey, bro. I didn't. I didn't.
But no, but here's another thing. I am now suspect. I am suspect of what anyone says somebody did to them, because there's so much of that on people want to gin up situations where they've been wronged to curry favor with clout. Like, I don't even think, like, dude, you know what? In my younger days, I got in fights. I got beat up. I never beat anybody up, but I got in fights where people came after me, and you'd have to fight. And then when it was over, you didn't go to the principal, you didn't want anyone to know, you didn't go to your parents. You walked home and you had a black eye or something. Oh, I fell off my bike. You handled it. You dealt with it. You dealt with it in your universe. Even kids understood that. Today, people are looking for that. They want to curry favor, and they want to. Now, I'm not saying that Jonathan Majors and his girlfriend, whatever altercation happened, but I do wonder. I mean, we used to be able to take little scraps, and understand. Nowadays, it's like people can't wait to run to social media and plaster.
It's like
this
they
stuff.
were right there. It is like they were right there when it happened. And there's always opinions on it. But the thing is, again, bro.
But it's doing a tremendous disservice to the people that are suffering real abuse.
Yeah.
And we've turned everything into this most minor infraction. Your words are violence. Every time I hear someone say that, I want to take my fist and put it in their face and go, "Oh, really? Now, were my words violence, or was my fist in your face violence?" Now, just to be clear, I'm not really going to do that. But people have forgotten that there are degrees in life. If you feel that someone said some words to me and I feel put upon because of that, I'm like, you should get in a fight one day and see. Like when I was in Australia, I got jumped by 4 guys. I was walking home talking. I was married at the time. I made sure a friend of mine who was drunk at this party got into a car and got home. I'm walking home. I got jumped by 4 guys. They kicked the shit out of me. They broke my nose and cracked 3 of my ribs. And it wasn't pleasant. That's violence. And if you've had it perpetrated against you, I mean, for real, when someone says your words are violence, that's the kind of shit I'm like, you don't fucking know what it's like to have violence perpetrated against your person. Because if you did, you would never say that words are violence. Your words are No. Violence is violence. And if you've been on the end of it, if you've been on the receiving end of real violence to the point where, you're trying to do a job where you're running around with a camera on a movie set all day and you have 3 cracked ribs and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, and that violence never goes away. It took me years to get over, because there's a little bit of PTSD. You want to say, like, I wish I could have done something differently. I wish I could have fought back more. I fought back enough, but when something like that happens to you, and you listen to people in this day and age talk about your words are violence, I'm like, fuck off. Yeah. I mean, it really. But we live in that world now. We live in that world where people want to. I felt put upon by something you said. I'm like, fuck you, man. And nowadays it gets to the point where people have forgotten all that. And I think we have to get back to a point where we're so out beyond Pluto when it comes to the reality of what life is. I feel like everybody should live through some great catastrophe just so they can really understand the difference between somebody saying something you disagree with and something that is actually life-threatening, and what it's like to live without the amenities of the modern age for a month at a time.
It's true. That's true, bro.
But
that's true.
Now back to fun stuff. Tom Jr. Jackson says he just got Schindler's List on 4K. Speaking of fun stuff, and Blu-ray, and I watch a day, and that movie took a lot out of me, but it is such an important film. It really is, and that new Universal Blu-ray is amazing. It is amazing. By the way, Chemist says, when you're here at Midnight Musings, you're family. I love that. I love hearing that. Ricky B's been a member for 36 months, and Chemist also says that Matt Stone and Trey Parker are hands down this generation's greatest social commentators. Sorry, not sorry. I would say that there's a lot of truth in that, because of their turnaround time, they're able to be incredibly topical about what's going on. and they actually, for all of their truth, they're pretty balanced on issues. They never go one way or another. They're skewering everybody. They want to. I really think that South Park is one of the great satires of the modern age. When people look back and write the story of South Park in the books 100 years from now, they're going to be like, these guys were really on it. They really understand. Yeah,
it was funny, Robert,
funny
and
as
you could
hell,
just
man.
laugh at it and not even worry about which group they were talking about. It was funny across the board.
Oh, now this is a really interesting. I can't believe we haven't even addressed this. Hunter Becknell asks, and this is huge. I can't believe we haven't talked about this. What are your thoughts on the new Beatles song?
I like it. I thought it was wonderful, and I like the idea of I don't remember all the details of the song because Tom Jr. Jackson was the one who was telling me that it came out, but I liked it about how it's a love song. And any kind of song that is like that is wonderful. The video, I think, was from what Tom
Oh my God, it's a killer. Peter Jackson did that. It's just heartbreaking.
It's a lovely song. And as I was watching it, I could see the number of views go up. And I said, I bet you that this is going to have over 1 billion views.
You got to watch the
listen,
actual, because it's on Disney Plus. Like you can actually watch. I think it's like the documentary or something, like how they constructed it. And even when Paul McCartney talked about, how they did it, it's like, again, with all the talk of AI, and this was like AI done in a way that it was right and it suited the cause because at that time how they wanted to complete this song. And that it was, the way technology is right now. It's like, yo, that's pretty phenomenal.
And that's the kind of thing you want to see it used for.
Yeah, something like that. If its purpose served its purpose for something like that, that it makes sense. It makes sense in that space. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was pretty amazing and also heartbreaking, because they took that Lennon song. Yeah, it was definitely good stuff. Hunter Becknell goes on to think, also, what do you think of the Thriller 40th anniversary documentary trailer? I have not seen that.
I haven't seen it either.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to speak. Give me 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes on Thriller. How important was Thriller? How important was the video? And what did it mean? I mean, that album was monstrously huge.
Yeah,
the video was really what brought MTV to where, I mean, it was insane. Opine on Thriller for me.
Wow. Thriller was such a big part of our childhood.
Hell yeah, it was.
Such a phenomenon, from the dancing to the singing to the costumes to this incredible it wasn't just sort of like a 5-minute video. It was like a 20-minute production. I think it was around 20 minutes. And Ula Ray? Ula Ray, who got a chance to star with
Hell yeah. If you didn't have a poster of her, something's wrong back then, buddy, because I'm telling you, her on screen, like that video literally scared the shit out of me. Like literally, bro. Like it's the thing is like we were talking about this even earlier. I was talking about this like earlier this week with my barber, and we were talking about like just how different Michael has always been. He's been ahead of his time, always. How iconic he is in that level of stardom and entertainment, between him, Prince, those things will never be duplicated. You'll never find another like them right now. Honestly, you won't. But what Mike did in Thriller, like just in general, from the choreography, from the whole idea, having Vincent Price's voice. Oh my God. Vincent Price's voice is just like so unique. It's like, yo, Vincent Price himself scares the shit out of everybody, just basically with that voice and that laugh. The ending sequence with the zombies, I was like, yo, this shit, yeah, nah. It was phenomenal. It was so phenomenal and culturally phenomenal. Again, it was something that just changed everything when it was released. Phenomenal body of work.
It did, and it was musical theater as well in a
Yeah.
sense because there was this incredible amount of acting and background that went into doing this, and certainly everybody wanted
Mhm.
to watch this video and watch it many times, and it didn't matter what time of year you
Yep.
watched Thriller. It was a
Yep.
wonderful, creepy but entertaining song, and you were supposed to kind of have fun with it.
Mhm.
And even when he says it's Thriller, it's not. I think the idea is that he wants you to gets your juices flowing, like you're
Yeah.
really excited from it, and that
Yeah.
level of excitement that he had for this song does show. The dance
Yeah.
routines, Lael, in that
Phenomenal.
video
Oh,
were
Phenomenal.
I
Everybody wanted that damn Thriller jacket. I wanted
Yes.
that leather jacket so damn bad. Like literally. I did, bro. Like literally, you wanted that damn jacket so damn
You know,
bad, bro.
and what was her name? Ula?
Ula Ray.
was Ula Ray.
Ula
Oh
Ray.
man, how she was like
Bro,
the
she was
cutest girl.
fine, bro.
You, oh
Hell yeah.
man, come on.
Hell yeah, bro. She was so
What did
fine.
you say? I wanted her cheeks.
Bro, I had her poster. I had that poster. Hell yeah.
You know what people forget about that too, though? John Landis, who directed American Werewolf in London and Animal
Yes.
House and
Did
Blues
the
Brothers,
special-
directed
yeah.
it, and then Rick Baker, who did the transformation effects,
Did the special effects.
did
Yeah.
the special
Yeah.
effects, and that was the first time. And people forget this too. They released a special home video version of that had the video, but it also had a long making of, and they played the making of on MTV. I want to say that MTV debuted in 1981, and Thriller was, I think, the most important thing that happened because of Thriller. Not just it was an event, but it changed the way music videos were somehow legitimized as a true art form, a true cinematic art form, because of the people involved in Thriller and what they were going for. And after Thriller, no one looked down really on music video clips anymore. You suddenly had really interesting directors. I mean, if you think about it, people like David Fincher and Michael Bay, and the whole Propaganda team, everybody that worked for Propaganda, which was a production company that made videos and commercials and things, became the cutting edge filmmakers of today. And I think that Thriller was a milestone moment in terms of showing us how music videos had become. And it's really too bad because we don't have them anymore.
No.
No.
The thing about music videos, there's still music videos being made, but they don't have the kind of money behind them. They certainly don't have. And it's sad because with the tools and the technology that we have now, the innovation that could happen in music videos could probably be more than there's ever been. It's just no one has the kind of money to spend on the art form anymore, which is really too bad because so many of our great filmmakers today began on using music videos.
Well,
So
Robert, while you were away for the few minutes, I was telling Lael that I felt that Thriller had become musical theater. And, there are a lot of people who don't get a chance to go to Broadway or experience what that's like on a regular basis. The tickets are expensive, even if you are in a city that has a lot of theaters for those performances. It's not cheap, but Thriller became this musical theater production.
Yes,
And, I think it was so spectacular in what it was able to do with what felt like very little. It was, it's a night shot, and it's dark. And so they had to depend on a lot of factors like a lot of smoke, and you're walking in the night, the street, the wet kind of ground. And then, of course, a graveyard scene, which was also very much like a movie. It felt like a movie in that regard. So I think it went the extra step of being, an over the top production, but certainly it was something that was produced perfectly and balanced perfectly. Everything in it looked great. And you had these spectacular dances.
Just the sequences, like just shot by shot sequences, the idea of the movie theater, the idea of like just, going from the werewolf scene to the street zombie, effect to the everything about it was just for if you didn't I don't know how many times I watched that video, and I was young when that shit. I was like, I don't
Dude.
know how many times I watched it, but it was just, it's still the same effect now. Like, and that's what I'm saying. The body of work is timeless. He was always ahead of his time. Billie Jean, him dancing on like the flashing floors when he was basically walking across that. Thriller, Beat It, Remember the Time. All these videos, these video clips that, the imagination behind it, the science behind it, it's just like he has given us so many memories through visual exploitation, and it's been incredible. I'm like, yo, I mean, it's again like that feeling, that element of a performer, a superstar, like just an all-around performer on screen, or coming up with certain, or helping to come up with certain concepts like that. Pure imagination. You'll never see. On that level, we're never going to see it again, ever.
No, and I agree with you, and also because pop music, it was a natural evolution of where pop music was at the time, and a confluence of events in terms of music video, and how the 80s, the pop culture of the early 80s was so influential. And Michael Jackson had come up through the 70s and part of the Jackson 5. I mean,
bro.
From animated cartoons to ABC, and all that. And then Off the Wall, the solo stuff, working with Quincy Jones as a producer. Yeah. I mean, it was, and unfortunately, pop music does not, like, here's the thing. Now, Swifties will get mad, but is Taylor Swift or Taylor Swift's music more important?
It's her music, but socially, as a social media concept, she is more important from a social media point of view. But her album is the thing that won album of the year when she first came out. And this is the year, right, guys? We just had the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with a bunch of inductees who went in. Carol Crow was talking about how worried she is about AI. I mean, it's a very interesting time looking at this. I think that it's her music that's more memorable, in my opinion.
Well, but I would say that she's become, I think that she's overshadowed her music. And remember, she's one of the very first artists that co-wrote or wrote every song on a platinum album. Every single song. And I mean, she's an amazing performer, but her cult of personality, whereas I don't feel that you could say that Michael Jackson's later travails might have overshadowed his work, but at the time, for 20 years, Michael Jackson stood tall, and he literally was the king of pop. I mean, the entire world, and his performances, people forget Martin Scorsese directed the Bad video.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that video a lot.
Yep.
And
It's
I like
great.
the parody too, but and I also liked him when he did, Off the Wall.
All that stuff was great.
I liked him even, different type of music performance, but also very, good sounding music. I really liked those as well,
Shit, I still remember all his Suzuki commercials. I was like, yo, fuck, Michael did do a Suzuki commercial. I remembered all that. Hell yeah.
Dude, I've told you how I met him once, right?
No, but you're going to tell me now.
No, you didn't. I don't remember.
I've never told you how I met Michael Jackson.
No, you've never told us about how you met Michael Jackson, bro.
I don't remember that.
Okay,
story,
it seems like I make this shit up, but I assure you. So
this is why you need somebody to play you in a
moved from where it was. Its main headquarters store was on Melrose. It's in, by the way, Golden Apple's in Free Enterprise. So I would go in to Golden Apple, and Sharon Leibowitz and Bill Leibowitz, who own the store, they knew me, and Sharon's in Free Enterprise, and so I was like a valued customer or whatever. And one day I went in, and there was like nobody in the store, and I'm just shopping, because I literally went to the store you have to understand, every Wednesday when comics came out, it was Wednesdays, and every Wednesday, and I dropped a lot of money over 25 years or whatever.
Yeah.
One day, I was there in the store. I was the only person in the store. They closed the store, and Sharon's like, Michael Jackson's coming here. And I did not know that Michael Jackson went to Golden Apple. It was a regular stop of his. So they were off Melrose Avenue. There's an alleyway behind the store, behind all the stores on Melrose. Limo pulls up. He comes out. He's got like 3 kids and their moms with him. And he comes out into Golden Apple. And I'm standing, right there just shopping. And there's Michael Jackson shopping in Golden Apple. And he's just buying everything. He's buying this statue and this statue and this statue. And I was looking at something, and he saw me looking at something, and he walked up to me and he's like, so what do you think of that? And I'm like, Michael Jackson just asked me, and I don't even remember what the statue was, but this was, I want to say 96 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what the statue was. And I'm like, we had a conversation about Marvel characters. It was a Marvel character.
Yeah.
It wasn't Deadpool. I know it wasn't Deadpool. I don't even remember what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I like the Marvel characters more than I like DC. Yeah. And that was the one thing I remember. I'm like, really? And then he's like, well, and again, that's about all I can remember is this conversation. And Sharon Leibowitz could confirm this. And it was so.
Your interpretation of Michael Jackson.
But it was the funny thing. Here's the funny thing. The thing that struck me the most was he was very serious about the conversation. Like, and the fact that I was in the store meant that I was okay. I was good people, I guess. And it was, and he spent like thousands and thousands of dollars in the store. Thousands of dollars.
I believe it, bro.
And it was crazy because, you realize that the people that speak geek, no matter who they are, when they're speaking geek, we're all the same. There was no, like when he was in that comic store with me, I was just like, he wanted to know what I was looking at and what I thought. Like, and it was Michael Jackson. So there was this aura, power. And by the way, I met Michael Jackson in my comic book store.
Wow.
That was the crazy shit. Not someone else's, but my comic book store that I went to every week.
Wow.
Every week. And he came in there, and you know what? I'll tell you something. All the crazy, he was there with these kids and their moms. Wow. Very respectful, very polite. And that's that was Bro. It was what was and the thing that was so interesting is if there's been a constant in my life, it's that the people that speak geek, no matter who they are, when you're talking geek, nothing else matters. It's like, you want to talk some Star Trek? I'm sure if I met Marlon fucking Brando, by the way, I never met Marlon Brando. If I met Marlon Brando and we would bond over something, he'd like, oh, you like Star Trek? Well, let me tell you about my favorite Star Trek episode. And I'm like, okay, Marlon. And we would have that conversation, and I would never ask him. All I would ask him about was Star Trek. We'd have that conversation. If I knew him better, if I knew Michael Jackson better, but at that moment in time, he talked to me. I didn't talk to him. And I wasn't going to be like, oh my God, tell me what it's like. Oh my God, you're Michael Jackson. Oh my God. No. we were talking about a statue in a comic book store.
Yeah.
And that's what it was about.
And that's what it was about.
And you know what?
Away from his personal life, or
he kept
anything.
the conversation going.
Yeah.
Because I had an answer for him. And then we started talking more stuff, Batman, Marvel, DC, and the thing was, he loved it all. You know what he was? Michael Jackson was an imagination connoisseur.
Bro. That's the same. That's the same for Jason Sudeikis when we were at the Michael Jackson and Prince celebration over the summer. Like we just talked about We went over songs. We talked about like his discography, his his taste in music. We just shared that. We laughed, and that was it. Like I didn't ask about anything else. We just talked about music, and that's all. That's all.
Yeah, and you know what? Because what's funny is that's all they want to do. They want to go out and have, everybody wants to have a real experience. And if they're at a music festival, they don't want you to talk about what, Ted Lasso or whatever. You know, they're there at the music festival. They want to meet, when that's what you want to talk about.
Yeah, bro. That's it. Nothing else.
Chemist says, I'll say Gary Busey should play Rob.
Wow.
No. They have to have bigger teeth. The dead presidents are surfers. There's a Gary Busey reference for you. The Richard is here. Says, no offense, Lael brings it too. You guys are great. Oh, and Rob is cool too. Dreams still come true.
Hi there, Richard.
How's it going, man? If you guys could imagine your bodies, would you be stop motion, claymation, or animation? Why? A pervy wants to know. That's a good question. Would you like? That's a really interesting question.
Jessica
if you could be a
Rabbit.
character, would you want to be stop motion, claymation,
Jessica
or
Rabbit.
animated?
I'd want to be Jessica Rabbit.
So you'd want to be drawn bad.
Yes.
I'm not bad. I'm just
and I
drawn
can't
that
help
way.
it.
I say claymation, bro. Just because I used to love claymation, but I would say claymation.
Then I'm
As
going to
long
go
as you
stop
can get-
motion. So we
As
all
long
three
as
are.
you can get the mold of my face right.
Dude, that would be awesome. If we should make a movie where I'm stop motion, you're claymation, and is animation.
Yeah.
I'd love that. We could do that. As a matter of fact, all you have to do is prompt into Midjourney or something, and we could get what would be. Wouldn't it be funny if somebody? Hey, I throw this out to anybody out there because there's a lot of talented AI artists. I would love to see portraits of me as a stop motion character, as an animated character, and
incredibly
Lael
hot
as
character.
Lael as claymation. Somebody's
Make me
gonna.
look hot, please. Thank you. Sorry.
Somebody
What's
has
that?
to do it.
Make me look hot, please. Thank you.
They're gonna make you. You're gonna be Jessica Rabbit, but with dark hair. You're with
I know,
billowing
but I
hair.
wanted to go over the top with it. I wanted
S
to be like,
Beam, if you're listening, get on that. S Beam, if you are listening, get on that right now.
Joey Johnson says, tonight's full of geeks and cheeks.
You damn right. You damn right.
Midnight
You were
Musings, the
damn right.
show of geeks and cheeks. That's got to be the new headline for the show. The show of geeks and
let's
cheeks.
go. That's funny.
Oh my God. Mark Spector's avatar asks a really interesting question. What do you think Schnepp would say about the current state of the MCU? You know what? John had a tendency to like things more than he disliked things. And I would say he would be critical of it, but then he would also turn to me and go, he'd be like, dude, they made an Eternals movie. And he would shake his head. Like he would be like, they made an Eternals movie. They made a Shang-Chi movie. And then he would be like, it wasn't like Doug mentioned Paul Gulacy's, which I would have liked to have seen, but we still got one. We still got one.
Yeah.
I think he would have dug it. Hunter Becknell says, Rob, what I meant was the Thriller album because Michael Jackson innovated the moonwalk. But didn't he innovate the moonwalk earlier than that? Didn't he do the moonwalk before Thriller, or what, did he do it? I mean, maybe
It was
because there is a video that shows the very first time. You can look at here. Let's look it up on this newfangled thing called the internet.
I think it was Thriller, I believe it was, but because it was around Billie Jean. Yeah.
Okay,
I
his
think
first
it was
moonwalk. Okay, yeah, it was on May 16th. He was performing Billie Jean. On May 16th, the day after my birthday. That's John Schnepp's birthday, by the way. Billie Jean on May 16th, 1983.
Mm-hmm.
And he did it for Billie Jean. And, wow, okay. The King of Pop was taking part in TV program Motown 25, Yesterday, Today, and Forever, filmed to celebrate the record label's greatest artists, and saw a whopping 35% of all TV owners in the United States tuning in to see Michael and the other performers perform. The show was produced and directed by Don Mischer, who has broadcast other historical moments, including the opening ceremony for the 1996 Olympic Games and many Oscar ceremonies, and he vividly remembers the arguments about whether Michael would even be allowed to perform the song. Don says that at the Motown 25 show was to promote the label's greatest hits. He and executive producer Suzanne DePass banned everyone, including Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, and Diana Ross, from performing new music. Michael Jackson had other ideas and was determined to perform a new song called Billie Jean. Don the Standoff said, "Look, if we let Michael do a new song, who's going to take the phone call from Marvin Gaye on Monday saying, 'Why did you let Michael do a new song and I couldn't do a new song?'" I think Linda Ronstadt was there, Smokey Robinson was there, Diana Ross was there, but the place was empty, basically, Mischer said. So we watched Billie Jean for the first time. The whole thing. The hat, the socks, the moonwalk. After that was over, we just knew this was incredibly special. The producers allowed Michael Jackson to perform Billie Jean, and the incredible moment, all 2.5 seconds of his first moonwalk, I'm getting chills reading this, has gone down in musical history. Don recalls Michael had a big say in what shots of the performance would finally make the final cut, with the artist visiting him a few weeks later to go over the video. He had a very clear creative idea about what he wanted and how he wanted to see himself portrayed, says Mischer. There were times we disagreed about a shot or something, but I always deferred to him. I trusted his judgment. He was always quiet. He was a very quiet, shy human being, Mischer said. He would come into a room and just go into a corner, unless he was in a comic book store. He would whisper to people, but when he got on stage, he was like a general. Don said that after the show aired, it had a huge impact, and a few days later, he saw just how much it affected people. The producer was in Washington to film an interview with the First Lady, Nancy Reagan, and says he remembers coming down the elevator of the hotel, everybody's talking about Michael. In the taxi cab going to the White House, everybody was talking about Michael. In the East Wing of the White House, everybody was talking about Motown 25 and Michael. He added, "We do these kinds of things and we never know how people are going to react. But that morning in Washington, suddenly I said to myself, this show had an incredible impact." Michael Jackson would later go on to discuss his own experience of that first moonwalk in an interview with Oprah Winfrey in 1993. And he said he cried after the performance. "I'm never satisfied," Michael said, "even when I see something that I've done. And people say, oh, it was phenomenal. When I did Motown 25, when I did Motown 25, and I did the moonwalk for the first time, I was backstage crying afterwards because I was unhappy." Oprah was stunned. "You cried?" she said in disbelief. "But then I was walking to the car. There was this little boy, he was like 12, Michael continued. He was this little Jewish kid, and he said, 'You're amazing. Who taught you to dance like that?' And for the first time ever, I felt I did a good job," he concluded, "because I know children don't lie. And I just felt so good about it." A little Jewish kid told Michael Jackson that. You just never know, do you? But that's amazing. I mean, what a cool story. And I'll tell you, it's one of those things. And to this day, by the way, do you ever get tired of seeing people do the moonwalk who do it well?
Hell no.
No, it still looks amazing.
You never, ever get tired of it. Every time I see it, I'm like, that was amazing. Every time.
Mike.
The Richards Art said, "I like your current imagery, though. We did enjoy my drawing of you in the Masters of the universe. I've been thinking of drawing and painting all of you guys. Well,
Let's go.
you all have you got to draw me as a stop motion character. You've got to draw as an animated character, and Lael has to be claymation.
Hell yeah.
Well,
I'll
listen,
take that.
kids.
It's
We're at
2
the end of this. It's been a month since we've done this show, and this show might have been our best show.
Yeah.
Brian,
What a crazy show!
I had a ball. It was so fun. Fun being back. Definitely fun.
It is.
being
We're going to be
back.
back. We'll be back next week. I will have been to
Yeah.
Chicago, another one of America's great cities, and I will be back here. Same
go.
bat time, same bat channel. Hopefully Friday, maybe Saturday
yes.
if I'm. We'll see. I'm sure it'll be fine. But anyway, Lael, where can people find you?
So, people.
Wow, that was very
Let's
emphatic.
talk about this. Let's talk about this. People. How many people we got in here right now, bro?
Right now, hang on. Let me look. We have 296.
We have 296 people in here watching. Out of the 296 people that are watching right now, all I need, and I'm gonna go here right now. Come on, man. We're gonna do this right now. All I need from you, okay? We are at, and I'm gonna tell you where I'm at right now, okay? I am at 3,930. 3,930. I need you guys to get me to 4,000 subscribers. It's easy, literally. If you get me to 4,000 subscribers, I would make a shirt that says, all you need is some cheeks. Come on, man. 4,000 subscribers, just get me there. I'm at 3,930. If you get me to 4,000 subscribers, right? All I need is what, 70? If you get me to 4,000.
Well, if people wanted to go, where do they go right now? What is your YouTube
at
channel?
the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Go over there right now. Subscribe. If you get me to 4,000 subscribers, I will make a shirt that says, all you need is some cheeks. I am telling you, and I will wear it on the next musing. If you get me to 4,000 subscribers, I'm telling you, need
You're gonna
70.
wear cheeks?
Will this T-shirt
All
be
you
an
need is
official?
some
Can we do a
cheeks.
collab with Coco Tulip on this?
Yes, all you need is some cheeks. That's
Oh,
what
my
I'm telling you.
goodness.
Telling you, I will wear a shirt. Come on, man.
Very cheeky.
Come on,
4,000
everybody! You've got
That's all I
By the
need.
way, there's now 340. There's
340
there's-
people. I
Yeah.
need 70 of y'all. 300.
Dude, I need 70 of
No.
you all to go to the 1/6 Scale Man channel right now because I want the T-shirt.
T-shirt
I-
that says, all you need is some cheeks, and I will wear it on the next musing.
And
I'm
I want to
telling you.
see if it's going to be a Coco Tulip shirt, maybe a picture of Latoya.
All you need is some cheeks.
Yeah, man,
I'm
just
telling
saying.
you. Next musing, I will wear it. Give me the 4,000 subscribers. Let's go. All
We
you
can
need
do
is
it
some
right
cheeks.
now. There's 340 people watching this crazy
Do
show
it.
right now.
340
Do it.
people watching right now. All I need is y'all to head on over to the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel and subscribe.
Oh my God!
Let's go.
Daylight saving time ends tonight,
Yeah, it does.
so
It
we
does.
fall back.
Yep.
That
So
means
we
we're
do.
going to go back in time. No,
Mhm.
but that happens at 2 a.m., doesn't it?
It is 2 a.m. now.
Oh, so for you guys, wait, it's
What?
2.
Those are balloons.
Yeah. I just
By
saw
the way, there's
something.
some weird shit. Wait, hang on a second. Wait,
How come we? Oh,
How the hell?
that?
you
Okay,
can do
dude.
that, bro.
this is some This was happening
I
tonight
know.
at Anthony's. This is some weird Mac thing. I didn't even know this happened. Like people were saying, dude, you got weird stuff happening. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Wait, hang on a second. How do you do this?
What the
Oh my
fuck? How are you doing that, bro?
What
Dude.
can you make come out of your hands?
How are you doing that, bro?
That's what being a cunning linguist brings you.
Bro, I got a Mac. That shit ain't working for me.
I have a Mac too.
Hell. The hell, bro?
Dude,
That's incredible.
I have no idea how this happens. I have no clue. It was happening tonight. I'm like, what is this craziness? What's
Wow.
going
In the
on?
settings?
That
You
is
have it in
fucking
the
phenomenal,
settings?
bro.
No, it doesn't.
I don't
say-
even know. Is it an update?
He
Is it
has
an-
no idea.
All I know is if I
don't
go like
know,
this,
bro.
it does
Wow.
that.
I
And,
can't
if
do
I
it
want to
right
show
now,
love,
Nope, ain't working for me.
I don't know
I
what's
don't
going.
see it.
Wow,
Dude,
that's incredible.
I have no idea this
like
was handled. Like
that.
I was going like this, and there was like weird, like I don't even know what it was. I was like something happened. There was a thumb showing up, but if I do
Now,
like a thumbs
Are
up,
you using the computer camera or are
yeah,
you
I'm using. Look, see that? See that right there? Look, did you
It's
see that?
a thumb
Yeah.
snap with a bubble.
Hey!
Are you using? So are you using the camera on your Mac?
Yes.
Okay,
So
I
am
wondered.
I.
Really?
Yeah, nothing like that happens on my Mac.
See,
Of
I'm
course,
using my
it
actual
wouldn't be
camera
a
right
thumbs
now.
up
I'm
in
using
my
the,
case, but nothing's coming out.
Look at that. I mean, look. How does it know?
wow.
I don't know, Robert. What are you telling your computer?
Wow.
I do not know what is happening in my computer. Like,
Yo, that's fucking
Wait.
phenomenal.
I gotta
bro.
figure this out. Does anybody know in the chat what's going on? Why that's happening?
It
I
must
have
be
no
an
idea.
update on the Mac.
It's
See, if
gotta
I
be
was,
some
if I was
fucking
using the
crazy
camera,
update.
yeah, that's fucking incredible, bro.
I use my Mac camera too, and nothing like that has ever happened.
Yeah.
Charlie the Unicorn says it's AI. It's AI. Well,
It
does
must
that mean
be.
if I do like this, does it do something? Live long and prosper. See, nothing
Nope.
happens. Nothing happens when
happens
start.
with
This
it,
should
bro.
be AI. But you give it
Yeah.
like if you give one thumbs up. Wait, does it do something? Somehow there's a finger that goes up on a. But if you do two,
Oh,
Wow, that's
so bizarre. And if you make, by the way, El Profesor Mario showed me this. He goes, make this, and I was like,
damn.
yeah.
that's so weird.
Well, he knew
That
about
is
it.
weird.
He did know about it. I was like, I had no idea. I have no idea. No idea.
That's funny.
So did everybody go and sign up? Did you all go sign up at the 1/6 Scale Man channel? All of you right now? Come on. Go to the 1/6 Scale Man channel and subscribe right now, please.
Right now, we are at 3,941. 3,941.
Okay, there's 248 people here right now. We need 59 of you to go to the 1/6 Scale Man channel right now and sign up.
Yes.
Sign up.
Sign up, and I'm telling you.
Darth
All
Plato
you
says,
need is the
does your
cheeks."
computer do erotic stuff? Well, you know what? I haven't given a solo show on OnlyFans tonight, so I don't know.
checking her updates right now. She's checking her updates. I'm looking at you. She's like, I'm trying to see how I can do this shit.
Yeah. How did you know?
I can tell. I can tell.
Wait, hang on. So here's my system settings. I'll tell you what I'm looking at here. So I am looking at it's. I have an Apple M1. It's this laptop is an Apple M1 Pro. It's got 32 gigabytes of memory, and it's Sonoma 14.1 is my operating
It's called
system.
video chat reactions on Mac and iPhone.
Really?
Yeah, it says video chat reactions. That's what it is. It's a video chat reaction.
Well, I love those video chat reactions.
Wow. That is.
They're
phenomenal.
great.
It's probably, like I said, because this is a brand new iMac, so it must be on here. But I'm not using the camera through the computer. I'm using my.
Yeah, man.
M50.
This was happening on Anthony's stream earlier. I'm like, I don't even know.
Wow.
I don't even know what time
That's
it
fucking
is.
phenomenal. That's incredible.
Bruh.
That is incredible.
Nufo says, bring back Biggs Darklighter. Well, you know, if you've seen Star Wars XXX, you can see my amazing performance. So there you go.
Hell yeah.
But I need to let these beautiful people go. First of all,
Yes.
The Richards Art says, I got you. I got you. You know I always do. The Richards, love to us all. Mashby. Oh, this is interesting. Mashby says, I've missed you all. Have you watched Bodies on Netflix? I loved how each character was given another path. By the way, I would be animation. Ooh, I like Mashby wanting to be animation.
I haven't watched Bodies yet, but I want to
haven't
watch
either.
it because it looks good.
Yeah, people are. Did you see it? Did you watch it?
No.
No.
I've heard it's good. I keep passing by. I find it very intriguing.
Mhm.
So I'm interested. I can't get over that this works in this software too.
Damn.
It's called Video Effects. And I sent you the link about it.
It's so weird. Wait, are there other effects than these two?
It says, yes, thumbs up displays a thumbs up emoji in the thought bubble. Thumbs down is also a thought emoji. There's 2 thumbs down. It rains. There's a peace
Really?
sign. The peace sign, yeah.
Boo. It's not doing anything.
Well, I think if you try it here, I'll just send you the.
There you go.
It's
There you go.
raining.
There you go. It did it.
Oh, did it?
Wow.
Did it rain? I missed.
It rained.
It
I was
rained,
making it
yeah.
rain.
You made it rain. You made it rain.
Made it rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What else does it do?
It says also that if you put a peace sign, balloons rain down on your screen. I think you did that already. And a sign of the horns makes lasers come on the screen. Yeah. And if you do the sign of the horn, is this the sign of the horn?
Dude, yeah.
It's supposed to be lasers. It says lasers, but I don't see anything happening, Robert.
Well, it's probably you have to figure it out. Like, well,
Maybe to do 2 or I don't know. Sign of the horn.
sign of the horn.
I don't see any.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh, that's incredible, bro.
That
Yo, that was fucking nuts.
Yeah, give me the horns. Give me the, come on, give me the
was awesome.
Yo, that was awesome, bro. That was fucking
Dude,
incredible.
you know what? The future, as long as, assuming we survive and inflation doesn't kill us,
Yo, that
it's
was
gonna be.
incredible.
We're gonna have some fucking fun in the
Can
next
you
20.
do
That
the
was
sign of the
incredible.
horns one more time. I just really love that.
Yeah, dude, come on, the sound of the horns.
Yo, that shit was awesome. Look at that.
How long is it? Do I have to? Maybe my facial expression is taking away from the.
You did it before, and it just lit up. It was
Where is
incredible.
my magic?
Like, incredible.
There you
Oh,
go.
there it
There
is,
you
there
go.
it
There
is,
you go.
there
There you go. Yo, that shit was dope. That was
It's
incredible.
like magic.
That
So
was
wait,
incredible.
if you do the thumbs down, it rains.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what's supposed to happen. Or wait, it says thumbs down. 2 thumbs down is rain. Is it rain?
It did it before.
Yeah, it did before. I have to figure out. You're gonna have to like figure out how to play this. It did do it before. I was like, yeah, thumbs down, give me the rain, and maybe I have to do the whole like, rah, give me the fucking rah. I don't know, man.
It's not working. It's not working.
Against the
It
black
did
T-shirt.
before.
There we
There
go.
you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Wow, this is just some crazy.
It depends on
Damn.
what version you have. It says you have to have OS 17, iOS 17,
I have
and
that.
Mac S Sonoma.
Yep.
That's what I got.
I don't think I have that.
Yeah. I just got this thing, so yeah, I have to have it on there.
Well, yeah, you just get the camera going.
Yeah. As soon as if I switch it to just the regular, hold on, let me see.
I love the fact that if you do devil horns, you get like you get some kind of a reward. Yeah. Wait, let's see if that works. Well, you gotta pull it back so it can see.
Lael, it should work for you too because you have the latest one. But
Yeah.
you're doing the horns. You have to like aim it towards the camera.
Oh, you
That's
you
what-
do? You have
that's
to go like this?
work. Isn't that how it worked when we saw it?
No, because you have to go like this. And we're like, yeah.
Oh,
See,
it worked
it-
for you, Robert.
It worked for him. It didn't work for me yet. So
Hang on a
it
second.
must be a settings type of thing you got to put on or something. I don't know.
Well, it says I'll send you the thing too.
Yeah.
Copy. So we're
People are
talking
looking at
about
us going like, I'm insane. By the way, everybody, there's 295 people still here. Go to the 1/6 Scale Man channel, subscribe. Where are you at now, Lael?
I am at 3,945.
Oh my gosh, guys, come on.
Guys, we only need 55 of you to go to the 1/6 Scale Man.
55.
I mean, how many times do I have to go like this? Fuck yeah, go to Lael's channel right now.
That's crazy. 55 people. I got to figure out this shit. You said
There's
I got the
only
link. I got the link.
55. We need 55. Go to the 1/6 Scale.
Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. That is so awesome. I love that so
Yo,
much.
that is
It's like
fucking incredible,
Wolfman
bro.
Jack and Ozzy Osbourne together.
Yeah. That is fucking phenomenal, bro.
We got to get you above 4,000. Come on, dude. Do you want me to do it one more time? You know what I should say? Wait. Okay, here's the thing. If we can get Lael on this stream before he goes to bed, so put in right now, put in the live chat. Tell me something you want me to say as I throw out the devil signs and scream.
4,000 subscribers.
Oh, that's okay. Here's one from Darth Plato. Death Star ignition.
Bro, that shit is incredible.
That was pretty good.
It's fucking phenomenal, man.
So come on, we're gonna get everybody who's here. Just go to the 1/6 Scale Man channel and subscribe. 1/6 Scale Man channel.
All you gotta do is subscribe. It's for free.
Oh, Lael says, I think you can't cross your fingers, Lael.
Oh, he has to just keep them separate.
Yeah. Oh, it has to see each. Oh, it has to see each separate hand. You know what? If we can get Lael to do this, you all have to go there.
But I can't see your hands, Lael.
I gotta go to the. Hold on. Because I gotta switch it back.
Kevin Morales says, "I'm having too much fun." Am I having too much fun? Fuck yeah! I'm having so much fun.
So what? You can't do.
That's hilarious.
I can see them, but it's not. I don't know why.
I think you need more of the horns. You gotta, yeah, but you gotta get both of them. That's pretty good. See, it works.
And you don't have another camera.
Oh! There you go.
That's incredible.
Oh yeah.
That's incredible.
Yes.
It worked. It worked. So, and then if you do thumbs up.
That was so sad.
Oh my God. There it is.
And then if you do thumbs down.
Wait. Oh man, yours works really well. That's so fast.
Wow.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Dude, tomorrow, are you doing a live stream tomorrow?
I don't know. I might
Because
do it.
you should use this camera and just fuck with people and don't say a word. Just like what? You know, just do that and
That's incredible.
and don't say just don't say anything, because today people were like, you know, I was moving my finger around like going like this, and Anthony's like, is it?
And the bubble would keep popping up with your thumb.
And I'm like, what? People are like, why is I guess you have to do it like this, like like this.
There it is.
There you go.
see it?
You got to do it so the computer can so against a black shirt it works well. I see it. Yeah.
You see it over right here? It's there. It's
Yep,
right
there it is. Yeah. But because we don't have the whole 16:9. Oh, wait a minute, dude. Hang on a second. What is let me go to you on 16:9 and see what this looks like.
It's huge. It's huge.
Okay, here we go. Do it again.
Look at that. That's insane. That is insane.
Cool.
That is insane.
Yeah.
And then if we do the
Wow, you're doing that. You're like DJing that shit. Wow.
That's incredible, bro. I didn't know this shit does that. I had no idea. Fuck.
Dude, tonight people were freaking out. They're going, Rob, when you move your hands around, something weird's happening on your screen. I'm like, what? I'm like, what? What's happening on my screen? What?
That's incredible.
It's so
That's
good.
phenomenal.
So good.
Wow. That's cool. I like that. I'm gonna try that shit. If I do that, you know what? I'm gonna do it, and Toya's gonna be like, "What the fuck is going on?"
We live in an age of wonder.
Hell yeah. That's
Or as they say in Conan, we live in an age of high adventure.
wow. That was fun.
That was
definitely fun. That was definitely fun.
Well, listen, where are you in terms of? Come on, subscribers. Let's get. Look, Lael Rockwell is now rocking this. So
I am at 3,949. That's from
949. Come on, you guys. Just go to the 1/6 Scale Man channel right now. We only need 51 of you. 51 of you.
51 people out there. All you got to do is go over, subscribe to the channel right now. I will get a T-shirt. I will have a T-shirt made that says all you need is the cheeks. Come on, man. Let's go.
Wait.
Come on. Let's go.
Go,
Yeah.
go, go,
Hell
go,
yeah.
go.
Hell
Uh,
yeah.
It's funny. They need to make something more. Fuck you. Like they did that.
They did something like that. Wow.
I'm just kidding. I wasn't flipping anyone else. I just thought, it's. I mean, I love the fact that they're like promoting like what Satanism. Like, yes, my Dark Lord, he is here with me now.
Oh wow. Docinator. Hold on.
That's hilarious.
Wow, that's just incredible.
I love that laser one. It looks
It
amazing.
looks, I didn't know that shit did that until Rob did it. I was like, what the fuck?
Dude, I had no idea.
Bro, that still looks like you went Super Saiyan, bro. Like straight up.
I know that's
Wow.
they have to like do a DZ Dragon Ball Z whole thing. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's just incredible.
Um, wait. If you do this, is this the devil horns, or do you have to do this?
You have to do the horns.
But you have to do both hands. Like, is it both? Like,
Yep, both
apparently
hands.
it is.
You got to do both hands, bro.
Wow.
That was indeed.
Oh, Ray B says try L for loser. That'd be better. Wait, loser. I don't think so. That would be
Probably.
hilarious if something happened though.
Put
I
both
think
hands
it's
up.
like 8 things. There are 8 things that you can do.
What if you're a director?
And it says if you
You'll
put the
add
P.
more, It's gonna be very. I love it.
Oh,
I love that
wow.
laser so
It's
much.
hilarious. It's just. Wait a second. Hang on a second. I've never even seen this full frame. Hang on. Allow
Oh, you
me
don't
to
even
indulge
have
myself.
it.
Yeah.
It's so cool. That laser is so
Yo,
cool.
that's
I really
it's
love that
phenomenal. That's incredible, bro.
Wow.
Technology, bro. What they gonna come up with next, man? For real.
I don't know, but I'll tell you what they should come up with. People just going to the 1/6 Scale Man channel and hitting subscribe just for fun, just to get them to 4,000 tonight. Why not?
I am at 3,953. 3,953.
47, man. Come on.
47 more people. That's all I
47.
need. 47 people. Let's go.
What's going to happen?
go.
What's going to happen when you're on a very serious Zoom meeting? You know, you're at work. You're at work right now. You're on a
FaceTime too. It works during FaceTime and Zoom.
Okay, so
It does.
FaceTime, I mean, and you know what? How fun would it be? Yeah, how fun would it be to pretend that you have no idea what's? Yes, that is fantastic. How come I don't get that? You get it so much quicker than I do. Wait, oh, there we go. Ooh, wow.
I love that laser so much.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Wow, and it doesn't cost anything. It's just
Nope.
an update.
No.
Where are we going to be?
So was this update recently?
Dude, I have no idea. You know what? Okay,
You just
here's the
started doing that
crazy
shit.
thing. I thought that over the last couple of days I've seen, I don't know why, because sometimes it would pop up just by seeing my fingers cross over. Like, it's not like when I'm alone I'm like going, the good guys win.
Yeah.
Even in the 80s. I don't do that.
On
You
your
know?
iPhone too. Like when you're on your phone, it works as well.
So when you're on FaceTime?
hmm
Wow.
Either on your Mac or on your phone. It says, "Did you just update your iPhone and Mac? Did you accidentally set off fireworks during your last work call?" Or
Byron B asks, "What's this show about?" Well, Byron B, I think tonight we've talked about sex,
Everything.
Captain Marvel, the internet. Right now we're like kids in a candy store who've discovered our new
having
crazy.
fun. Just going through the internet because, like I said, we're actually
Yeah.
if you have a Mac and it's updated, you will see some magic on your camera. Just use your
Yeah.
actual camera.
I can
You'll
only
see magic.
imagine Byron B comes on the show and goes, "What is this show about?" Like he just
What the
he saw
fuck is this?
these people are live. What are they talking about?
What
Well,
the fuck is this, man?
Lael Rockwell and we are talking about cheeks.
All you
long
listen.
ago.
I am at 3,957. if you get me to 4,000 subscribers next week, I will have a shirt that says all you need is some cheeks.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So wait, how far? We're 30. What is that now? Where are we at?
We're at 3,957.
Okay, if we get to 4,000, I'll say this: if we get Lael to 4,000, you can ask me any compromising question you want. You can ask me the most disgusting, despicable, the most explicit. If we get Lael, there's 283 people here right now. If you guys go to the 1/6 Scale Man channel and you subscribe to the 1/6 Scale Man channel, I will take, after he gets 4,000, the first question that's the most depraved, disgusting. You can ask me anything, and I will answer it. If we can get Lael to 4,000 subscribers tonight, right now, you have the power. If we get him to 4,000, there's just go there. I can't dress like a princess. I don't have clothes, Darth Plato. Although I would. I'll tell you something. I won't keep it secret. I won't keep it safe. You tell me what you want, and I'll do it as long as we. Or if you're a Jane's Addiction fan, nothing shocking, right? Anyway, come on, let's get Lael Rockwell. The 1/6. Go to the 1/6 Scale Man channel.
3,962. This is where we are right now.
Okay, so we are 38 away.
38 away.
38 of you, just go.
Subscribers away from asking the most repulsing, disgusting question.
And after you subscribe to Lael's channel, go to my channel.
Yes.
For Positive Fandom, and to Tom Jr. Jackson's channel, the moderator here. He needs just a couple hundred more so he can be monetized. So please go to Tom Jr. Jackson's channel. We are all goof people, guys. Let's do this tonight. Let's show some support across the board and get.
Wait a minute! Didn't I give a hot toy away to get you monetized?
Yes, me. Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about Tom Jr. Jackson.
We should do that for Tom. That's the least I can do. Wait a minute.
That's a thought.
Let's see. Wait. What? I have to find what I'm looking at this gigantic mess. Jesus, I gotta find something to give away to get Tom's channel monetized.
Yay, we are all.
Why does everybody want my beard back?
No, Robert.
I can't do my best work with the beard.
That's not nice.
Am I subbed? Am I subbed to you? I think I am, because I always see your things. But you know what? I don't think. Let me check, because I've always thought I'm subbed to people's channels. But let's see if I actually
3,967. 3,968.
Oh, I am subscribed.
Yes.
I can't do it. By the way, can I just talk about how badass is this graphic for the Friday Figure Flex Friday, last Friday?
Which one?
The one with the three of your faces, which
yeah. That's the new graphic for the show.
Did you do that?
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I love this graphic. I thought, okay, that's great. That's
the
great.
New one for the show.
Okay, everybody, I hope you have a good question to ask. Come on. I like Rob without his epic beard. Thank you, the Nightwing. I appreciate that. You know what? I'll tell you. I was actually directing Crisis Medicine, and I should find. Okay, I have this picture. Wait. How can I get it to you? I'm going to show you why I shaved my beard, even though I love this picture. But I'll tell you why. This will be. Oh man. Elizabeth, I'm on the show. I'm live.
Robert, have you subbed to Tom Jr. Jackson's channel?
That's a good question. I thought I did. I might not have. I don't know. Let's look. Let's see. Because I still have to do an interview with him. What is his channel's name?
Tom, can you put it in the chat? The chat so Robert can see. I can't see the chat. It's Well, actually, I could probably just get it.
It's just Tom Jr. Jackson, right?
I don't remember.
Why I am subscribed to it's Tom. It looks like Tom. He's got a Christmas hat on.
Yes, that's him.
Yeah. Yep. Elizabeth wants. Okay. I'm telling her I'm coming. I'm coming soon.
Oh, see,
I mean, don't. Okay.
She's waiting for you.
No, she's just. I'm.
What is she?
I'm almost done. The dogs bark. They bark. So
Robert.
You guys in the chat are hilarious. He put it in 3 times. Laugh out loud. Let's see where are we at? Come on, guys. Come on, everybody.
We are at, let's see here, 3,969. That's where we're at right now.
969, dude.
3,969 right now.
Okay, we are 31 subscribers away. Come on. There's 200. How many? Let's see how many people are here right now. 200. I feel like we're doing a telethon, and it's 281 subscribers.
It feels like it definitely does.
Hello, everyone. My name is Robert Meyer Burnett, and we are here to get Lael Rockwell, the 1/6 scale man, all the way to 4,000 subscribers. Only you. What? Wait, only you. Wait. You.
Yeah.
Get him to 4,000 subscribers right now, tonight.
There.
Yes, do it.
We're definitely almost there, man.
Get there now. Wait, what do I have to do now? How do I make it rain? Is it down this way?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Why is it so hard? Why does my camera, why is it not as, like, I try. Why am I doing facial expressions? I bet I can just go like this.
You trying to do it without
You're
the
doing a
expressions?
facial expression.
I know. I thought the facial expressions might have added to it. It's truly not helpful. It's not.
Cool.
Mashby says we like to see your face. Thank you, Mashby. I appreciate that. What about my eyes? Hi. Where are we at? Kane Legion says, I was 69. That's what they all say.
We're at 3,970.
Come on, 30
Hey.
people. 30 of you. Oh,
Yay.
Blazing Asian says, I'm already subscribed to Lael. Oh,
Hell yeah, that's my guy.
Um,
My guy.
Does whoever gets him over the milestone get a hot toy? You don't get a hot toy. I don't have another hot toy to give away. Although, well, I've got a Captain Marvel figure.
I do.
But I'm keeping it.
I do. You get me over 4,000 subscribers, and I have something I will be giving away.
Is that
Definitely.
true? Okay, well, let
true.
me. I'm going to put you front and center. Then we're gonna get you, because you know what? It is going back to standard time. So when you go to bed, you get an hour back. So we're using that hour.
Yeah.
For you.
4,000 subscribers. You definitely. Hey, I hit 4,000 subscribers, and I will be giving away a hot toy.
Oh my God!
Said this before. But yes, 4,000 subscribers, I will be giving away hot toys. So I'm telling you, just get there.
I'm going to leave you right here for a second. We're going to get you there. We're going to get you there.
4,000 subscribers.
1/6 scale man channel. We've done this once before. We got over 1,000.
4,000 subscribers, and you get one. From yours truly, you get one. I will be giving it away. So I'm telling you, get me there. And I got you. All you got to do is get me there, though. And I will be giving it away. 4,000 subscribers. All you have to do is subscribe to the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, and you have a chance to win a free hot toy figure from your boy, 1/6 Scale Man. You already know I keep my word. Let's go. Where we at right now? We're still at 3,971. You know what? This is what we're going to do. 5 more minutes. Let me give you all 5 more minutes, man. I'm tired. I know it's tired. 5 more minutes. If we get to 31, if we basically get to 3,009. Oh no, as a matter of fact, we get to 4,000. If we get to 4,000 within 5 minutes, I'm telling you, it's on. Let's go. Let's go. Free hot toy figure from your boy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's make it happen. But if we don't, we'll get there this week. I bet you that. We'll get there this week. We'll get there within this next week. I bet you I'll be at 4,000 subscribers soon. But yes, you get a free hot toy once you get to 4,000 subscribers from yours truly. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes only, though. And make sure that you subscribe to and Tom Jr. Jackson. Make sure that you do so. You have
Oh
to.
my God. Where are we at now?
We are at.
This is, hey, by the way, I'll tell you what, to help us. Do you know what I do when I bring on randos onto the show?
What?
Yeah.
Well, you know how I can just bring random people into this show. All right, kids. So for all of you, there's 200 and some odd people here. So anyone who has a camera and a good microphone, because if you don't have a good camera and a good microphone, I'm not going to let you on. But I'm going to put in the live chat the link to get on the show right now. And you better have something scintillating to say. And if you've never been on the show before, I don't want somebody who's been on the show before. I want someone who hasn't been on the show. If you're willing to come on the show live right now and you have something to say, you can say anything. You want to berate me?
Oh, no. No.
Well, you can. Or you want to try and pick up, you better be good because she'll see right through it. Or if you want to tell Lael Rockwell why the prequels aren't good, I'm perfectly willing to have you on. And I'm going to drop that link to keep this going. I'm going to drop a link in the live chat. So if you have a camera and you have the time, or as Michael Jackson would say, remember the time, the time, I'm going to put into the live chat if you want to come on and be the rando. As a matter of fact, actually, hang on a second. King Titanic, you can be you're not going to be the rando, but you can come on the show anyway. I'll bring you on. King Titanic, Israel, the man who does the Otaku Experience, the best show on YouTube that you're not watching. And why are you not watching it? No idea. But I'm going to bring King Titanic on, and I'm going to send him the link via Twitter. But that doesn't mean...
All we need is 25 more people.
25 more people.
25 more people. That's all we need.
25 more
If you haven't
people.
subscribed to the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, make sure you have. All we need is 25 more people to hit that 4,000 mark. Come on now, let's go.
Yeah, come on, man. He's going to give away a Hot Toy figure.
Yep.
And you know what? Maybe the power of the otaku compels you. Or maybe not. Okay, so here it goes, man. I'm gonna throw this out in the live chat. If you have a good camera and you have a good microphone, here's the link to get into this chat. Now, many people will inundate it. I know. And if you are waiting, don't just hang out. You never know what's gonna happen. There it is. It's in the live chat now. Go where you want to go. I don't know. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, though. I'm going to bring in your favorite otaku, my favorite otaku, everyone's favorite otaku. That would be Yisrael, King Titanic, who's getting his own 4K love, like that's right for him. I mean, seriously, it's pretty amazing. He's getting it. Let me just put him in the show. Wait, where are you, King Titanic? His screen is black. I can't. I mean,
it's spinning from my end.
Yeah, it's spinning. It looks like he's trying to connect.
Like it's trying to connect. Yeah.
oh,
And maybe
man.
I should go because we're going on 4 hours, Robert. And
Yeah. I got to get out of here too, man.
Oh, come on. We got to get you up. Okay, if you guys want to. All right. Just saying. I mean,
I want to stay all
We are-
night, but I can't stay all
Hey,
night.
but you get an hour back. You're getting an hour back.
No, it's but it still is. It still is technically 3.5 hours now. Like it's
Yeah, it is, but you're gonna get an hour back. You're gonna go back in time, like Marty McFly, back in time.
3,976. So yeah.
Okay, 976. We've got 24 people. Come on, man.
That's all we need.
You can ask me anything. Where Israel? I've let you in. And by the way,
Yeah,
nobody.
It's he must be, because sometimes it does that when you're trying to get in. Like you got to Israel, you might have to come out and then come back in.
Chemist says, Rob, do we really need a cameraman? What if we just have good audio from our phone, but still have something to say? Hey, you don't need a good cameraman. I'm just saying we just need to be able to see you, Chemist. Jump on in. The water's warm. Bearded R&B hot toy. Well, you'd have to talk to S Beam about that. I don't know where Israel is. Why? Israel, I'm waiting for you. What's going on?
Give him a chance. He's trying because
Yeah.
the thing is spinning. We can see something spinning. He's trying to log on.
He's trying to get in. He might
get
have
in.
to come out and come back in.
Darth Yeager says literally in 15 minutes we're going back in time, so you get your hour back.
But it's still 4 hours.
Yeah, but you still get your hour back, so you get to sleep. Come on now. We've got to get this 283 lovely people here. Kemma says, Rob, do we... Oh, I already said that. Darth Plato says, so Andre can't come on? Who's Andre? Andre from... Kevin Marcus says he's lagging big time. Look, I got a great connection. Anyone can come on. No one has even tried other than King Titanic. Oh, hang on. Who do we got? We got somebody else. Ooh, we've got multiple people. And we've got... Let's add them both. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's just... Why
I see
not?
one person.
We got the Nightwing. The Nightwing's
there.
here. Cecil... Cecil 23. I'm going to bring the Nightwing on just because why not? Why not bring on the Nightwing?
And I'm gonna go because it's late. But Robert, it's been a great stream tonight, and Lael, it's been a great stream tonight. It was wonderful, but I have to
yeah.
All right, I'm disconnecting you.
All right.
You look
Good night,
lovely.
everybody.
I'll see you next week.
All right, take care.
Okay, she's out. You know what? I'm going to bring on the Nightwing and put her in RM's place. So, hang on. Just hold on, Nightwing. We're going to get you in here. I love that night. Are you vaping, Nightwing? It doesn't matter if you are or not. It's just checking. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Nightwing joining us. The Nightwing. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Rob. How are you?
I'm good. My first question to you is, do you subscribe to the 1/6 Scale Man channel? Do you subscribe to Lael Rockwell's channel?
Subscribed a long time ago.
Yes, he did.
Okay, that's
My
good.
God.
So,
I'm
all
good.
right.
Actually, after the news, I heard on Wednesday.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Appreciate you. There goes Israel.
Yisrael is here. Hang on, Yisrael. I'm going to put you in, and we're going to talk about some stuff.
Hell yeah.
Hold on. This is gonna be fun. We're gonna get you. Into the show, or perhaps not. Hang on. Just let me get rid of that. I'm doing this live, by the way. You never know. Okay. Let me just put you in. I'm gonna reduce you. You're gonna be in the show. I'm gonna put you underneath the Nightwing. And bring you up above. So we got the Nightwing, so above, so below, and welcome King Titanic to the show. So we've got the Nightwing in the center square and Israel King Titanic. Dude, you coming to... First of all, I sent Israel a momentous note about something momentous happening in the anime world, happening in LA. His favorite anime director, I'll let him speak to that, whether or not I'm correct, is coming to Los Angeles. And he sent me a great meme. He sent me he sent me Han's car. He sent me Han's RX-7 from Tokyo Drift. Meaning, I thought you were going to come. So what's up?
I'm
You
gonna
coming?
pretend like that was a totally intentional move I made. I just looked up like a car speeding GIF, just to be like, I'm on the way. I've never seen Fast and Furious, so I didn't know that was what that was. But I'm gonna pretend like I did.
Okay. You know my love of Han, the character that
Solo?
Sung Kang plays
Yes.
from Tokyo Drift. You sent
Jesse
me
Fahan.
a GIF of Sun Kang's RX-7 from the Drift, my favorite character from the Fast and Furious franchise, coming out hot. You didn't know what you were sending me?
No, I liked it. It looked funny.
Okay,
So I sent it.
here's a lesson you need to learn. This is as an adult, let me impart wisdom to you. You should say, "Of course, that's why I sent it to you." That's what you say. You say, "Of course." You listen to what I'm saying. You don't say you know nothing about cars. You're like, "Did you?" You should be like, "Did you love that? Did you love that I sent that?"
Can I get another try?
Yeah. Okay. Pretend I'm gonna be like, and oh my God, I mean, I sent you that Shinkai was coming to Shinkai-san is coming to LA, and what did you do? You responded to me with a GIF of my favorite character from the most underrated Fast and the Furious film, Tokyo Drift, his RX-78 spinning out around. I couldn't believe it. You couldn't have sent me a more perfect visual to respond to me, and it just delighted me. So thank you for sending that to me. Amazing. What made you decide to pick that?
I don't know, man. I'm a man of the people. What can I say? I mean,
No, that's not specific enough.
know, bro.
No, it's not. What you should just say is like, you know what? It's so great to hear that you loved it.
I'm glad you liked it, Rob.
That's all you have to say, because then I'll never know you didn't know.
They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but there are probably like 20 frames in that GIF. So that's 20,000 words.
Oh,
It's more than a tweet could ever say, Rob.
oh, listen. Oh, you never know.
Hey.
You just where are we at?
Well, we're at 3,978, so we'll get there in due time. But I'm gonna head out though because I do
What?
have to get up early in the morning. Yeah, I do got to get up though. I definitely got to get up in a few hours. But yeah, we're at 3,978. We'll get there. We'll definitely get to 4,000, man. So we'll definitely. I know I do. But that 8 hours ain't going to atone for like the 3 hours I got to get up. Got you, bro. Got you, man. But thank you for having me as always. I will be back next week for some more musing. You guys have been great. Thank you so much, man. Good to meet you, Israel. Good to meet you, Nightwing, my man, and Chemist, man. How you doing, man? Thank you for being here, bro. And I will talk to y'all later on. All right.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Peace out, bro.
Chemist joins
See
the
you later.
show. Chemist is here. Nightwing is here. Lael is leaving us, leaving room for one other person right now. So, all right. It's now the show of randos, except Israel's not a rando. And let me ask you, Israel, I think that your show, The Otaku Experience, is incredible. You do such a great job on it, and we need to get more people to watch the show. I think it's so good. You do such a great job. Episode 38 just aired, and you're talking about Attack on Titan, the final, the end. I mean, a momentous thing in the anime world, right?
Over a decade. The episode's out. I haven't had a chance to watch it, but it's
Dude,
out.
I left what's called a comment underneath your video whenever you premiered it, dude. I completely agree with you, dude. Fuck that model. I do not agree with that at all, man. They literally just drug us along for so long, bro. I do not like this business model, and I think it's gonna catch on as well. And they're just gonna break it up into years and years, man.
It's literally the worst. For those of you guys who need some context, I'll break it down in 10 seconds.
Yes, please. I need context.
So MAPPA took over Attack on Titan from Studio Wit probably 4 or 5 years ago now, and they've been doing the final season of the show, which started in winter of 2021. That is January, February, March, and it's gone until today. And so they've had one season, 28 episodes over the course of 3 years, and that has been very irritating because that usually doesn't happen in the anime distribution. Like longer seasons of anime will usually come out over the course of 1 year, whether they come out, 3 months apart, like in different segments split apart, which happens in Hollywood as well. But this was a case where we had never seen it on this scale, where they split up an anime over 3.5 years. And it was so irritating. And the manga ended, like 2 years before the show finished, when before they were, if they aired at the same time, they would have finished almost simultaneously, which would have been really neat.
Exactly.
It's so and the thing is, the problem is not that they did it. I mean, that is the problem. But the bigger problem is that it's MAPPA. And MAPPA is now like the most influential anime studio that there is. And I'm afraid that that trend is going to catch on, and other studios are going to be like, yeah, we can just now, break up an anime season into like 15 segments over the course of 15 years and just not do things. It's no.
Yeah,
not happening.
I know.
But it's over.
Yep.
I hear it's good.
Yeah, exactly. It is. Yeah. I mean, but I almost kind of want to boycott it, because it's like, dude, like I already went and read the manga to get the ending. It's like, you want to like drag me along this long, but obviously I'm going to break down. But in all honesty, I probably will pirate it. I'll just stream it from somewhere, man. Like, those bastards. I'm happy that it's over though. I'm stoked.
By the way, we're joined by the Richard, who's here. And
I would like to say,
is that Rennie is here? But Rennie, we can hear feedback. I don't know if you have a headphone, so we can't hear us, but we can hear you. Maybe a little louder, but we've got. Is it Rennie? Is that right? Rainy? Okay, I'm going to bring you on too. We've got this is going to be it. So Nightwing, what's going on with you, man?
Well, I just got back my Netflix because films have been purchased by Netflix.
It's true. So you got it back, and so what are you watching? Hang on, I'm putting Rainy. You're gonna have to tell me if it's Rennie, and I have to know what you're drinking.
That's Irene.
Rainy is coming on. By the way, welcome. Look at this. We got tons of people. So welcome. Where are you coming to us from? Where? Georgia. Where in Georgia?
Near Chattanooga. I'm like near Tennessee, remember?
Nice. Welcome to the show. So I'm sorry, Nightwing, go back to what you're saying about Netflix. Can you not hear?
I can hear you, brother. Nightwing.
Everyone, okay. Well, I was saying
Netflix just required the rights to Zack Snyder's first 3 movies.
Wait a minute. Wait. Zack Snyder, that would mean Dawn of the Dead, 300.
Good one.
Man of Steel, Batman vs. Superman, and Justice League.
Yeah, but those aren't those aren't his first 3 movies. By the way, do you know why they'll never get the rights to those movies? They can't, because DC owns those characters. They can license them out, but they can never send the rights to them.
Is it the theatrical cut of Justice League or the better Snyder cut, or is it both that they're licensing?
Oh, are you talking about they're licensing out the movies themselves?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, because I think they're doing that so they can make money. But yeah, I mean that's the Justice League trilogy. And
which one do they license out?
Well, here's the
Brothers
thing.
really likes the theatrical cut. They really push that.
Of Justice League?
Yeah.
It's not good.
I know, but that's the one that they're always like, this is it, guys. This is it.
It's not good. I did not buy an action figure from Justice League of the Joker. I bought an action figure of the Joker from Zack Snyder's Justice League. By the way, which is awesome. The figure's awesome. Just saying. So
I will literally go broke. I've waited so long to like start buying collectibles because I know that's the next step in going broke. Because physical media, Rob, you already got me hooked on Umbrella, A24, Kino Lorber, and it's like, and then I want to go for collectibles, but
dude, here's a preview of tomorrow.
Oh yes, you and Dieter, what do you got? What do you got, sir?
This is the Film Vault Apollo 13. I got the 2001.
I remember that movie. I love that movie.
It's good. Yeah, there's it's good. There's I got a lot of good stuff. I did not get the Hitchcock set yet. I'll give you a preview tomorrow. One of my favorite things that I got, by the way,
please,
was Grindhouse.
Oh.
So this is the original. It's got a lenticular cover, but this is both. This is the actual full both movies and the trailers. This is from WandaVision. It's chock-a-block full of stuff. It just came out.
Cool.
This is actually 677 of 2000. I just got this from Australia this week, and I don't particularly even like this, but this is a great release.
Are you still going to be Apollo? Doing? I apologize. What's really odd about Apollo 13? I've got a postcard from I don't know how old. I pinned it to my ceiling when we moved in here like 15 years ago. It's still sticking over there. Apollo 13. It's a great movie, but I don't know why it's up there. Something to look at, I guess.
Pixar didn't happen. Like you have to show us.
Yeah, Pixar. It's true. Pixar didn't happen.
like you have to show us right now. Like.
Oh, are you kidding me? Well.
No, I'm not kidding you.
No, you go. Yeah, you go. You guys talk. I'll arrange the camera. Yeah.
I've actually got quite.
Here, I'll show you right now.
I have a great. I have a potpourri of stuff for tomorrow. Pretty good. Now,
Apollo 13 on my ceiling.
Yeah, tomorrow should be a good one, Rob.
Even though I don't have the 4K Hitchcock set, but I have some interesting shit tomorrow. And Dieter comes back, which is good. So hang on a second. I got to go back to this anime conversation.
Oh man, Rob, it's a bad one. It's not a good precedent. No one wants it in the community. It's not good, Rob.
Well, okay. Now the state of modern anime. Where are we at with it? Between the two of you guys.
Oh, okay. Well, you go ahead. You go first, man.
Me?
Yeah, man.
I talk about it for 2 hours every week. I want to hear your thoughts.
I know. I think the state of anime.
Yeah, modern animation. I mean, the anime industry is very weird to me. You know, because with all the different outlets,
Well,
I guess from
a strong following
from a business.
Sure.
No, anime and manga is doing hugely well. I mean, it's doing great.
Is that how you pronounce it? Manga, or is it manga or manga?
Manga.
Is that like the correct pronunciation?
Anything. It's pretty much literally. It's like story for me. It's like a purist. It's storytelling at its finest because they can dive as deep as they want and get as nerd out to an autistic level as far as they want on anything, and they can just really tell the story they want to tell. And it can literally be fine-tuned to any. I mean, there's sports that's like has magical wizards like who play basketball. Like, I mean, there is such niche shit in it as well. It's a good medium for storytelling. I'll say it till the end of time. I know it's nerdy, but for those of us who want to, dabble in the dark arts, it's out there. And there's some really degen shit too. If you're kind of.
Do you know what happens when I dabble in the dark arts? I go like this. I went.
Wait. Hold on. Wait, Rob. If I do that, will it work for me too?
Do you have the new? You have a Mac?
Oh no.
Yeah. See, it's so weird. This is the new Mac thing. It's so bizarre, and people are saying to me tonight. I was on a stream going, Rob, what's going on with your? I'm like, I had no idea. This was like built into the new Mac operating system because I'm using my onboard camera on my laptop. I'm not using the external. The external camera's coming back, but so is a bizarre. So if you do, that's if you go like this.
It makes like fireworks and shit.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
Like,
And I had no idea. By the way, I love the stash, dude. I love the stash.
Oh, thank you.
Rob,
So-
are you like Disney World itself, basically?
Am I like, wait, what?
Disney World itself, basically?
I am. I like to think that I'm Tinkerbell. You know,
Nice.
if you had asked me, first of all, no. If you had asked me which Disney character do I most identify with, it would be Mickey Mouse and Fantasia. I'd be working for a wizard, a sorcerer. I'd be the sorcerer's apprentice, and I would not know exactly what I was messing with, but I would unleash forces that would cause a huge problem. The brooms would come to life, and the castle would be flooded. I'd be way in over my head, and
Why
basically,
does that sound like my whole life in a nutshell?
yeah. And Gandalf would sweep in and discipline me, but he would appreciate my gumption, and he'd be like, "That was a bad thing to do, but the fact that you thought you could control these,
Yeah.
He'd be like, "You got to listen to me, but you can continue to work here." So
Rob, I mean, to kind of like bring it back. What did you think? I mean, do you concur? Like, what are your thoughts on after what I said? Like, as far as like it being this really good medium for storytelling.
Okay, here's the thing. I grew up. I always loved. Believe me, I'm old. So my experience with anime began with Speed Racer, Speed Racer and Marine Boy, and maybe Kimba the White Lion, and those were on. But I didn't know anything about. I didn't know anything about anime beyond that, and it wasn't until Star Blazers, aka Space Battleship Yamato, and that was on in the late 70s in America that I read articles about it in other places like the Science Fiction Encyclopedia and Starlog, and I started reading about that because I love the show, the serialized nature of it. It was really the first. People talk about serialization. Space Battleship Yamato was the first serialized story I ever saw when I was a kid, and now you have Space Battleship 2199, 2202, and 2205, and they're incredible. The remakes of those, I love them. But you know, in the 80s, I got really into. It wasn't just Robotech, but it was obviously Akira. But the manga that I bought was stuff like Legend of Kamui, Area 88.
Yes, sir.
I was buying all the stuff that Viz was putting out. 2001 Nights was one I really loved. And of course, I loved all the real robot stuff, whether it was Gundam, Dougram, Idian.
How do you like it as a storytelling mechanism? Because you've seen, like, obviously, like, we're here all together. We seem to be very into storytelling as in general. How do you like it as a storytelling medium? Obviously, you have your classics, your favorites.
No, I think it's great. I mean,
because you know they can definitely go autistically in like a direction that's just and spend like the next 3 years explaining something.
But here's
which I think is a strength. I think
here's the thing about the Japanese and manga and anime. They will tell a story about anyone or anything. You can tell a story about a housewife. You can tell a story about a salaryman. You can tell stories about golf.
Yes.
Or like, I particularly loved Area 88 because it was about some Arab nation kidnapping pilots and making them fight in their war. You know, and if I loved it because the planes were so accurate and the actual manga was awesome. And then I saw the movie. But you could tell any kind of story that you wanted to tell.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. It is. I know it's nerdy, but it's beautiful. I love it as a storytelling mechanism. I know it's not for everyone. and it's very divisive, even in the old community. But I do love it as a storytelling mechanism.
Well, I mean, it's great in like Shinkai, but as Israel goes into, I mean the look, manga has completely overshadowed American comics.
Yes.
And the reason is because there's authenticity. All the manga creators, you're getting their point of view directly from the cerebral cortex. They don't give a fuck about anything other than the story they're telling.
Isn't that all we're saying from the get-go, Rob? Is that we just want an authentic story and we will consume. Like, but don't ask us to consume whenever you're just going to pander and like.
You can't. I mean, the reason
not
that
organic. It's not organic. You're trying too hard.
No, that's the reason that manga. Manga and anime are incredibly honest storytelling mediums. I mean, everyone who's working in those genres, the creators for manga have huge followings. I mean, even video games. Look at Kojima-san. Look at Metal Gear Solid or Death Stranding.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean,
Sam Lake with Alan Wake 2, 13 years in the making.
Yeah,
he dropped
the note. Still playing Final Fantasy 14, like the MMO type one.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, and they already dropped.
You know what I mean? Like.
No, but games are beautiful as well. Games are beautiful as well. I will always support games, but I mean, obviously, that's a whole other conversation. But games is another good storytelling mechanism. But manga and anime, I think it can be exhaustive, and that is a good thing because we just want to nerd out on some stuff, and you want to go into like an arc.
Well, I think beyond that, I mean, what is storytelling? And I think that I think that the reason that we tell stories, it doesn't matter what culture you're from, it doesn't matter what language you speak. The reason that we tell stories is we want to convey aspects of the human experience to others. Our experience, we're trying to quantify, and through our art, through our storytelling, to give it to other people so they can understand it and understand what we're trying to tell them. And the great stories all have those moments that we all, no matter who we are, no matter how shape, size, color, creed, religious preference, whatever, we can all identify the reality of our existence. What does it mean to get up in the morning and have thoughts and dreams and aspirations every day, and to either realize them or not realize them, to perhaps realize them in a way we hadn't expected, which is what a lot of. What's that?
To be alive or not alive.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. To live.
In the morning.
Yeah, to live and not live. And I think what's great about here's one of the things I love about Shinkai, Israel Shinkai. One of the things about Shinkai's work that's inherent in all of his work is the wonder of existence. Dude. To be able to take a breath, to be able to draw a breath in, is to feel in a way wonder. And his stories take the everyday and turn it into the miraculous.
Correct.
And
sounds amazing.
His films are amazing. And part of my appreciation came from Israel. You know, I wasn't paying much attention, but you know, now I'm buying them all. And it's
there you go.
Although I don't have Suzume, I don't own it, and I need to own it. I don't.
It's not out yet.
I know. I don't have my special edition.
I know,
which is what I need. But it's amazing though that there's a sense of wonder that I don't think America has, and it's a cultural thing.
Mm.
The Japanese are different than Americans, and I think that the problem with Americans is our own point of view has been so
reinforced or
we've had it bled away. I mean, the thing is
exaggerated.
We don't have the thing about the individual the Japanese. Well, no, I don't think I have to
I know.
May
tiptoe.
I raise my hand?
I do.
Yes,
I do.
please.
I do, Rob.
Okay, I'm raising my hand. Like, my husband and I were just watching like stuff about Japanese. Like, someone was going like to Japan, like Americans going to Japan. Like earlier, we were watching like the food stuff, and like I felt like how like culturally. Sorry, I don't feel like I said that word right. Culturally,
Yeah, that's right.
how do I say? Evolved they are like in Japan, and like I feel like here in America we're just like stunted a little bit. Like I have questions for my own children. Like I'm just like I hope you grow to be like an evolved human. Like I hope you have hope for the future. Like, but like I don't know. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, let me ask.
Speaking? Who's the thing? I apologize. Who's speaking?
Oh, introduce yourself to Richard. The Richard.
I'm the Richard.
Hi, Richard.
Hi.
I'm Irene.
Irene, you've got the greatest voice I've heard in so long. Have you ever considered doing voice acting? And I mean this in all sincerity.
He's trying to get you to do work for him for free. Come on.
No. Well, I didn't think about that. Okay.
It's called making connections, Rob.
It's true.
I didn't think about
Networking
that.
at its finest.
Can I actually make money off of this?
No, see,
No.
what I was going to go to is
I can't make money off of this.
Yeah,
Hold
we just need your social security number and your date of birth and your
That's
mom's
the
maiden
best
name.
part.
Literally.
You don't.
Rob, literally, I was at a restaurant the other day, and there's this big masculine man, and he spoke like actually, he sounded very much like she did, like Irene did. And
Did you ask him his pronouns?
Hold on. I interacted with him, and then at the end of this, I told my mom, you know what, he should do voice acting, and I thought about it for a second. My family left. I went up and said, hey, you need to look into voice acting, because I'm thinking of our pal Chris Carr, because I was thinking, there are this guy probably got bullied his entire life. Though I told him that, hey, I know, no offense, you've got a really unique voice, and I just think about it. Go into voice acting. So now I'm telling Irene the same thing. It's a good idea. You've got a unique voice. That's something that nobody else has. That's what I'm saying. Period. I want you to work for me.
I'm glad I'm unique. I support Chris Carr 100,000%. Like, I would buy anything Chris Carr puts out. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not into like the voice acting type thing.
Okay, it was just an idea.
I mean, I'll think about it.
Yeah, it's just an idea. I mean, I've never met you. I've never heard you before, but you've got a really nice voice. I like your voice. That's why. Anyway, moving on. Back to Rob.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Right on, man. Right on. Back to Rob, already in progress.
See, Irene, you didn't put Irene in your name. Just saying.
Rini. Isn't Rini Irene? It's Irene spelled like out of order.
Yeah, but that wasn't fair. I'm just saying. So, okay,
Really puppy face, sorry.
Don't worry about it. I got to throw it back to King Titanic.
Oh.
Yeah,
so,
Titanic. Go Israel.
Yeah. What?
So, no. So in terms of anime,
yes.
What was the thing that drew you to it in the first place?
Gosh, I never was allowed to watch anime as a kid. And then my sister and my brother are both older than me. And when they both became teenagers, they started watching Sword Art Online on Netflix and then spanned off into other shows and things like that. And I just knew that that's what they watched was Sword Art Online, and I wasn't allowed to watch it. When I became a teenager, I put on Sword Art Online and I was like, whoa, this is awesome. It may have been the music blaring in my ears. It may have been the over the top voice acting and animation. Like, imagine, like, if you have seen Lord of the Rings, but not anime, it's like every character is Legolas in terms of their abilities. They can just do anything.
Yep.
And it was, and over the top screaming, the music, there's so much blood. Like, they'll cut off a finger.
Power level over 9,000, homie.
Of all this blood coming out. It's ridiculous. It's so over the top. But then at the same time, with that crazy spectacle, you know, within 5 minutes, you could be like bawling your eyes out because of this emotion. And I think the coolest part about anime was the, like you were saying, it's just the different perspective that culture has than we do. But also the ability to, for lack of a better term, switch genres so quickly without it feeling like whiplash. I think it's something really interesting that anime has the ability to do, but I don't think a lot of other mediums have mastered how to do that just yet.
Well,
I like that.
I agree.
One more for it being a great, storytelling, mechanism.
100%.
One more in the checkbox.
So, Nightwing, do you watch anime?
Yes, I do. Actually, my favorite series is Inuyasha.
Is what?
What? Yeah, what?
So what?
We didn't.
Yes, I do.
We didn't hear that.
I enjoy Inuyasha.
Oh, Inuyasha. Yeah. Good one. Okay.
Inuyasha. The half demon. Half human.
Yeah.
I have not seen that. I mean, I have to say that I have a very, and I'll admit this, my anime taste is very Western.
Yeah, probably particular, like everyone's is.
And
I would expect.
I mean, I hate to say it's Western, but it skews towards Macross and Gundam, and I mean the thing is I love the Universal Century Gundam, but it's an anti-war, it's a space war, and the greatest anime of all time. I don't care what anyone says. I'll tell you what it is. It's Legends of the Galactic Heroes. 100%.
Okay. That's a very bold statement, sir.
Oh no!
But
The greatest anime of all time is Legends of the Galactic Heroes. Now, here's the thing:
bold statement.
The problem with it is it's not anime. It's my favorite anime series of all time that I will freely admit is not anime.
I had to check it out before I had any sort of answer on it.
And how do you mean it's not anime?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'd have to look at it now.
Okay,
You made it so ambiguous.
It is indeed an animated show that is made by the Japanese, and it looks like it's anime. But I would say that it is more. It is much more of a straightforward science fiction show. That eschews. It doesn't have any of the anime tropes that make anime. And it's based on a series of 10 Japanese science fiction novels about a conflict between these two warring galactic empires. And while it's animated, and it looks like anime, the story structure and what goes on in it has certain melodramatic tropes of anime, but for the most part, it is entirely different. You might as well be reading a Russian novel like War and Peace set in space. So it does not, to me, the thing about anime is there's tropes in it, depending, and which cross over all anime, but that does not cross over into Legends of the Galactic Heroes.
Universals, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, it would. As a matter of fact, I mean, they've remade it.
Sorry, you fell into my boob.
I mean, I don't like the remake as much as the most expensive piece of physical media I ever bought was the box set of the original Legends of the Galactic. $800.
Say that again. That's a fun piece of trivia, Rob. What was that?
$800.
For what?
Not worth it.
Oh, it was worth it.
For what? What are we paying $800 for?
Okay, you're paying $800 for. First of all, the reason it's so expensive is because it's never come to the West. So they had to license. They had to license. There's 110 episodes of the OVA series, the original video animation series. Then there's a 56 episode. What's it called? Then there's a prequel series. There's a name for it.
Oh, there's 56 episodes. Okay, so we're paying $800 for 56 episodes.
No. You're paying for 160, and then there's 3 movies.
And movies.
That sounds like a shit deal.
This is like a deal. This is like a.
Well,
what
I mean,
does Dieter say? Exception?
It's not a
Blu-rays
Schnepp.
are already like really expensive. They'll take a 12-episode anime series, split it across 4 different Blu-ray discs that are each like $30.
Dude, Evangelion.
Yeah,
The Evangelion.
thank you.
I just bought the 4K.
Thank you.
The 4K Evangelion special edition was like $70.
I will say though that their physical media releases in Japan are mainly to do with like special features behind the scenes. That's like their main draw and like artwork. And so that's why anime Blu-rays you'll only get like 4 episodes for like $50.
Dude.
But it comes with, all those
Dude,
special features.
Starting in
The
2000
struggle is real.
Starting in 2012, Space
like it's
Battleship
worth
Yamato,
it.
the 21.99 remake. I was paying $50 a Blu-ray. There's 8 Blu-rays, and the first Blu-ray was 2 episodes. It was insane.
Oh, that was back then. That's crazy. Yeah.
And then there's 20, and you can't even get 2205 yet. And they did, and that was when Bandai, the one time where Bandai released an anime in Japan with English subtitles. I was like, click. I bought that shit. I was importing it from Amazon Japan. I'm like, bring it on.
Okay.
That's how I got to see it. And those discs are incredible. They're beautiful.
That's what she
Was
said.
this the
But
shit that you bought?
$800 though.
I know. Yeah, exactly. What? But $800, by the way.
Well, no, that was
BT
no.
Dubs.
No. The $800
dubs.
thing was Sentai Filmworks. They,
Okay.
And by the way, it comes in a gigantic, beautiful box.
I
That's
believe it.
$800.
They better have all the bells and whistles. They better.
$800 box.
Like, in all honesty, I want it singing Zipla Doodah, like, when it comes through the mail. Jesus.
Wow.
I just think it's funny that Rob
I
has
have
so
not made
many
that step
discs on physical media, but it just so happens that any time in any random conversation, he just so happens to have the disc he's talking about. Oh, would you look at that? I have the 70th anniversary collector's edition of The Doors of Water.
He's a savant. He's a fucking.
Well, if you look at where I'm sitting, it's because half of the stuff is not. It's always in a. I'm trying to organize it all.
Like the odds
Rob.
of you, because I know how many discs you have, so the odds of you not having to get up and go grab it, and the fact that it's right next to you is just so low that the fact that you have these things when you're talking, it's just funny.
It's insane. So Irene
Yes.
in Georgia. Now, see, at first I didn't know you were the Irene. Because
I
you're.
am the Irene.
I
but
know.
I'm a little bit puffy face. Sorry. Like, I apologize for the puffiness.
You're a little hammered.
Yes, just a little bit.
It's okay. You're having some Georgia sweet tea. It's all good.
It's what do you call it?
Moonshine.
Fire whiskey. Fireball.
Five. Well, there you go. That's all good.
Fireball.
This is all prop alcohol, by the way.
No.
None of this alcohol gets you drunk.
Totally.
Remember, we didn't drink anything on.
Me, I'll take a
Elizabeth.
fireball.
I have a new
Children.
rum addiction, by the way.
You don't drink.
That's a good addiction. to have.
You want me to go get my bottles?
Okay.
You can't drink just because you're 21. Damn you, sir. You're the one bastion of purity on the Burnettwork.
Well, not
You're-
anymore, Rob.
You're the
Israel?
romantic.
I'm romantic.
Israel is like the one who is like the
He's a
like
purist.
Like I think he's like, isn't he like one of those?
I drink on my weekends off.
What are those people from Utah?
Mormons.
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 Thank you.
They're good
Israel like a
people.
Mormon?
No, I'm not.
But they can be polygamist.
Is this the consensus? Wait, Rob, I need you to like put a poll in the chat of like, do people think I'm like the most pure person on the Burnettwork?
I think you are. I don't know. Let's see. How can I? Let's see. I'll make a poll.
Oh my
The fact
god!
that you have a little bit of background anime knowledge, I mean, you can nerd out with this. I mean, that like the vibe checks out. You're cool.
By the way,
You know what I mean?
1001
Like,
Johnny
these
has been a
people.
member of this channel for 5 months. Thank you, sir.
Hey,
Wow.
support the
1001
show.
Johnny says,
Member
"Did
up.
you miss some tips?" That is a very that's a possibility because I haven't looked at them. I haven't looked at them since we've started this part of the chat. And yes, by the way, 1000 I have missed tips because 1001 Johnny has been sending them in. This is great. Okay. 1001 Johnny, by the way, who knows more about Ultraman than any man on planet Earth. Just saying.
I don't know anything
1001
about
Johnny
Ultraman,
says, this
but
weekend
no.
I will watch Night of the Hunter, Cape Fear, and just tonight, the big combo. Waiting to top it off tomorrow with the Yakuza. That will make 3 of Mitchum's and 1 Wild. Those are, by the way, Night of the Hunter, Cape Fear, and the big, those are great Mitchum movies. And the Yakuza is great.
I know about combos. Like combos are like those snacks that you like buy at the
Yeah,
gas
the crunchy.
station.
Yes.
Pepperonis.
Like,
And by the way,
yes.
hang on a second. This is really interesting. 1001 I gotta tell you, 1001 Johnny is one of the great imagination connoisseurs because not only does he know his shit, he also is always asking really interesting questions. So here's one for you, Israel.
Okay.
And you and all of you. I mean, I would say this, and clearly I would say that this is okay. Here it is. Anime and manga have the same elements as our Western counterparts. What holds our media back, I think, is the refusal to appeal to universal stories. It is either kids' stuff or only for adults. Manga has always been for everyone, young and old, together.
I feel like I'm not educated enough to answer on this question, so I'm gonna let Israel.
Yeah, I mean that you have to unpack a lot of that.
I
Rob.
would say I've been
a lot of that on that one.
All right, Israel, I'm gonna read this one again. I'm gonna read because I'm gonna turn it over to you for about 2 minutes.
Oh god.
So here it is. 1001 Johnny says, anime and manga have the same elements as our Western counterparts. What holds our media back, I think, is the refusal to appeal to universal stories. It is either kids' stuff or only for adults. Manga has always been for everyone, young and old, together. So the question that I would have for you, sir, is, do you believe that's true? I'm gonna throw it to you first.
You know,
so there you go. You're taking the full frame, the full.
Yes, IMAX, 70 millimeter. You know, it's interesting. You know, I would say, Rob, that this is why Transformers: Age of Extinction succeeds so well because it's for everyone. You know what I mean? You know, you have those lighter moments for the kids, give them the jokes, give them the cool action, but you also have those deeper, more dramatic moments. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's Shakespearean. No, but I think, well, not no, because I do think that. But anyways, I think that
you must opine for 2 minutes.
Oh God, I gotta ramble. Okay,
you can do it.
Okay, I do this for an hour. Okay, here we go. Time to just make up some stuff convincingly, and so people believe me. Okay, so it's an interesting point because I really don't know what to say, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, here we go. Why did he put me on full frame, bro? Okay. I mean, I guess what they're talking about is maybe shows like Jujutsu Kaisen or Demon Slayer, those shows that kind of reach that really broad appeal. But more of my favorites would be the shows that either lean one way or the other. Like I would say my favorite my favorite anime of last year was Arknights Prelude to Dawn. That I would say is almost purely for adults in the sense that it's not like inappropriate or it doesn't have super big violence or whatever, but simply because of the tone and what the dialogue is about. It's very political, and it's like a lot of the it's a lot like Andor in terms of its tone and what they talk about. And then my anime of the year, probably this year, is going to end up being Frieren, which I think strikes a lot more of that balance, where it can have that more wonder. It has those more comedic moments as well as the action to not make to make sure that the audience doesn't get bored. It's called Frieren, Frien. And it's fantastic. Unless they drop the ball in these next few episodes, I think it's a safe bet that that's probably my anime of the year. But I think that what was the name of that? Oh, okay, he walked away. But no, I think that I do think that is true on the shows that really hit the mark. I think like Spy Family, that is a comedy that works for multiple groups of people of different age ranges, different genders, things like that. Demon Slayer obviously has hit that chord. It's those shows that I think really hit it. Attack on Titan is an interesting one because I would say that it definitely leans more adult, I would say. But it still somehow hit that broad material, which is really interesting. Like I don't know why.
So yeah,
like
man.
I think the kids maybe they're just into like the action that's going on, and then the adults stay for the politics. But I don't know, it's pretty violent. I can't see a lot of parents.
The kids stay for the action, the adults
Yeah.
stay for the politics. Kind of like the real world.
Exactly.
That's
No,
funny.
I mean,
I don't
And
know.
what you were saying about manga, anime, is it's really hard to do because some of them are so adult, though they look like for kids. I mean, my mom accidentally bought a box set of something. I forget what it was. She sent it to my wife, family in Micronesia. That was not for kids, though. They've only got like one TV, or at that time they only had one TV, and everybody in the community on their island would get together. And she put this on, and it was an adult cartoon, but it looked like it was for kids. I mean, it's hard to tell. That's what I'm saying.
There's a show that I saw as one of my first. I say Sword Art Online is my first anime, but I've watched other anime before, but I never finished them. I would either see like a scene or a few minutes, whatever, or like maybe a couple episodes, but I would never finish it. And one of those shows was called, I think it was called Girls Bravo, something like this. And it's like the tone of it is so. What's that?
Sorry, I thought wasn't Girls Bravo wasn't like where like lesbians were like doing like
Yeah, it was like a bunch of naked girls. with
I
big
love
boobs.
Irene.
Oh,
I
God.
love that you know that. I
Straight
love that you know
DJ.
that. Good
But
for you.
The first 5 minutes, you would think that this is a show for like your 6-year-old, and then suddenly naked women everywhere, and it's like what just happened?
Story of my life.
But it doesn't go far enough to make it a hentai. It stays in the pocket, and so it's
you
like
have
this
to,
really
you have to be
weird
careful
area.
navigating those waters, dude. Those are the dark arts. You don't want to go
That's what
too
I'm
deep
saying.
into
I
that
agree with
shit,
that.
dude.
Rob is like,
You
maybe
gotta-
I
you
should
gotta-
get back into anime.
You
That's what
gotta
Rob's
ride
thinking.
that wave very carefully.
Dude, my
I'm
hentai
just thinking,
collection.
where's-
Have you seen Bible Black?
I've heard of it.
no.
No.
Should I?
Come
see
on,
that?
guys. Come on now.
Is
Yeah,
Bible
yeah, what
Black
is
one
this?
No,
of
Rob, I'm the pure one. Remember? I'm the pure
Yeah,
one.
I know you. Look, I cannot recommend any of you see Bible Black. You're all too young.
He's got the
I'm,
mustache that says that he's
Nightwing,
pure.
you're too
Come
young
on.
too.
I'm not too young. I can probably see it, right?
No.
No.
So
Thanks,
You don't
Daddy.
understand. Yeah.
No Bible Black for you. I'm just saying. But it's great.
next
name,
episode, guys. Next
Bible
episode,
Black.
we're talking about Bible
By the
Black.
way.
No, please
Bible
don't.
Black.
Don't. You're going to get
By the way.
demonetized.
Special guest, Rob.
Don't go watch it.
Demonetized.
Yo,
Okay.
Rob. I think we got to do that for like the 50 episode special. We'll have you come on. We'll talk about Legend of the Galactic Heroes, Bible Black.
Actually, I would love to come on and talk. I wouldn't talk about Bible Black, but I although we could. I mean, the thing about Bible Black is
Someone's about to watch it.
Well, here's the thing. As much as I can't.
You're corrupting the innocent, Rob.
No,
hold on.
Look, I didn't make it. It just it exists. I would just say that it requires. Here's the problem. There's a lot of things in Japanese culture that wouldn't fly here in Western culture, and certainly not on in academia circles. Certainly not on the college campuses of the U.S.
Wait. I looked it up. They have a sequel called Bible Black New Testament.
Oh wow!
I think they have this whole like.
Even as a Christian, I gotta say that's gotta get. Come on.
Like this dance movement that they throw like their hip out, like it's like a special Japanese style.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it's
Harajuku girls, they got the wicked style.
Oh, yeah.
Look, the thing about the Japanese, they don't have the same kind of constraints that Judeo-Christian culture has because they're not Judeo-Christian.
Right.
So
I find it interesting because it's mainly just America that has like these reservations on like sex and movies and TV shows.
Oh,
you
yeah.
go to other countries and they're like they're naked.
Well, because but they've been human beings a lot longer than Americans have.
Right.
Americans. We're like what 400 years old.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I've
the
always,
Japanese are thousands of years old.
Baby democracy.
And,
baby democracy compared to Europe.
You go anywhere, you got boobies on commercials or whatever.
Right.
You know.
Right. Yeah,
Like,
and on game shows, as a not to like try to derail the subject, but as a Christian, people kind of expect me to be like, Israel, you skip over that one scene in Titanic, right? Whenever you watch it, I know it's your favorite movie, but you skip that scene, and I'm like, no,
because God made her breasts to look.
Don't let anybody ever pigeonhole you.
As an artist, I like that scene.
Well, to me,
you go, Irene.
I have a mature view, guys. No, to me, the human body, and it might just be a me thing. To me, the human body is not inherently sexual. I mean, yes, but you do know what I mean?
I'm with you. No, but I'm with you. I'm with you 100%.
It's about the tone and the intent of the moment, and that moment in Titanic. Yes, Kate Winslet is beautiful, but to me, that moment is not about the sex, and so I don't even think about it.
Dude.
No,
you talking about the topless scene with Kate Winslet?
Yeah.
Really?
So I don't even think about it.
You did not get turned on.
When I was a kid, we had a VHS player. We had the Titanic. We had the Titanic VHS when I was a kid, and whenever the family would go, I'd put the VHS in. I knew exactly.
I don't need to hear about your debauchery, my friend.
And then at the end, I would rewind a little bit, like 20 minutes before, so it seemed like someone was just in the middle of watching the movie.
Wait, hang on a second. No, but here's the thing: it's about beauty.
Yes,
I mean it's about an artist perceiving beauty, and that moment is. When she says, "Draw me like your French girls,"
exactly. It's more lustful. It's more lustful.
But she's trying to conflate. The thing is, he's in love with her,
and she's never experienced love because she's
she's never.
Rob. That's not how fucking love works, Rob.
Okay, you guys. You just meant Jack loves Rose, and that's
Jack.
And that's why what you're seeing is when she says, "Draw me like your French girls," what she doesn't understand is the fact that he sees beauty in what she thinks is bad. She thinks that he thinks, and every woman that he's ever drawn, whether they're French prostitutes or whomever, he is drawing the beauty in them.
Yes.
She doesn't understand that. Well, and she also doesn't understand that he's capable of the kind of love he feels for her when he draws her picture. And when he draws her picture, it's true, honest, pure, there's no lust in his heart.
Unfiltered. Okay,
He
so you're saying it's
loves-
the opposite of lust because I was saying it was lust.
It is
and you're
no,
saying
it's the opposite of lust. He is drawing her as he sees her, and what he sees in her is true, God-given beauty.
Really?
He is
And
looking.
it's
By the way,
after
we
15
salacious
all
people.
for 15 minutes.
No, he's drawing the divine. He's seeing
okay,
God
the
in
muse.
her.
The
Her
siren,
design
yes. The siren.
is divine, and that's what he's drawing. He is drawing her divine form, and he's loved her like no other love in the world, and there is no lasciviousness in it. Yes, okay, it does lead to a sex scene. Okay, I get it, but here's the thing. His intentions are pure. Remember, he's not some Christian monk.
Right.
But in his mind, and the way the movie is playing it, when she asks to go into the down below or whatever.
Yes, sir.
I mean, he loves her for her. She's a pure spirit, and he's the only person who's ever seen it.
And can I point something else?
That's why that movie's great, by the way. It's a great movie.
Dude. I'm about to rewatch it for its anniversary.
It's a great movie.
I'm sorry, I can't get it worded. The only moment of lust ever is when what's his name is looking for his diamond. That's the only moment. Of
That's
lust.
a good call.
And you know what's interesting is James Cameron, like he already had Kate Winslet fully naked. Like he could have shown like the actual sex scene between her and Jack, but it's interesting that James Cameron intentionally doesn't show the actual sex. But he shows that
very interesting view
because that's not the focus.
No,
that's not what James is focusing on.
And here's the thing: if you were to ever show a sex scene in that movie, it would completely unbalance the story he's telling. And this is what people don't understand: that film, that scene is erotic. And we are missing
very much erotic.
Eroticism has been completely bled out of our civilization to our great detriment, by the way.
And you know what?
I know, but that's such a horrible thing to admit, though, and it sucks.
Yeah, there was this trend online in the I would say the more conservative Christian community where when Oppenheimer came out, there was a trend of like people like covering their eyes or walking out during those scenes with him and Florence Pugh.
Right.
But to me, those scenes didn't bother me because
those are
I don't know.
Oh
I think it's about the intent, and I guess maybe I knew what Nolan's intent was with those scenes. That it wasn't like he wasn't trying to turn the audience on. And I guess that's the difference to me is that might be more my point. But I don't have this like big reservation with nudity in film and stuff because I have that separation.
You know whenever it's an artist doing it. Yeah.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome Tom Jr. Jackson to the show.
Tom Jr.
Is Tom here? Hi, Tom.
There he is.
Hey, Tom. Hey, Irene.
Hi, Tommy boy.
My buddy, Irene, my partner in crime.
Tom Jr. Jackson.
Rob, you're a serious gentleman for letting us all on tonight, my friend.
Why not? Isn't this fun?
Yes, dude, this is a blast.
I just want to let you know that Florence Pugh is a beautiful fucking human being.
Yes, she is. Yes, she
you wouldn't
is.
fuck her, then I wouldn't fuck you.
Well, Irene, I'm completely there with you. She is a beautiful. She's also Black Widow. She's Yelena. She has the same name as my ex-wife.
Yes, exactly. I don't know anything about your ex-wife, but like.
My ex-wife was awesome. She was beautiful and amazing.
And on that note,
I'll be right back. Woman, I like Elizabeth.
Wait, you're gonna leave?
No, I'll be right back. I gave you a restroom.
Okay, go.
That was a good out point.
Okay.
I do love Elizabeth. You know what I mean? Like.
Oh no, she's great. I love Elizabeth too.
No, we are not.
Like, don't tell her that. Please don't tell her that.
No,
I won't tell her anything. She's asleep right now. Don't you worry.
Sorry.
No worries.
I'm feel so
Hey, you know
awkward
what?
all of a sudden. Like I said something I didn't mean to say, but like I meant to say. Like
It's okay. You're amongst friends.
okay, thank you.
Hey, Rob, do you have tips that need to be read?
No, I think I'm caught up. 101 Johnny is caught. Oh, wait, no, you're right because. This is okay. 101. Okay, here. You know what? Okay, this is interesting. Wait, I can't read these until King Titanic comes back.
Hey, you guys were talking about this and that, and there were so many movies that you mentioned that you guys covered on Elizabeth Views whining about movies. So
Yeah.
I guess the big question is, hey, are we ever going to get back into that?
Maybe tomorrow.
I mean, that was kind of something I really wanted to. Yeah, I really hope you guys are still doing. What are you talking about tomorrow? What are you gonna do? Smack me upside the
Dude,
head?
I have almost $1,000 of microphones here that I've never used.
Oh,
Why?
You got my message.
Why not? Why haven't I used these microphones? I don't know.
John.
It's terrible.
Oh, did chemistry?
All right. Near Dark is still my favorite.
Yeah, a
movie.
lot of people want Whining to come back.
Want what?
We all want it to come back.
Oh, we all want it to come back. Okay, so hang on. Now that King Tan is here, 101 Johnny, again, I think 101 Johnny has to be the official scholar of the Burnettwork. This is really interesting. So, Israel, dear Rob, Legends of the Galactic Heroes is just as anime as Teen Titans is a cartoon. The tropes you're speaking are not defining what is an anime. You're thinking of shonen battle adventures. Okay, I would say no. No, here's the thing. I'm not thinking just shonen battle adventures. I mean, if you think about One Piece, for instance, I'm always banging on about verisimilitude. In Legends of the Galactic Heroes, the world that it takes place in, physics are real. There is no, like, if a ship crashes into another ship, you'll see the physics of it. And there is it is a tale that is being told through animation, but it's not anime, if that makes any sense. My dream, if someone said to me, Rob, here's $500 million, you have to remake something. What would you remake? I'd be like, bar none, I'm going to do I would do 55 episodes of Legends of the Galactic Heroes, because I'd turn all the half-hour episodes into hour-long episodes.
Oh, you keep it a series. You wouldn't do a
No. I would do 5 seasons, and I would actually, you know what? I'd do 6 seasons and just shoot it all at once.
Though, would you? Okay, first of all, I agree with the shooting it all at once. Because, good God, why the fuck are we not doing that? Though, you would have at least maybe the first as that could be presented, cross media, as something, and you could have it in cinema as well.
No. It'd have to be a series because it's so there's 100 main characters.
No, I know it has to be a series, though. Wouldn't you want a cinematic, a theatrical?
No.
Just to pop it simultaneously.
Well, it's interesting because there are 3 theatrical films, and one of the first time I ever saw Legends of Galactic Heroes was a movie, and there was an anime store on Sepulveda. In West LA, and I went there and I walked in, and I would go in and be like, this is like 30 years ago. I was like, bruh, what's something cool? What's something I haven't seen? And he handed me this thing. He handed me a Hong Kong bootleg of Legends of the Galactic Heroes movie, and he goes, watch this. And I took it home, and I was like, the whole movie was scored with classical music, with actual classical, which is a staple of the series. By the way, I have 2 box sets of they released 2 box sets of the opposing opposing empires in the Free Planets Alliance and the Empire.
Oh, so they did two versions, one of each. Okay.
Yeah, well, of the music, it's amazing. The show's amazing. It's amazing. And by the way, it should look. Somebody should give me $500 million. I don't mean to say like 1 million. Give me 500 million. They're spending 250 million to do one season of an 8-episode Marvel show. Give me $500 million, and I will give you 60 episodes of the greatest science fiction TV show ever.
Behind Star Trek, right?
Ever. No, even better than Star Trek. Because this would be a limited series. Star Trek has been diluted. It was once great and unassailable. Since 2017, Star Trek has been completely diminished by everything that's been made.
Okay, very metaphysical.
And by the way, it hasn't made money either.
Very metaphysical question. Is it possible that what has been could it ever be again, as in anything? And I mean anything. If once was, could it be again?
No. Because we live in an evolving culture. Nothing, everything is evolving all the time. You can never expect something that was great here to be great here. It can still be relevant and interesting, but it can't ever be. We are always moving forward. And to expect something that was great here to be great here, like, all I can say, you know what a great example of it is? I would say something like, there are two examples I would look at. Martin Scorsese's The Color of Money in 1986. You had Paul Newman coming back and playing Fast Eddie Felson. He played that role in a black and white film in the 60s. And it was a sequel. It was the Top Gun Maverick of its day. But the character grew older based on a second novel by Walter Tevis. He won an Academy Award for that. He should have won it for The Verdict, but whatever. So we're always moving forward. And what's really interesting is that the way we perceive our pop culture or whatever we love, it changes all the time. So the idea here's what's been the Star Wars changed entertainment in 1977 and 1980 and 1983. Changed it. Now, Star Wars has become a corporate widget to make. And the reason Star Wars was successful, because in 1977, no one had seen that before. So now we have multiple generations that have grown up with this thing, and everybody wants Star Wars to be life-changing. But the problem is, it's a product of its time. It's a product of everybody that worked on it. Star Wars was a product of 1977 America. And here's the thing. You can still try and build on it and change and do what you want. The reason that Star Wars is unsatisfying to all audiences now is because it's no longer representative of our world today. It meant something to the people of 1977 because it had, in its own way, it was speaking about what was going on in Indochina and Vietnam. It was speaking about what was happening at that time.
Well,
and the people,
a universal thing of the entire history of
but it was at that time. You can sit there and go, Joseph Campbell. The world has changed. And what everyone's trying to do is maintain this thing in 1977, and they want to make it the same in 2023. It isn't. It isn't the same. It can never be. Right. It can never be. And so the reason people are unsatisfied with Star Wars is because they don't live in the society that created Star Wars. And it will never be like, it's incredibly frustrating to watch. Sorry. No, go ahead, man. I don't mean to interrupt. I will take out Irene's. Chemist
Irene's
disappeared.
trying to get back on.
Oh, she is? I don't see her.
Yeah, she's trying to get back. Yeah, I gotta get. She wants the link. I'm gonna give it to her.
Well. Okay, it's a big mess on here now, but hang on.
Musings only on the Burnettwork.
Only on the
Burnettwork. Hang on. Before I would say that, and then 101 Johnny goes on to say, to help flesh out my point about anime and manga being for young and old together. Think of Sakuda's Astro Boy and Kimba. Those stories have themes that challenge the readers to think on matters such as murder and nuclear weapons. Okay, I would agree with that, but I mean the thing about all stories, all storytelling, is asking you to think about other things that aren't just the tales at hand. Wouldn't you agree?
Astro Boy had the there's something else I saw somewhere, not within our tentacles. I saw something else about Astro Boy. So,
by the way, I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna put the link in. Here's the link. It's in the chat. It's only 1 a.m. So we've gone back to.
It's only 1 a.m.
Yeah.
It's only 4 a.m.
Oh, it's 4 a.m.
It's
Eastern.
a tiny 3 a.m.
So if anyone wants to, come on the chat. I've sent it in. So Dan Candy says, this is interesting. Dan Candy says, Rob, what would have happened if the kid had put a Q action figure in the cupboard? You mean as opposed to the Indian in the cupboard? I would love that. That's a great idea. If Q, I think if you had an omnipotent, as a child, if you had an omnipotent being, here's the first thing. Q would have been pissed off that some kid put him in a cupboard, first of all. And then he would have said, kid, you know what? While you're misguided, let me take you on an adventure that will blow your mind and shape the universe for millennia to come. And Q would have taken this kid on an adventure and showed him what was up. So I'm all about that. Let's see that.
I literally bought a Q figure about a month and a half ago, and I have started utilizing it in my artwork, in my videos. And last night, he and Richard Simmons swapped bodies. So now Q, I'm not kidding, and that's what I was thinking for. Q's wearing Richard Simmons' outfit, and Richard Simmons is wearing Q's outfit. That's why I was like, so I gotta find this right now. Let me go find it. I'll be back.
In a world, by the way, we finally got some. Let me just tell you, we have some sage-like advice. We're gonna turn this into all of you must be on your best behavior now. Okay. We are adding the great Mikey Lito to the show.
How you doing?
Mikey, who probably I can't believe he's still watching this and can still breathe, to be honest.
Why do you say that? Because
of all the nonsense that's gone on. I mean, I look at you as kind of the sage-like barometer of truth, justice, and the American way of this channel.
Let me.
You're my bellwether, sir.
Let me just say this, and you alluded to it the other night on one of your streams. I don't want Israel to go away because I want to talk to him shortly. You know, there are things beyond genre and entertainment, such as real life.
Oh, but what?
Hold on. I'm not going to get heavy.
Okay, just
I just want to remind people, that there is real life out there, and we can take a lot of things that happen in entertainment and pop culture and relate it to real life. But I'm not going to talk about that tonight. What I want to talk about is something not too serious, but my question for Israel is very serious.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Now, I'm 70 years old. I grew up on Bugs Bunny.
Oh, okay.
I know nothing about anime and manga, which is why I don't watch your show. But Rob wants me to watch your show.
I do, because he does a really good job.
I know he does. I know he does.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad at all.
I'm not unfamiliar with his work. I just don't watch his show because I know nothing about the subject.
Right.
So my serious question for you is, and you're going to have to talk for longer than 2 minutes extemporaneously.
That's a big word. I don't even know what that means.
Off the cuff.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Extemporaneously.
Why should I be interested in anime and manga?
This is a great... Okay, Israel, this is a great question. I'm going to give you the floor, sir. This is a great question.
Why is a fascinating word, What I would say is exactly what I have been saying earlier in this stream, is that I think that the ability that anime in particular has, I'll talk more on anime. I read a lot of manga, but I'll talk more on anime.
Yeah.
Anime, because it's an audio and visual medium. I think that something that anime can do is that it has that ability to, because the characters can be so much more expressive and over the top without it seeming super strange like it would maybe over here, you're able to connect with them a lot more because they're literally like not even wearing their heart on their sleeve, like they're just handing it out to you. And so you're able to connect with these characters more emotionally, I would say quicker than you would be able to in Western media. And then so that means the highs, like the highs the characters feel, the happy emotions, the triumphant moments are fantastic. And then the low moments they feel, whether that's the anger or the pain or the sadness, hits you harder as well than they would over here, simply because of how much more expressive and emotive that medium can be without it seeming super strange. And you can have more grounded, realistic stuff that doesn't do that as much. If you're not into like that super over expressive stuff and you want it to be more like the stuff that's over here, there are definitely those shows. But I think it's basically next to impossible to escape that. So if that appeals to you, that is why you should watch anime and read manga. If that is something that does not appeal to you, don't, because you won't like it. And I like you, Mikey. I don't want you to watch something you don't like. Come on.
Wow, dude. You know what? I have to say, that was very astute. I had never considered that before.
Thank you, Rob.
No. But it's interesting because what you described is not the anime that I like. The anime that I like is kind of, it skews in a way more Western in its sensibilities.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel, not that you made me feel this way, I kind of feel guilty about it. And what you just said is why I think anime appeals to people today. Because the emotions in anime today are what people are looking for because they don't have them in their real lives.
Yeah. There's a reason why particularly comedic anime are taking a huge like skyrocket right now, because that joy is so overwhelming that the characters seem like they're ridiculous, but at the same time you're just enjoying yourself. Like there's this show that's out right now called The 100 Girlfriends Who Love You Really, Really Much. And it's this show about this guy who asked out 100 girls, got rejected 100 times, prays to this god. This god meets him and it said, "Oh, that was a mistake. Here, I'll send all 100 of them to be your soulmates, and if you reject them, they will die." And it's a comedy anime where he's now trying to balance having 100 girlfriends and win a new girl every episode and all of these things. And it's so over the top, and the premise is so crazy, and the way the characters act and everything is so insane that it's ridiculous. It should not work. But I'm just watching this with this big dopey smile on my face, and it's like one of the highest rated anime of the season. You know, on par with like Free Rin and Jujutsu Kaisen, stuff like that. Like it's on par with those in terms of like the reviews it's getting, purely because of that over the top joy that it's giving out.
How much of that is an escape?
Well, I have a girlfriend, and I think one is enough. But for a lot of people that maybe don't, I think for people that don't, like lonelier people, I think that is definitely maybe more of like a fanfic type thing, self-interest. There's a reason why anime protagonists usually in these bigger isekai stuff are a lot blander. It's that way you can just put yourself into them. They're not so defined that you're like, that's a whole other person. They have to be bland enough that you're like, you can just slide right in there.
Yeah, we have options. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I talking out loud? Sorry.
Yes, you're talking out loud, dude.
No. You know what? Yeah. I'm estranged from my wife and my kids, and obviously I'm still a real, or I don't know if that's the right word, like a really horny guy. Though I'm not interested in anyone, because even though I'm never going to get back with my wife, and I will. Everything that I'm doing is to make sure that they have money for the rest of their lives. And that's why I am so devoted into my project. And I guess you guys can see me. Here's the Richard Simmons, and he's wearing Q's outfit because I did a little switch. I filmed stuff with, and there's my Jeff Goldblum. Rob, you know this. I got Richard Simmons and Jeff Goldblum, and I just bought Q, and now Q is wearing Richard Simmons outfit. I mean,
amazing, dude. Listen, man, I gotta hear the answers to these questions that have been posed.
Go for it. Yeah, I'm just googling right now.
No, it's all good. So let's get back to what you just said. I mean, I think that's fascinating. So let me ask you, Mikey.
Yes.
Hearing Israel's cogent, I think, analysis of manga and anime, actually. What do you think? Would you delve into it?
Oh, I might, because my next question was, since I know nothing about it, based on what you know is currently out there, like pick a streaming service. I know you're going to pick Netflix.
Crunchyroll. Easy.
You better do it before I cancel it. What's something that you would suggest to a person that I describe myself being? And yes, Will, I am still Irene.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, Will in the live chat said Irene turned into a black dude. So, okay, Mikey. What would you say are the shows and movies in Western media that you like?
I like all kinds of stuff, so just suggest something.
Okay. The safest bet usually is to start out with something that definitely leans more towards the Western side than to the anime side. Like Rob and I talked about this when it was airing last year, that I would never recommend Chainsaw Man to anyone as their first anime. You will have whiplash, and odds are you will not like it, and you'll just be burnt away from anime forever.
Excuse me, let me make a note.
Yeah. Chainsaw Man is one of those shows that you watch after you've watched a couple dozen anime, and then it's just like heightened everything. But for a show that I would say is, you like everything, right? So I'll see if there's a show that kind of has a little bit of everything.
Here's my choices.
Okay.
It has to be good.
Right. Well, I could be like 100 Girlfriends is really good, but then you might watch and be like, that is real. That scamp. You might not like it.
I think, just like Rob, I think American audiences are really infantile.
Right.
It makes me crazy.
I I'm trying to think. I really suck at giving anime recommendations, especially when people say they like everything. Because then I'm like, well, what if I say something and then they're like, actually no. It's like when like you try to go out to eat with like a girl and you're like, what do you want? And she's like, oh, you know, anything works. And then you say something and she's like, I don't want that. So I don't want that to happen. What would you say? Pick genre.
I can be bought.
Animes.
What did you say?
By the way, we have the Richard dropped out. 101 Johnny is here with us, by the way. I don't know if you can.
I see it says connection problems.
He might. It looks like it's still framed, but either way, I mean, he's always got something fun to say.
Yeah. I
tend toward drama. I tend toward
drama. Okay.
Vaguely,
suspense.
Rob, vaguely.
Okay. English dub, or would you watch it in Japanese if you could?
Is it subtitled?
Yeah.
If you can hear me,
then it doesn't matter.
We actually can hear you. We can hear you.
You're talking about 1001 Johnny. We can hear him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
you would watch subtitles though.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because that widens the range. Okay. Because there's some shows that have terrible English dubs, so I wouldn't recommend those. Let me think while you
I can answer that though. I only because being being an older dude.
Here we go.
Anime has changed a great deal in the last 40 years. I mean, it's really, really changed, and I think that when I was growing up, I hate to keep going back to Star Blazers or Space Battleship Yamato. It was a science fiction political thriller that just happened to be animated.
Okay.
And it did not have like Dragon Ball Z in it. And you know what I mean by that. I mean it was a attempt to make a great science fiction TV show that happened to be animated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now what's changed is the medium of animation has allowed, and by the way, they tried to, in Space Battleship Yamato or Star Blazers, physics were real, sort of. I mean, for the most part. They tried to make light speed travel because it was coming on the heels of Star Trek and it was 74 when it started. So it was a real attempt to make a serious science fiction show that happened to be animated. Now, the verisimilitude or the reality of the world has changed. No one is interested in physics anymore. Some people are, but for the most part, when you're looking at Dragon Ball Z, the whole point is not so much the physics about the world. It's about the fights, the experiences. It's different. So I would say for Mikey, if I gave Mikey, I won't because no one can touch my $800 Blu-ray set. But if I gave Mikey Legends of the Galactic Heroes to watch, he would become obsessed with it and watch all 110 episodes in a week.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I was
but I couldn't honestly say that was anime. I couldn't tell him. I would say it's an animated show that the Japanese made, but it isn't anime as we know it.
As we know it now.
Yeah, because it's animation, but it's not anime.
Right. Okay. Mikey, I was looking on my anime list just now, and I kind of narrowed it down. So I have a follow-up question. Okay.
Sure.
Have you watched any anime movies?
No.
Things like the Ghibli films.
The last thing I watched anime was Speed Racer, and I was probably 12.
Time to watch the live action. No.
You've never seen Akira?
No.
Wow.
I would say, okay, here's what I would say. And everybody's gonna be like, Israel, that's not interesting. That's like the safest bet ever.
You're not talking to them. You're talking to me.
Is I would say start with things like Ghibli films. Start with things I would say like Shinkai, because a lot of anime shows go on for so long, and so it can kind of be hard to make that jump if it's such a commitment. If you watch a 2-hour movie that still has those anime tropes, that still has that anime feel, but it's still a movie, I would say things like Shinkai, which would be like Your Name.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Mikey would love Your Name.
I was thinking more A Silent Voice personally, because that's more of a drama. That's
I haven't seen that, but I think Your Name, but Your Name is a great version of a great animated film.
It's great. It's great.
It's great.
A Silent
so you
Voice.
said Your Name, and
Yes.
you sang A Silent Voice.
Yes, and A Silent Voice is on Netflix still, I believe.
Okay.
And then you gotta go. I mean, Miyazaki, Howl's Moving Castle.
Dude, it's the best one.
Howl,
Boy and the Heron. Mikey, you got to see Boy and the Heron in theaters. Come on.
Yeah, it's coming. But I would say that the great thing about Howl's Moving Castle is it's so anime, but it's
so
also
good.
so awesome.
And
So
the English dub is good too.
It is good. Well, it's Christian Bale.
He's actually like my least favorite part about it. But
yeah, I know.
Because he's just like, I don't know. He doesn't sound like into it. He's like, oh no, they're attacking us.
But you need to watch also sci-fi action adventure philosophy Akira. Watch Akira.
Are you talking about the Cameron produced Akira?
No. The actual original anime.
You're thinking of Alita Battle Angel.
Yeah, yes.
You're right. You're right. Akira. I got it.
Yeah.
All right. I got 3 or 4 suggestions there.
There you go. He's gonna come back next time I see him. He's gonna be like, Israel, that was awful.
No. As far as you're concerned, I'm still on Twice the Pain, so you need to relax. Nightwing, are you okay, dude?
Nightwing's not. Yes, I can hear you. You sound like the voice of God. I think it's Paul in Long Beach is who I think it is.
Yes, it is. Hey, Paul.
Well, you're not in the show yet. I haven't put you in the show. Would you like to be in the show, Paul? Oh, I was just say that echo. It sounds like you're in a cathedral. I'm like, Paul in Long Beach is in a cathedral.
Now, while we're waiting for him, go ahead, Tom.
What did you think of the Shogun trailer?
Okay.
Oh god.
I have to go full frame on this. No. So here. Wait, Paul, hang on 1 second. Here's the thing. Shogun is my favorite miniseries of all time. The Winds of War is my second favorite miniseries of all time. I then read the book. So I think this is an ongoing series, first of all, or not, or whatever. So here's my problem. Here was what I bumped on as the Viceroy of Verisimilitude. I thought the Shogun miniseries looked pretty great, aside from the fact that the main character was hardly anywhere to be seen. Blackthorn, especially me, every kid in 1980 who watched that show, we identified so strongly with John Blackthorn, played by Richard Chamberlain. And the whole point was they didn't subtitle the Japanese. And Mariko, the love interest, Yoko Shimada, she was a Japanese woman who learned to speak English. And when I watched the trailer, presumably the Mariko character speaks like she went to Oxford, speaks English like she went to Oxford. And I was like, I don't believe it. I don't believe the new Shogun. I hope it looks great. The trailer was great, but the Mariko Blackthorn relationship was the core of that show. And when you're watching, and then there's like a warrior priestess, like Mariko suddenly is a ninja. Like, here's the thing. Here's what I find incredibly frustrating about the modern age. Trust in the stories you're adapting to be awesome for what they are. Why do you think you have to impose the modern age on these stories you're telling to make the audience understand? I was a kid. I was 13 years old when I hadn't turned 13 yet. When I saw Shogun, I was enraptured. I was ensorcelled. I was so enamored of that show because it told a great story in a straightforward way that made me interested. This weird idea that everything has to be updated for the modern audiences is so wrong-headed. Tell a great story, and the audience will go with you. If you can't tell a great story, why are we paying you to be storytellers? Anyway, that's my...
Wow, that was only 30 minutes. No, I'm just kidding.
I know.
I'm kidding.
I don't know, man.
Now the movie that you were talking about, it's Howl's Moving Castle.
Yeah, Howl, H-O-W. It's Howl.
All right, it's on Max right now. It'll be watched this week.
Let's go.
By the way, if you're going to do that, I would love it, Israel. I don't want to speak for you. But if you're going to watch it, I would love to have Mikey come on as somebody like he's self-professed. He's 70. I would really be interested if you would interview him about what he thought of the film. And maybe do a piece where you interview him before you're on the show and then cut it together and drop it in, because that would be
I was going to suggest that.
That would be fascinating.
I'm definitely a person that should be pre-interviewed.
Come on, man.
Akira or Ghost in the Shell?
Now, they didn't mention Ghost in the Shell, but they did mention Akira.
I cannot recommend those because I have not seen them.
Anyway, hey Rob, thanks for having me on the show. I look forward to seeing you on Star Wars: The Old Republic. It's a great game.
Well, thank you. All good. I mean, wait, Paul, are you still here with us?
I am. I just don't have a camera on. It's busted right now.
Okay, but you're on the show right now.
I am.
Okay, good. That's good.
Hi, Mikey. Good to talk to you again.
Hey, Paul. How's it going?
It's good, buddy. How's it going?
Not
we'll
too
see
bad.
you around Christmas.
Looking forward to it.
Gotcha, bed.
By the way, what happened to 101 Johnny? He was here and then disappeared.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, well, I as he coming? Wait, hang on.
Yeah, he's back.
Well, okay. We'll see if that would be great. It's hard doing a live show, gents, because I just want you to know it is a little rough.
You know, I think I take for granted that I get to do the Otaku Experience pre-recorded. I've considered what it would be like to do it live if we ever made that transition, but I don't know. I kind of like having the ability to edit it.
Yeah, me too. No, your show's really good. I mean, I would love it if more people watch your show, because I think what you've done is really great, and you deserve a bigger audience. And it's such a weird thing. I mean, I know that most of the people on this channel aren't into anime, but I wish they were.
You know, there was this really long comment that came on the latest episode that I just did on Thursday. That was basically kind of saying, like, and not in like a rude way. They were like, they were genuinely asking. They were like, with how the show is performing, why do you keep like making it? Like, and they meant it in like the nicest way. Like, they gave a lot more context, and it was like 3 paragraphs, but that was the gist of it. And I don't know. I thought it was a really interesting thing, and you're definitely right. I don't know how to market the show other than to talk about it, I guess, on my channel and on my social media. But I feel like a lot of the followers I've gained recently have come from the Burnettwork. So I'd just be talking to the people who already watch.
Okay. Here's what's really funny about that. So I would say this. So someone's saying to you like, oh, so you don't have some amazing audience that you're making money from or whatever and blah, 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 blah. So why do it? Well, I would say the reason you should do it is because you love to do it.
Yeah.
And your desire is you put on a good show. You do the research. And I'll tell you from my perspective, I've always loved anime and all that. And I think your perspective, I mean, you're 21 years old now. For me to showcase your show on this channel is you're providing something that I don't have much knowledge of, but I'm happy to share that knowledge on my channel with other people that are interested. People will eventually find your show. It will happen. And the thing is, we're not doing this for money. We're doing this because we love it.
And lots of money.
I have no friends in real life who will listen to me ramble about anime, so it's good. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah,
good place for the event.
And the thing is,
the other thing is, I've seen your work. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether our opinions mesh or not. You do very professional work.
Yes,
I appreciate professionalism. I'm much better at production than I am speaking, to use that word again, extemporaneously. Rob asked me to do a show, and I would never do a show on the Burnettwork. I can do this kind of show that's conversational, but to do a solo show and just speak extemporaneously like you do, I'm not good enough yet.
Yes, you are.
And as far as I have 44 subscribers, I don't care whether anybody watches or not. I do it for me.
When Rob started this channel, he was only getting 500 views a day. I'm one of the oldest people around. He wasn't getting 10,000 views per stream. You just got to work up to it.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. That's what people don't realize. Even like I do a little short weekly 15-minute show right now. I plan on doing more. But just that 15-minute show, I'm working constantly.
Well, here's the thing. Why don't I put it on this channel too? Like, if you're gonna do it on you can have your channel all that. But if you record it, or better yet, if you allow me, I'll download your show and put it on the channel.
Well, you can do that. I don't care if you do that.
Well, okay, I wouldn't do it without you, but I would totally do your show and just download it and put it up on the channel. Why not?
Yeah, everybody could find out why I hate Killers of the Flower Moon.
What?
Yeah, but that would be that's interest. It's interesting.
Because Israel, I thought it was stupid.
Why?
All right, I'll tell you why.
All right, sorry guys,
all,
but if you'll indulge us for a second, we got to hash this out.
There's certain pieces of content that bring certain things to me that I like that I don't necessarily like the content. For example, HBO's Watchmen.
Oh,
I never got beyond the first episode, but HBO's Watchmen brought to me intelligence about the Tulsa Race Massacre, which did interest me. Killers of the Flower Moon. I thought it was a ridiculous vanity project. But it brought to me about the Osage Indian murders. Why did I think it was a ridiculous project? Okay. I happen to believe that Native Americans are interested in their heritage, their philosophy, their backgrounds. And I could not. Rob, have you seen the film?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
I'm sorry, I'm going to spoil it just a
No,
little
it's okay.
bit. For you.
It's okay. It happened.
I could not understand why all of a sudden all these Native Americans would suddenly embrace and marry all these Caucasians. Was it explained in the film? No, it was not.
Okay.
And in a 3.5-hour film where Mr. Scorsese talks about cinema and how superhero movies are ruining cinema, you had 3.5 hours of time that you could have devoted a little bit more time to explaining, hey, maybe they did embrace Caucasians. They just did it as wildly as he presented. But it didn't make sense in the way that he presented it. And with 3.5 hours, he could have done a better job. So didn't like the film. Film got a 4.
Would it have made a better miniseries? You think?
Well, it's not like Tom. It's not like he didn't have enough time. He had 3.5 hours.
But I mean, like if you did it as a miniseries, you would have gotten more.
Rest.
That was
I'll
in
be
the
right
book
back.
into the film.
Okay, Rob.
What would have made a better film for me was to explain why these people suddenly embraced, and I mean, it was mentioned in the film that the white people were doing that. That the Native American children were going to learn things differently than the way that their culture was going to be brought up.
Yeah.
So why would they quickly embrace these people in one sense, but still reject them in another? The whole thing to me didn't make sense. And like I said, he had more than enough time to make a coherent story. And then the way he ended the film was just ludicrous.
I'll be honest. I thought I enjoyed the choice of how he ended it, but I was still like, I probably wouldn't have done that myself. But so what it sounds like you're saying is that, and this is a criticism, like usually the people who didn't like the film seem to have been saying that the film acts as though you already know all of the history and all of the context for this, and so it doesn't explain every single thing, and it just expects you to accept it and know why it's happening.
Rob discussed the film a couple of streams ago, and that's the conversation that I had in the chat with another person that was from the area, that he said, well, he was familiar with it, so it made sense to him. And I'm going like, it made absolutely no sense, and explained exactly what I just said now in the chat.
Well, yeah, I mean, that also happened with the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. You know, people who hadn't played the game or anything were like, what is going on? This movie's awful. And
Glad
then
it was on Peacock.
And then me, who has been there since the first game released, been waiting for this movie for 8 years, went and saw it in premium XD at Cinemark, had a ball. One of my favorite films of the year. You know, I had a good time because I knew all of the lore and everything. And so the fact that it didn't explain stuff or whatever, it was just kind of like, yeah, here's William Afton. And now he's... Does anyone care if I spoil Five Nights at Freddy's?
I certainly don't.
It is a video game. Go ahead.
Okay, here's William Afton. He's the twist villain. He killed all the kids, and now he's gonna get, you know, trapped in this spring Bonnie suit. All the spring locks collapse in on his stomach, and he dies in the suit, right? And you know, he hasn't been in the movie except in like the first scene, and so he doesn't show up until the end. And so everybody's like, "This is stupid. Like, how are you gonna have a big twist like that and then kill the guy off 10 minutes later?" But as a fan, kind of knowing everything I needed to know about it and knowing what could come after, I was happy and satisfied with it. Rob, have you seen the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, the greatest film of the year?
No.
What? Come on, Rob. What do you?
Rob,
What?
how much has-
Giant.
Wait.
Giant practical 8-foot robotic suits that kill people.
How
have
the
you not
Henson
watched
Company
this?
too.
Yeah, how have you not seen this? It's
Israel.
on Peacock.
I love Matthew Lillard in the film. He was fantastic. I just I mean, I sat there and watched it. I was glad it was on Peacock, and I'm glad that I didn't have to spend any additional money to go to the theater in order to see it.
Yeah, well, I was there freaking out about like what was on people's T-shirts and what was in the background because it was all like callbacks and like it was like kind of how Endgame, you know, every single little moment was freaking out. And in my theater, I must have gone at like the right time because my theater was filled with fans, and they were all talking before. There were people dressed up as the characters. Every time a little thing would happen, they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, that's the from Game 17." And at the end, there would be like applause breaks, and there'd be cheering and
okay. Here's why I didn't go and why I'll never go.
What?
I don't know anything about Five Nights at Freddy's. I've never played the game. Don't know anything about it.
Come on, Rob.
Here's the thing. What you just described though is if you're gonna adapt something, if you're gonna adapt any IP to a different format, whether it's gonna go from comic to movie, TV show to movie, whatever, you owe your audience an explanation of why you've adapted this. So you have to assume that anyone who's going to watch the movie version of Five Nights at Freddy's has, I know it's counterproductive or perhaps maybe not. You have to assume your audience doesn't know what Five Nights at Freddy's is. You have to make a movie that works as a movie. Now, what you just described to me is hell on earth. In the sense that I don't even know when they first talked about it, and the Henson Company was going to be making these animatronic characters. I'm like, no one's telling me what the story is. I'm like, okay, Henson Company is making. What is it about? I still don't know.
I could tell you.
I know, but I don't know what Freddy's is, and I don't know why it's Five Nights.
It's adapted from 9 video games.
Let's go.
It was adapted by the creator of the video game.
Wait, why is that?
He was a co-writer, but yeah.
Wait, why is that a bad thing? Neil Druckmann helped write The Last of Us.
It wasn't a bad thing, and I was going to refer to The Last of Us.
Okay.
Plus, they did make this movie before. It was called Willy's Wonderland.
No.
Basically,
heresy.
Basically, it's like what goes wrong at Chuck E. Cheese.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Which I get.
So I sat there and I watched the film, and like I said, I love Matthew Lillard, the part that he played. He does great work in just about everything that he appears in. Like the older he gets, the better he gets. But the film was ridiculous. It's just like,
come on.
Now we want to do this, so we're just gonna like drop in like something that happens, and when it because it happens.
It's good. Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
Hey, listen. When I did the review, I've been reformatting my reviews based on Killers and based on Killers of the Flower Moon and based on Five Nights at Freddy's. I used to delay putting my rating until after the discussion of the movie. I'm putting the rating up front. So it's like, here's my rating. These 2 movies suck. And if you want to find out why, you have to keep watching. And if you just wanted to know how I rated it, well, now you can get out.
Here's the thing. And this is what I found interesting about certain people's reviews who, I guess they had a, like, not no knowledge, but they had a base level knowledge. Like John Campia. Like, he had played the first game, but he had done nothing else, didn't know anything else about FNAF other than the first game. And to him, the first game, and this is objectively true, the first game is a full-on horror game. Like, that is a full-on approach. The franchise over the past 9 years has since differed and changed. And I feel like this movie, because it's adapting, you know, the first game's characters and stuff like that, people were, the people who had that base level knowledge were expecting that darker tone, that terrifying jump scares, that atmosphere, those things. But the movie was an adaptation of those characters with the tone of what came after. And I'll be honest, it does not mesh well. But I had a good time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, it does make sense, but you were also familiar with the IP. You are making movies for a general audience.
Not when you're making it for that dirt cheap, though.
You're still making. I'm pretty sure Jason Blum doesn't care how many people watches this movie. If he makes 100,000, if it costs him $40 million.
At Blumhouse, bro, that's not the mindset. If it makes like 5 times its budget back, bro, we're golden.
Okay,
that's exactly the point that I'm making. So initially, he wants to make the money back, and then the more money he makes, the more profit that he makes. When you're making movies for when you make a movie for a general audience, and I'm the muggle on this panel, when you make a movie for a general audience, the general audience person has to understand the movie before you're halfway through, before you get to the second act.
Look, I would say this.
Come on.
Having not seen the movie, I can tell you this already because of the responses. The Five Nights at Freddy movie has to assume that the characters within the universe of Five Nights at Freddy's don't know anything at all, or don't even remotely live in a universe where that experience that they're about to experience exists in real life. It has to be. They have to create their own universe from the ground up, and you cannot rely on people's, because a narrative, you can't ask one narrative to live or die based on the understanding of the audience on another narrative that doesn't have anything to do with the narrative they're watching. You can't do that. That to me is an epic failure. And from what I understand about Five Nights at Freddy's, people get to see it and they like it because they have touchstones like, oh yeah, there's this, there's that.
Right.
But here's the thing: if it's a great movie in 100 years from now, somebody should be able to sit down. The humans from 100 years from now, if they're here, should be able to sit down and watch Five Nights at Freddy's and still be able to have or discern an experience from it.
I will say this. To me, I thought the third act was extremely sloppy. And I was talking to my brother because we both saw it in the theater. And we both grew up with the games. They came out when I was 12, he was 13, and we've grown up with it. For me, this has been almost a decade of just being engulfed in this franchise, you know? And the first like 2 acts, we were like maybe an hour and 20 minutes in. I looked over at him and I was like, I like even though like I'm like, you know, enjoying my fan moments and things like that, like I was still trying to separate that and look at it as a movie. I was like, I'm enjoying it so far. And he was like, yeah, this isn't that bad. The third act hit where they start dropping all the twists, and then, you know, the people start dying, and then the big finale happens. And that all happened to me. And I was like, okay, I can see how the first 2 acts at best for some people was like, just, this is an average movie. No impression. I'm going to forget about it tomorrow. Then the third act happened and they were like, this is a bad movie. To me, that was kind of, I could see that happening. But to me, I just had a good time. Because I was seeing these, if you don't know anything about the game, the games have cutscenes, but the cutscenes are an 8-bit format to kind of mimic off of the arcade games that are in the place. Mm-hmm. And so it was cool seeing these 8-bit cutscenes done in live action with the Hollywood budget, with the real suits, and knowing kind of where it leads. And I guess because I knew all of the lore involved, I was able to connect the dots that weren't there for those people who don't know the game.
But here's everything you've just said to me is reliant on the fact that you had a previous experience with this franchise.
I know.
And I would say what I think what is a huge mistake is any video game franchise that becomes successful is telling a story. There's a story there. And it doesn't matter whether it's 8-bit or 24-bit or 48-bit, whatever. It doesn't matter if it's a great story is a great story. What I can't stand, and I think this is a detriment to everything in Hollywood, is people think that, okay, this is just a video game, So whatever narrative is in this video game, it doesn't matter. We're going to have our Hollywood writers augment it. Without any understanding that the great video games of our day, whether it's Ghost of Tsushima, whether it's Grand Theft Auto 5, whether it's Spider-Man 2, take your pick of all the modern video games. They have one thing in common. They all have incredible stories, incredible extended stories over a long term. And there is a thought that just because, well, it's just a video game, we don't have to. No. It's like comic book movies in the 80s. People thought, well, it's just a comic book. We don't have to make sure it makes sense. Because the people that said that never read comic books. And the people that greenlit Five Nights at Freddy's probably never played the fucking game. And so what should happen is, it's Blumhouse, I get it, and it made a ton of, it's already successful. Doesn't matter what anyone said. It's a huge hit. It was $25 million. I've heard it was cost less, but whatever.
I think it's already made close to like 150 worldwide.
Yes. It's already made money, and it's a profitable thing, and Universal's excited in 2 weeks.
It was extraordinarily profitable after previews. A one-day preview.
I mean, it's...
Let's go.
I mean,
okay. Well,
the story structure was horrible. There's a character in the film. Before you even get to the second act, she's a female. She is a police officer, sheriff, whatever. She stops at the front door when our hero has now taken up residence inside this abandoned pizza parlor. And she goes, "Have you met them yet?" Well, I don't know anything about the franchise, and I already know something's not right here, because what the hell is she talking about? Have you met them yet?
Come on. Have you met them? Come on.
All right, listen, kids.
So,
Ready in the game.
I need to go to bed because I have to get up and do a show with Dieter.
Yes,
so I want to thank all of you. I want to thank everyone for continuing to watch this stream. I want to thank Lael, and I want to thank Mmmm. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank you, Mikey, King Titanic, Tom. Thank you, Paul from Long Beach.
Good to see you, Tom. Good to see you, Israel.
Long-time members of the Imagination Connoisseur community. It's great. This has been fun. This has been really good. I'm glad it's been, to be honest, to be personally honest, the last month has been a little rough in terms of me and my own things, and in terms of, to be honest, the Middle East thing, having been to Israel, having been, a lot of people don't understand. I was raised a Jew. I went to Jewish school for 10 years. I learned Hebrew. I was bar mitzvahed. Been to Israel. My family is been to Israel. My family, my mom's side of the family built a chapel at our synagogue, Temple D. Hirsch, which was before this month. It was defaced this year with anti-Semitic graffiti.
Oh,
so
that's disgusting.
I had an education where I met a lot of people with green numbers on their arms. I met a lot of Holocaust survivors since I was a little kid, and I've been shocked but not unsurprised, really. And it's been rough and I've been out there staunchly supporting Israel. What's really interesting is it's been amazing that the hand-to-hand barbarism that was displayed on October 7th has been replaced by the carpet bombing or whatever from a nation that warns the people that are going to get bombed, like, hey, we're going to bomb here tomorrow. You shouldn't be here. And then everyone gets mad when they bomb there tomorrow. It's the loss of any life is horrific. And
It's horrific on both sides, Rob.
Yeah,
on both sides, it's horrific what's happening.
It
And
is,
that-
but here's the thing. But here's the thing. In September, no one was going to lose their lives.
Yeah,
There was no this was exacerbated, and by the way, there's a lot of reasons. Israel's intelligence failure, part of it, but none of this would have happened had not one of the most barbarous acts of terrorism ever occurred happened. Remember that's what started this, and it didn't have to happen. And when the videos of all this, and by the way, the people that perpetrated it were the ones that documented it, the same way they were in Nazi Germany. The Germans were incredibly, they documented everything.
That
and
GoPro stuff is absolutely unbelievable.
No, and by the way, we've only seen a fraction of it. I've seen some stuff I don't even want to see. And the difference is, when the Israeli Air Force is sending rockets in, it's very different from people in a room with other people in the same place, who rape, murder, put kids in ovens, whatever, and they did, and it's all they documented it all. Now think about it. What does that require? When you're actually committing these atrocities and then filming them.
I don't understand it.
And by the way, now the amazing I've been dealing with anti-Semitism my whole life in weird ways because no one believed I was a Jew, and I'm not really a practicing Jew, even though I did go to religion school for 10 years and learned Hebrew and was bar mitzvahed, and my family built a chapel at a synagogue, and my cousins all lived in kibbutzes in Israel. I mean, it's not something I talk about, but it was always apparent to me because I was like, you don't look Jewish. I heard you don't look Jewish my whole life. The only reason I was able to make my movie Free Enterprise was because I edited a film by a guy who said, I re-edited it. He goes, I love your cut. What do you want to do? And I told him, I said, I want to make a movie about anti-Semitism. And he was a Jewish mobster from the East Coast. I didn't know he was a mobster then. And he goes, oh, what do you mean? I said, well, anti-Semitism is interesting, but what if we made a supernatural thriller about anti-Semitism? I know I laughed, but he was interested in it, and it's called Day of Atonement. And I said, here's the poster. It's a house with a godly light behind it. It says Day of Atonement. It's too late to be forgiven. And Free Enterprise, the movie that we made, was derived from the aborted, horrible idea I had to make a horror film about anti-Semitism. Because if you do that, then you absolve human beings of being anti-Semitic. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I wanted to make a horror film about anti-Semitism where anti-Semitism's roots were in the supernatural. That was a wrong thing to do. And so we never made it.
I don't remember you telling that story before, dude, but that's pretty good.
One thing that you've always talked about, and I definitely agree with you, Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, Russia, the United States, the speaker thing in the House of Representatives. We're being manipulated. All the nonsense with social media and everything, I have just turned it all off.
Well, and let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
In doing it, how has it affected you?
Well, I don't feel as well informed as I was before. And I watch a lot more international channels than the average news consumer.
But what I would say is like, here's the thing. Going about your daily life, all that stuff that has been, and it's been curated for certain kinds of people, and we are all buying into curated information. I mean, I've been so angry. John Campia texted me today, and he said, "What is it with all these people saying they're not going to watch my channel if you're on it?" And I said to him, I said, "Well, you know, I've been very honest about my feelings about what's going on with Israel and all that. I haven't attacked anyone personally because I don't do that." And I said,
and more importantly, you listen to other people.
100%. I watch everything. I look at it, and I said, you know, but here's what's fascinating to me is that people contacted John. Like, I've got dogs and daughters and a woman I love that I have to provide for their livelihood. And there are people that, based on what I say on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, I've not done anything on this channel, which has the biggest spread or biggest. I've never said that. But people are calling my employer to get me fired.
I don't know whether you'll agree with me or not, but I think their attitude will change when it starts happening to them.
Oh, of course. They don't. They have no clue about. What's amazing to me is we're watching. It's not something anyone. It's the same thing I saw 21 years ago on 9/11. You know, but
as someone who was in New York on 9/11 while Mikey was in Long Beach, I can understand how I felt on 9/12. Rob, what you said is absolutely correct. This kind of barbarism cannot be allowed to stand. We can't do that. Some people seem to think that there's an even thing here. Raping women, kidnapping babies. We can't do that.
Well,
we can't allow that to stand.
What bugs me about, and during the member call after YouTube signed off, I mentioned this. The initial act, I don't understand how anybody can think that initial act was acceptable. Now, I have a lot of problems with what's going on currently, but that has nothing to do with the initial act.
Well, yeah, and look, the Israeli response, we attacked Iraq after 9/11, and we killed almost 1 million people that had, call it, I don't want to litigate that war, but they had nothing to do with the attack of 9/11. And where are those people? Whatever. I mean, Israel.
But this is what I mean, Rob. We play footsie with people.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of talk now about the Abraham Accords. And what I would say to people is just go back and look at the population of the 9/11 hijackers and then ask yourself the question, why are we playing footsie with the government of the vast majority of the 9/11 hijackers?
Oil.
Well, yeah, I mean, all that is, look, the problem that I have with the amazing anti-Semitism, like people right now, people like, oh, we're against Zionists or we're against Israel. No, you're not. You don't even know you don't even know why you're against whomever. I mean, I've heard it my whole life. They're like, well, you're not really Jewish, you're adopted. When I found out my biological mother was Jewish, I was like, fuck yes. Because I was like, I am so tired of listening to people. I mean, I've heard anti-Semitism. It's the one racist. It's not even racist, but it's the one, call it what you want, prejudice that's acceptable. No one feels that they can't say they hate the Jews. Everybody can say they hate the Jews and get away with it. Everybody.
You know, I watched,
go ahead.
I watched Schindler's List earlier today, and watching it, I couldn't help think about what was going on now. And it took a lot out. It took a lot out of me, and I was just like, I don't want to see that happen again.
Dude, we have half the college campuses on America. If you were to push them, we're this close away from lynching Jews on college campuses. And people might think that's hyperbolic. I'm telling you, these kids today, I mean, I watched what happened to my own college campus, Evergreen, in 2017. It had nothing to do with religion. What I saw happen on the Evergreen campus in 2017, and look it up, the Evergreen State College. For those of you who don't know, who's still here with us, look up what happened on the Evergreen State College campus in 2017. I went there for 3 years. It was a bastion of liberal thinking, of exchanging of ideas. It was born out of 1967. It was a state college in Washington. What I saw, what happened in 2017, made me realize that the entire youth of America has turned into jackbooted fascist thugs that have not 1 ounce of, and I say this hyperbolically, kind of, but they don't have any ounce, any shred of cognitive thinking amongst any of them. And this was my college that meant a lot to me, that I learned a lot at. And by God, was that place corrupted. And when I saw what happened at that college with those kids demanding what they demanded, I'm like, wow, I went to that college to talk to those professors, to be around them. I didn't want to go there to think that I knew more than they did. And the fact that kids today think that they know more than their college professors is exactly the problem with the modern age. All of them should get punched in the fucking figurative face, not literally, but they all need to understand they don't know fuck all. And if you're going to go to college, you're going to college to listen and consider what your professors have to tell you. If you go to college at 17, 18, 19, 20, and you think that you know more than your professors, why the fuck did you pay to go there in the first place? Shut the fuck up, sit down, and listen.
A lot of money too. Let me say. Well, one of the things I understand a lot of where Rob is coming from, and I'm going to relate it to something that he used to always say to me and to his audience. Rob likes to, or I'll say it in past tense, liked to say, it was getting so much better, and I don't understand why people are behaving the way they are. And my response to you always was, because it just keeps happening.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing that you're talking about now with these attacks. And when I see George Floyd or the bird watcher in Central Park or whatever, it just keeps happening.
Well, I mean, I never thought what I thought everyone was fully indoctrinated about the Holocaust and what happened. I mean, I knew as a kid, every year I met more people with green tattoos on their wrists. And I thought, Schindler's List, it won an Academy Award, 93. And I've seen so many Holocaust dramas Holocaust on TV, another miniseries that was great. I thought that, and you realize that our kids today are so not educated, they don't even believe the Holocaust happened.
Which is crazy.
And what's amazing is the Germans were so thorough. They documented every single person they killed. I mean, it's all there. You can find it.
Well, it's basically like things that we've talked about before. If it happened before you were born, people don't pay any attention to it.
No, but here's the thing: the people today think they know everything, and
they only pay attention to they pay attention to the things that happened while they were alive, not to things that happened before they were alive. They probably think their parents are crazy.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't.
Hey Rob, I'm going to let you go because I need to go and fold the brown towels, as they say.
Okay, you guys go. Let's end this stream, everyone. It's a long stream. We're gonna go. I want to thank everyone for being here. Thank you to everybody who was here and left. Mikey, it was great to see you. King Tanic, Tom, thank you. I mean, everybody. This was a great stream. Of course, it's funny. I think that, 11 o'clock, Dieter Bastian is back. So join us for Let's Get Physical Media.
Well, Rob, you'll have an extra hour to sleep.
Thank God.
And join RM on her channel at 10:30 a.m., 7:30 a.m. Pacific for Sunday Brunch Live.
Well, there you go. This is all good. And by the way, thank you all for being here. I mean, old school. You know, it's funny because at this point, I was going to give up this channel, to be honest.
No, don't.
No. I know. Look, when John Campion calls me and says, "Hey, people are saying that they're not going to watch my show," I can't fault him for that. It's a liability. But I'm like, what? Because people don't like the fact that Israel declared war on a barbarous act of terrorism, which, by the way, no one spoke up really about. You know, whatever. No one talked about that. But now I'm watching. It's funny. How does anyone prosecute a war and make it humane? No one can't. And the funny thing is what army in the history of humanity texts and says, "Hey, we're gonna attack. Go south. You guys all leave. Go. Because we're gonna attack." And we'll.
Well, I have a different opinion about that. But your essential point about the initial act, I 100% agree with. But if you ask the population of New York City to move to Philadelphia in the next 24 hours, I think it would be a little difficult.
Oh, no, I agree. But you know what? They could all walk down to the financial district.
Perhaps.
I mean, it's not that, and especially if you had 2 or 3 days to do it. I mean, the fact is, you have a group that's telling them not to go. You have one group saying, "We're going to attack you. We're going to bomb the fuck out of you." And the very people they're bombing the fuck out of are telling their own people, "Don't go."
I don't think you're taking human nature into
look, equation. I understand. I get that. I do. And is what's going on horrible? Yeah. But the fact is, Hamas wanted these people to die.
Absolutely.
They wanted to use them as examples of, and they put Israel in an impossible situation.
Well, that's what I mean about the manipulation. These attitudes that we're seeing on the news didn't just happen on October the 6th. obviously it's been breeding underneath for quite some time.
Oh. Here's
I'm gonna let you go, Rob.
okay. We'll all go. Let's all go. Everybody, thank you all for being here. Thanks to everyone who's supported the channel via super chats and tips and memberships and all that. Thank you so much. It's been a great show. It's been so much fun. My God, how long has this show gone on? I don't know. It's gone on 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 7 seconds.
6 hours, 13 minutes.
Amazing. Thanks, everyone. I will see you tomorrow on Let's Get Physical Media.